Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. First Night on the Job. I was 24 when I took the overnight security job at the commuter rail station outside Pittsburgh. And at that point in my life, I was the kind of broke that changed how you thought about everything. Not dramatic, movie-style broke, where a landlord was pounding on the door every morning, or a repo man was circling the block. Just the slow, humiliating kind. The kind where your checking account balance decided what mood you were allowed to have that day. The kind where you learned how to stand in a grocery aisle doing math in your head over 2 brands of cereal and still put one back. A year earlier, I'd been telling people I was figuring things out, which is what people say when they've left community college without finishing and don't want to admit they have no real plan. I'd started an HVAC program after that, then dropped out halfway through when my mom got sick and I had to spend more time back home. By the time she was doing better, I had already lost the rhythm for school. Then came short-term jobs, warehouse work, loading trucks, a couple months doing overnight stocking at a big box store, security at a strip mall that mostly involved shooing skateboarders away from the loading dock and telling drunk guys they couldn't sleep in their cars behind the liquor store. So when I saw the listing for overnight station security with a higher night differential than anything else I could get, I applied before I could overthink it. The station sat outside the city, in one of those in-between Pennsylvania towns that always felt like they were remembering better decades. There were brick warehouses with broken upper windows, old union halls turned into insurance offices, and machine shops with faded painted signs on the side. The neighborhood around the station wasn't exactly bad, but after dark, it took on that empty industrial feeling that made every sound seem separate from the world. A truck changing gears 3 blocks away sounded close enough to touch. A dog barking behind a fence could make you turn your head even when you knew it wasn't anywhere near you. I drove there my first night in a Honda Civic that had one door a different color than the rest of the car, and a heater that only worked if I hit the vent with the heel of my hand. It was late fall, cold enough that the parking lot had a skin of dampness over it, but not cold enough to freeze. The sky hung low and dull over everything, reflecting the town's light back down in a dirty orange haze. When I turned into the station lot, the first thing I noticed was the sodium lights. They cast that old sickly amber over the pavement, the kind that made every parked car look abandoned and every shadow look longer than it should have been. The lot wasn't full. A few commuter cars still sat there, from people on late returns or overnight shifts in the city, but mostly it was empty, with damp leaves plastered against curbs and chain-link fencing that hummed softly when the wind pushed through it. Beyond the lot, I could see the station building. Low, concrete, practical, with glass doors at the front and platforms branching off into darkness on the far side. Inside, the place smelled exactly how a station should have smelled and exactly how I didn't want it to. Stale coffee, burnt dust from old heating vents, wet concrete, a faint sourness from old gum ground into tile. And under all that, the smell of the tracks themselves. Old steel, brake residue, grease, and that strange mineral tang that always reminded me of rainwater and blood, even when there was no reason it should. The waiting room lights were fluorescent and unforgiving. They turned everybody the color of old receipts. A man asleep with his duffel bag tucked under one arm looked dead at first glance, until he coughed and shifted in the plastic chair. A woman in scrubs stood by the vending machines, rubbing her shoulders and staring into space while she waited for a late train. The tile floor had hairline cracks in it. There were old black gum smears under the benches. One corner of the room held a newspaper box that hadn't been stocked in years and now just collected candy wrappers and train schedules. A man at the desk behind the glass office window looked up when I came in. He was broad through the shoulders, thick around the middle, and carried himself like somebody who used to be in better shape and still hadn't completely forgiven time for changing that. He had close-cropped gray hair, a heavy face, and eyes that didn't dart around the way nervous people's did. They just landed on things and stayed there until they'd gotten what they needed. He wore a dark station jacket over a collared shirt and had a paper coffee cup in one hand. "You the new overnight?" he asked. "Yeah, Matt," I said. He nodded once like he'd already known that and was just confirming I could answer to my own name. "Doherty." That was all the introduction I got. No smile, no handshakes, no false enthusiasm, which honestly made me trust him more. He buzzed me into the back office and gave me the kind of once-over older guys in practical jobs always give you when they're trying to decide whether you're going to be useful, useless, or temporary. I was tall enough, not especially big, but I'd done enough physical jobs by then that I looked capable. I had the uniform they'd issued me folded over one arm. Dark shirt, heavy jacket, patch on the shoulder, cheap name tag, black cargo pants that didn't quite fit right. "Hang your coat there," he said. "Sign the payroll sheet, then I'll walk you through it." The back office was small and warmer than the waiting room by about 5 degrees. There was a bank of surveillance monitors on one wall, most showing grainy platform angles in washed-out black and white, and a metal desk with an incident logbook open beside a cup full of dead pens. A corkboard held shift memos, maintenance notices, and one faded flyer warning employees not to prop emergency exits open for smoke breaks. There was an employee restroom off a narrow corridor, a closet for supplies, and a locker bank with dented doors that looked older than I was. The training started the way every job like that starts. Practical, repetitive, boring enough to be reassuring. Doherty showed me the incident logbook and the kind of entries they expected. Suspicious person refusing to leave. Call box malfunction. Slip hazard near tunnel stairs. Juveniles loitering after last train. Drunk male sleeping on bench removed without incident. I'd had jobs with paperwork before, and it was always the same lesson. If it wasn't written down, it didn't happen. He showed me where the janitors left their keyring at shift change, hanging from a hook inside a little utility closet near the service corridor. He showed me the side entrances, and which ones had a habit of sticking in damp weather. He pointed out the panic button stations in the tunnel and on the platforms. Yellow boxes, mounted at waist height, with clear domed covers that always looked dramatic until you realized most people walked past them without seeing them at all. The station itself was bigger than it looked from the front. There were 3 platforms, laid out parallel, with Platform 1 nearest the main building, Platform 2 across the tracks, and Platform 3 farther out, accessed by the pedestrian tunnel and a side passage that came around from the back office. The tunnel ran beneath the tracks and smelled like wet cement, pennies, mold, and brake dust. The walls sweated in places. Water gathered in hair-thin lines along the grout and found its way down to the floor, no matter how dry the week had been. The overhead lights down there buzzed unevenly, and one of them flickered with a pulse just irregular enough to get on your nerves after a minute. We walked the whole place together while he explained the routine. Check the platforms every hour. Make a note of anyone bedding down where they shouldn't. Most people cleared out after the last city-bound departures, but there were always exceptions. Drunks, teenagers with nowhere better to be, guys who thought a station bench counted as shelter if the weather turned bad enough. If someone was causing trouble, call transit police first. Don't play hero. If a call box activated, answer it from the office panel first, unless there was a reason not to. Make sure the pedestrian tunnel stayed clear. Lock the side entrances after the last real foot traffic died down. Don't let anyone into staff-only areas because I just need a second, was how dumb problems started. As he talked, I built a map in my head. The waiting room fed into the tunnel. The tunnel fed up to platforms 1 and 2. A separate back hallway led through the service corridor and out to platform 3 through a heavy metal door with a narrow glass window set into it. At the far end of platform 3 was a maintenance gate in the fence, chain link reinforced with a rusted metal frame and a padlock that looked like it belonged on something more important than a commuter station. Beyond that was a gravel service path and darkness. The platforms themselves were all old concrete, stained darker in places from years of rain and foot traffic. The yellow tactile safety strips along the edges were worn smooth in sections. There were benches bolted down at intervals, each with layers of gum underneath and cigarette burns along the ends where people had stubbed things out in spite of the signs. Trackside, everything looked harder and meaner at night. The rails held a dull shine where station lights hit them, and the ties disappeared into shadow fast enough that it always looked like the tracks were entering something thicker than darkness. I remember asking him while we stood on platform 1, watching a nearly empty train shudder in and out with all the grace of old machinery, whether the job got busy overnight. He snorted. Busy? No. Stupid sometimes. Stupid I can do. Most people say that the first week. He wasn't unfriendly, just not conversational. I got the impression he'd trained enough people to know which ones were going to ask too many questions, which ones were going to disappear after 2 shifts, and which ones might actually keep showing up. He had that retired transit cop feel exactly. Blunt, observant, unimpressed by anything that hadn't drawn blood yet. But there was something else, too. Not theatrical, not superstitious, just a weight to him. Like he had spent enough years in stations, on platforms, in tunnels, in late-night fluorescent spaces, to know how fast ordinary places could go wrong. Back in the office, he handed me a ring with the main side access keys and showed me how to cycle the cameras manually. Most of the camera feeds were decent enough if you were looking for obvious trouble, but none of them were good in the way TV cameras are good. Faces went soft if someone moved too fast. Shadows bled together in corners. Platform 3's far end feed had a persistent graininess to it, like the lens was always one cleaning away from being useful, and somehow never got it. This one acts up when the weather turns, Doherty said, tapping the monitor with one thick finger. Loose connection? Probably. The way he said it made it sound like the answer he gave when he didn't feel like having a conversation, not necessarily the answer he believed. We did one more sweep around 11:30, just to get the station in my legs before he left me with it. By then, the waiting room had emptied out except for one man on his phone and a college kid with earbuds in, nodding along to something I couldn't hear. The tunnel had gone hollow and cold. Somewhere deep in the building, I could hear the heat kick on with a tired metallic groan. The coffee in the office had gone from bad to medicinal. Then, on our way back, Doherty led me down the service corridor toward the door to platform 3. It was quieter there than in the rest of the station. Not because the building changed exactly, more because the sounds of it seemed farther away. The corridor was painted institutional beige up to chest height and white above that, though time had yellowed everything. There was an old mop bucket tucked into one corner, a bulletin board with outdated contractor permits, and a box of ice melt stacked under a folding chair. The metal door at the end was heavier than the others, with wired safety glass in its little window and a push bar scarred by years of use. Doherty stopped in front of it. He didn't say anything for a moment. He just checked his watch, then looked at me. "This part matters," he said. I remember shifting my weight a little, expecting some final practical detail. Maybe a note about weather exposure, or homeless encampments behind the fence, or teenagers cutting through from the service path. Instead, he pointed at the door. "At 12:17 a.m., this gets locked. You stay inside until 12:29. I thought I'd misheard him. For what? No one goes out there during that window. Maintenance too? Nobody. I gave a small laugh before I could help it. What, is that when freight rolls through? He didn't laugh back. His face didn't change much, but whatever had been ordinary about him all night seemed to pull tighter. At 12:17, he said again, slow enough that it sounded like he wanted me to remember the exact shape of the time. This door is locked. Nobody goes on to platform 3 until 12:29. No exceptions. The corridor suddenly felt a little colder than it had a second earlier. I looked past him at the narrow window in the door. Beyond it, I could see part of the platform under pale station lights, wet concrete, the edge line, and darkness farther out. No exceptions? I said. Doherty kept his hand on the push bar, but did not open the door. No exceptions, he said. You understand me? And that was the first moment that job stopped feeling boring. The tone changes. I remember giving a short laugh when he said it the second time, not because I thought it was funny exactly, but because that was the reflex people like me had when an older guy at work suddenly got serious in a way that felt a little too deliberate. You either laughed, or you nodded along and pretended you were already in on the bit. At 12:17, I repeated. What is that, some old railroad superstition? Doherty didn't answer. I tried again, lighter this time. Hazing? Nothing. His face had gone still in a way I didn't like. It wasn't theatrical. That was the part that got under my skin almost immediately. If he had smirked, or leaned into it, or tried to make the moment bigger than it was, I could have written the whole thing off as old guy workplace nonsense. Every job has that kind of thing. Unwritten rituals. Stories they tell the new hire because boredom makes people creative and night shifts make them worse. Instead, Doherty just stood there in that dim service corridor with one hand resting on the push bar and looked at me the way you look at someone who's about to walk into traffic while checking their phone. You hear someone on the platform, he said. You stay inside. I opened my mouth, but he kept going. You hear knocking on the glass. You stay inside. The fluorescent light over our heads gave a low buzz and flickered once. If there's a person out there and they look hurt, you stay inside. I stopped smiling then, mostly because of how specific he was getting. And if it calls your name, he said, you do not answer. There are sentences that feel dramatic when someone says them, and there are sentences that feel worse because they don't. He said that one flat. No rise in his voice, no spooky pause. Just a rule among other rules, like don't let drunks pass the yellow line, or don't prop the fire door open. I looked at the narrow glass window in the metal door again. All I could see through it was the near section of platform 3 under pale overhead light. The rough concrete, the yellow edge strip, and beyond that, a dark cut where the tracks ran away from the station. Calls your name, I repeated. Yes. I gave him a look like I was waiting for him to admit he was messing with me. He didn't. The service corridor suddenly felt too narrow, too quiet. I became aware of every ordinary thing in it in an unpleasantly sharp way. The grit at the base of the door, the smell of old mop water from the utility closet, the hiss of the heating vent in the ceiling, the faint chemical sting of ice melt from the stacked bags by the wall. Everything was normal. That was what made his tone stand out so badly against it. "So what?" I said, because I still wanted the whole thing to fit into a category I understood. "There's some train that runs through on a maintenance track and everybody got weird about it?" That's not what I said. I stared at him for another second, then reached past him and pushed the bar enough to crack the door open. Cold air breathed in at once, damp and metallic. Platform 3 stretched out under a row of aging lights, the far end dimmer than the near, the wet concrete reflecting everything in broken strips. There was nobody there. I let the door swing shut again. "Okay," I said. "Then what is it?" His jaw tightened just slightly. "That's enough for tonight." That's not an answer. It's the only one you need. That should have annoyed me more than it did. But by then, curiosity had already started needling at the back of my brain. Not belief, curiosity. Those aren't the same thing, and back then, I would have fought anyone who claimed they were. We walked back to the office in silence. I could feel my own skepticism trying to reassert itself as we went. I told myself he had probably seen some ugly things on late shifts. Drunks on the tracks, suicides, fights gone wrong. Maybe years of that had hardened into ritual. Maybe there had been one bad incident at 12, 17 years ago, and the time stuck in people's heads because humans like attaching horror to schedules. By the time we got back into the office, I was already starting to build explanations that made the whole thing manageable. Then I checked the schedule. The train timetable was pinned beside the memo board, printed in columns too dense to read at a glance. I ran a finger down the late-night arrivals and departures. The last regular inbound had come through earlier. There were no commuter entries anywhere close to 12:17. No delayed express, no maintenance notation, nothing. "There's nothing at 12:17, I said. Doherty, who had gone back to the desk and was flipping through the incident logbook, didn't look up. "That's because it doesn't stop here." I actually barked a little laugh at that. I couldn't help it. "Come on." Still nothing from him. No grin, no satisfaction. Just a page turning beneath his hand. I watched him for another second, then looked down at the schedule again, as if some line might have materialized while I wasn't paying attention. The office felt warmer now, stuffier. One of the monitors on the camera wall hummed with a faint electrical whine. On the far right feed, Platform 3 sat in soft grain, empty and damp under its lights. "It doesn't stop here," I repeated. "That's right. What does that even mean?" He set the logbook down then and finally looked at me. "It means you don't go out there between 12:17 and 12:29. It means if something outside sounds like it wants your attention, you let it want. And it means you do not stand there trying to make sense of it when you're supposed to be inside." His eyes flicked toward the monitor wall. "The train won't show on camera the way it should. Not at first. Sometimes not at all." I followed his look. All I saw was static grain over empty platform. "Voices from outside during that time," he said, "are not to be trusted." He let that one settle for a beat before adding the third. "And if you look out toward the far end of Platform 3 near the maintenance gate and someone is already standing there, do not keep looking." I felt a little movement under my ribs then. Not fear exactly. Irritation mixed with a kind of attention I hadn't wanted from this job on the first night. Someone standing there? He nodded once. And what happens if I keep looking? He held my gaze for a second too long. You don't want to find out. There are moments when a conversation stops feeling like information and starts feeling like inheritance. That was the first one. Not because what he said made sense, but because it felt old, handed down, repeated enough times that the words had worn smooth. The weirdest part was that the station itself kept behaving like a station while we were talking. Somewhere in the front waiting room, the vending machine compressor kicked on. A train announcement for an earlier line had not fully reset, and a clipped half-syllable hissed from one of the overhead speakers before cutting out. The building's heat clicked in again. Everything around the conversation remained ordinary enough to make the conversation feel less ordinary, not more. I wasn't ready to let it go. "What happened before?" I asked. His face changed then, but only slightly. A small flattening around the eyes, the look of a man deciding how much he was willing to say. Enough people ignored it. That's not much of an answer either. It's more than you need. A soft scrape sounded in the hallway outside the office, like rubber soles on old tile. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see one of the cleaners, or maybe a passenger who had wandered past where they shouldn't. Instead, an older janitor in blue maintenance coveralls passed the office doorway with a mop bucket. He was short and narrow-shouldered, with a gray mustache and the stooped, careful walk of somebody whose back reminded him of every year he'd spent working. His eyes flicked into the office, just in time to catch the tail end of the conversation. Doherty said, "He's new." The janitor looked at me, then at the monitor wall, then made a small sign of the cross against his chest without a word. I almost smiled from sheer disbelief, but he was already moving again, bucket wheels rattling softly over the tile as he headed down toward the tunnel. Doherty didn't react to it at all. That was somehow worse than if he had. A few minutes later, an older cleaner named Maryanne came in to pick up a keyring from the hook inside the utility closet. She had hard hands, tired eyes, and one of those no-nonsense faces older women in station jobs seem to develop after years of dealing with grown adults who act like children in public. Doherty mentioned, almost casually, that I'd been briefed on the platform rule. She stopped with the keys in her hand. For just a second, she looked like she might say something. Then she shook her head once and said, "Don't ask me about it." Her voice wasn't dramatic either, just closed, tired, like the subject had cost her enough already. After she left, a maintenance guy I hadn't met yet stepped into the office to initial a work order. He was in his 30s maybe, wearing a reflective vest over a thermal shirt with grease on the backs of his hands and a face reddened by cold. He must have picked up enough from the room to know what we were talking about, because he gave me a glance that was not friendly and muttered, almost under his breath, "He told you already. That's enough." Then he signed the form, shoved the clipboard back across the desk, and walked off. That was the first moment I really felt something shift. Not because I believed a word of it, because nobody was treating it like a joke. If you've ever worked nights anywhere, you know how quickly people start collecting stories. One guy hears footsteps in an empty loading bay. Another swears the freight elevator runs on its own. Someone saw a face on a camera feed. Half of it is boredom, the other half exhaustion. And all of it gets bigger every time it's repeated. Usually there's at least one person who enjoys the performance of believing. Someone who smirks when they tell it, or lowers their voice for effect, or watches the new guy out of the corner of their eye to see if the line landed. There was none of that here. Only avoidance. and that bothered me more than I wanted to admit. By midnight, the front of the station had emptied out almost completely. The man with the duffel bag was gone. The woman in scrubs had caught her train. The waiting room benches sat under the fluorescent wash with their gum-black undersides and scratched plastic seats exposed. Outside, the parking lot looked slick and empty under the sodium lights, and the fence beyond it barely moved when the wind touched it. I tried to keep busy, partly because that was the job, and partly because standing still made the station feel too big around me. I checked the side entrances, made sure the tunnel was clear, answered one minor call from a passenger confused about a delayed northbound, and returned to the office. Doherty sat with the incident logbook open, writing in it with slow, blocky handwriting. I went to the camera wall and cycled through the feeds. Platform 1, empty. Platform 2, empty. Platform 3, empty, but somehow never as empty as the others looked. The camera on the far end of it fuzzed slightly, then steadied. As I watched, the image flashed bright white for a split second, as if a headlight had been aimed straight into it, then snapped back to normal. I frowned. "You see that?" Doherty didn't even turn around. "Dead camera does that sometimes." "It's still live." That answer irritated me enough that I checked the timestamp in the corner. It was current. The image had not frozen. Before I could say anything else, one of the overhead speakers in the waiting room crackled. Not an announcement, just a burst of dry static, abrupt enough to make me look up. Then silence again. The kind of silence that followed was wrong. Not loud, not dramatic, just wrong. I had worked enough empty buildings by then to know the difference between peaceful silence and the kind that unsettles you. Peaceful silence still has movement inside it. Pipes ticking, air handling, some far-off vehicle. The normal little frictions of a place at rest. This wasn't that. This was a held breath silence, a building silence. The kind that made you feel as if the station, all at once, had stopped being a structure full of systems and had become one thing listening to itself. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at the monitors. Somewhere, far beyond the range of the station lights, I thought I heard metal shriek against metal, thin, distant, and high, like a wheel taking a curve too hard or old rail complaining under too much weight. I turned my head toward the back corridor without meaning to. Nothing followed. No train lights, no vibration through the floor, just that one brief sound swallowed by distance. When I looked back, Doherty had stopped writing and was watching me. "Don't start listening for it," he said. "For what?" He closed the logbook. I didn't realize until then how much I had begun to hate the way everybody here answered around the thing instead of at it. He stood, took the keys from the desk, and handed them to me. "You lock up the side access after the next sweep. I'm heading out." "Hold on," I said. "That's it?" "For tonight, yeah." "That's not much of an explanation." "It isn't supposed to be." He moved past me toward the door, then stopped once more and looked back at the desk, at the logbook still lying open there. "Do yourself a favor," he said. "Follow the rule before you decide whether you think it's stupid." Then he left me with the station. I sat down in the office chair after he was gone and stared at the open logbook, mostly to keep myself from looking too often at the Platform 3 monitor. Most of the entries were as dull as I expected. Slip hazard reported. Fare dispute, transit police notified. Male sleeping in tunnel removed without incident. Vending machine panel loose. North stairwell bulb out again. Then, in the margin of an older page, several sheets back, written in different handwriting than the official entries, narrower, shaky, pressed so hard into the paper it had nearly torn through. I saw a note. It wasn't dated. It wasn't initialed. It just said, "If one is already waiting at the maintenance gate, count backward from 10 and do not look again." I stared at it for a long time. Then I flipped back to the front cover of the logbook and checked the employee initials sheet. Nothing matched that handwriting. And when I asked about it later, nobody would tell me who wrote it. Chapter 1. The First. 12:17. After Doherty left, the station seemed to expand. I know that sounds dramatic, but that is the only way I can describe it honestly. While he was there, even with all the strange warnings still hanging in the back of my head, the building had felt like a workplace. A tired one, an ugly one in places, but still a workplace.
There was another person moving through it.
Another set of footsteps. Another body carrying some of the silence for me. The second the front doors shut behind him and I saw his reflection pass out through the sodium-lit parking lot, everything changed shape. The waiting room looked wider. The tunnel looked longer. The service corridor to Platform 3 seemed to hold more dark than it should have. Every ordinary station noise stood farther apart from the next one, and the gaps between them started to matter. I told myself that was normal. Every building changes once you're alone in it. You become more aware of its sounds because your own are the only human ones left. That was all. I took the office chair, signed off on the last little bit of orientation paperwork, and tried to settle into the shift. There was still almost an hour until 12:17, which annoyed me more than anything else. I didn't want to sit there waiting for a thing I didn't believe in, so I made myself focus on routine. I checked the side entrance status lights. I did another quick scan of the camera feeds. I walked out into the waiting room and made sure the outer doors were fully latched against the damp wind coming off the lot. The station gave me nothing unusual for a while. The fluorescent lights buzzed. A drain somewhere in the tunnel ticked water down into itself at uneven intervals. One of the soda machines in the waiting room ran its compressor, clicked off, then stood humming like it was thinking. Outside, a late car crossed the road beyond the fence and threw moving bands of white through the front glass before disappearing again. I kept telling myself that if the older staff had done their job right, I would simply lock the Platform 3 access at 12:17, sit in the office, and then unlock it at 12:29, with nothing to show for it except proof that grown adults in transit uniforms could still scare each other with folklore. That became my working theory. I would humor them. That was all. At 12:12, I made coffee in the office using the machine that looked as though it had been purchased in the Clinton administration and never properly cleaned since. The smell that came out of it wasn't so much coffee as scorched bitterness and old plastic, but it gave me something to do with my hands. I poured it into a station mug with the faded transit logo half scraped off and stood by the monitor wall drinking it while the heat from it climbed into my fingers. The camera feeds were dull and harmless. Platform 1 empty. Platform 2 empty. Platform 3 empty. The far-end camera on Platform 3 still had that soft grain to it, especially around the maintenance gate, where the dark seemed thicker and the edges of things weren't as clean as they should have been. But there was nothing there. Just wet concrete, yellow tactile strip, fence, and the darkness beyond it. At 12:14, the building felt colder. Not suddenly, nothing that dramatic. I didn't see my breath or anything like that. It was subtler, and that made it harder to trust. The warmth from the office vent seemed to thin out. The skin along my wrists and the back of my neck prickled. It was like the station had quietly exhaled something stale from deep inside itself. Even the coffee felt less hot in my hand. I checked the thermostat on the wall out of irritation more than concern. Same setting as before. In the waiting room, the fluorescent panels threw their light in the same gray-white wash, but the place looked drained somehow. The plastic bench seats reflected less. The tile seemed flatter. My own reflection in the office glass looked pale and tired, as if I had been there much longer than one shift. At 12:15, I noticed the lights humming louder. Or maybe not louder, closer. The sound gathered itself. Not enough to be called a buzz exactly, more like a pressure behind the ears. The overhead fixtures in the office and waiting room both carried it, and once I noticed it, I couldn't stop hearing it. The station felt suspended on that electrical tone. I actually laughed once under my breath then, embarrassed by how keyed up I was getting. I told myself this was exactly how places got reputations. One person tells the new guy not to think about midnight, and then the new guy starts hearing the lights. I set the coffee mug down and pulled the keys from the desk drawer. At 12:16, one of the outdoor emergency call boxes blinked active. It happened on the panel first. A small red light on the board beneath the label for Platform 3, South End. Then the line gave a soft tone in the office. Not a ring exactly, just a quiet alert, like something politely asking to be acknowledged. I froze for half a second with the keys in my hand. Then I got annoyed at myself for freezing. Someone must have leaned on it, or the weather had gotten into the wiring, or a bored kid had found something to do before heading home. There were a dozen explanations that made more sense than the one the rule wanted me to think about. I picked up the receiver. "Station security," I said. "What's your emergency?" At first I thought the line was dead. Then I heard static. Not the sharp, dry radio kind, but a softer, underwater sort of crackle. And behind it, breathing. Wet breathing. Not labored exactly, not panicked, just wrong. Thick in the throat somehow. Air moving through too much fluid. I frowned and pressed the receiver tighter to my ear. "Hello?" The breathing stayed there for another 2 seconds. Then a man's voice said, very close to the speaker grill, "Can you tell me where the rest of me went?" My whole body tightened so fast it felt electrical. There was no scream, no jump, no cinematic shock. Just an instant, total contraction. My fingers locked around the receiver. The base of my neck went cold. The voice wasn't loud. That was part of what made it so bad. Quiet voices on bad lines force you to lean in. They make you participate. I swallowed. "Who is this?" Nothing. Then the same breathing again, dragging softly in and out. I could hear a kind of granular noise under it, as if the speaker itself were full of grit. "Sir?" I said, trying to force my tone back toward annoyed rather than frightened. "If this is some kind of prank..." The line clicked dead. I stayed exactly where I was for a few seconds after that, receiver still in hand, staring at nothing. A prank, I told myself at once. It had to be. Some drunk. Some sick idiot who thought he was funny. Somebody using the distortion on the line to make his voice sound worse than it was. That explanation was so obviously the right one that I clung to it harder than I should have needed to. I set the receiver back into its cradle carefully, as if quick movement might make something notice me. At that exact moment, the clock on the wall rolled over to 12:17. The waiting room lights dimmed. Not out, just dimmed enough that the whole station seemed to sink by half a shade. The fluorescent wash turned sicklier. Corners gained depth. My own reflection in the office window darkened at the eyes. And then the sound of the building changed. It didn't grow quieter. It was worse than that. It flattened. The hum of the lights remained. The vent still moved air. Somewhere, water still ticked in the tunnel. But everything sounded pressed down, muffled under something heavy. The way snow can deaden a street, except there was no softness in it.
It was as if the station had been sealed beneath glass. From the waiting room came a single, heavy thunk from the vending machine. Then, from somewhere outside and to the right, somewhere beyond the office wall and the service corridor and platform 3, I heard a long, metallic drag begin. Not a train rolling in, not the layered clatter of wheels over rail joints. This was thinner and more deliberate at first, like steel being drawn across steel without haste. It started low, climbed, and then settled into a sound that made the fillings in my teeth feel aware of themselves. I went to the monitor wall. Platform 1, empty. Platform 2, empty. Platform 3, empty too. I leaned closer anyway. The near half of the platform showed nothing but wet concrete and the edge strip, silvered faintly by the overhead lights. Farther down, near where the yellow line began to disappear into softer grain, something flickered into existence for 1 second. A shape. Not even a full body shape. More like the dark outline of something bent or low to the ground near the edge.
I bent forward without meaning to. The image corrupted at once. The whole screen smeared sideways into static, then rolled, then flashed with a burst of white so bright it erased the platform completely. The timestamp in the corner jittered, but did not vanish. Before I could step back, the PA system crackled. Not an announcement, whispering. Layered, overlapping, impossible to separate at first. It filled the waiting room speakers, the tunnel speakers, the office ceiling speaker too. Dry voices, wet voices, old voices, young ones. Some too fast, some too close. Some whispering in tones so soft they only made sense because of the ones around them. I couldn't make out words. Then one voice rose above the rest. It said my childhood nickname. Not the name on my badge. Not Matt. The name my mother used when I was little and nobody else had heard since I was a teenager. It said it in her voice.
Not perfectly. That would almost have been easier. It was her tone more than anything. The soft patience of it. The small upward curl at the end, like she was trying not to startle me from another room. For one awful second, I answered in my head before I managed not to answer out loud. My mouth had already opened. I don't know what would have happened if I had spoken. Maybe nothing. Maybe that was the whole trick, forcing you into a moment you could never fully trust later. But I know with embarrassing clarity that I nearly did it. That was when the knocking came. 3 slow knocks on glass. Not from the office door behind me, not from the waiting room front doors, from the platform side. I turned so fast, the office chair wheels gave a small, startled squeak on the tile. Through the wired safety glass of the platform 3 access door at the end of the corridor, I saw someone standing outside. A woman, I thought. Old coat, dark and long. Head bent slightly, as if she had just leaned in to knock. The corridor light behind me reflected on the glass enough that I couldn't get her clearly. She was more shape than detail. I had the impression of wet fabric, pale hair, or a pale face, one hand near the narrow window. I blinked. She was gone. I stood there so still I could feel my pulse in my fingertips.
No footsteps followed. No second knock. Nothing moved in the corridor except the weak breath of the heating vent overhead. The whispering over the PA had stopped. The metallic dragging sound outside had stopped too. What happened next is one of the things that still bothers me most, because I cannot account for it without sounding like I'm lying or stupid. There is a stretch of time from that moment to the ringing of the office phone that does not feel like time passed through it normally. I did not black out. I was standing the whole time. I remember the coffee mug on the desk. I remember the smell of old heat and stale coffee and wet concrete. I remember staring at the Platform 3 monitor again after the glass door figure vanished, and seeing only an empty platform, grainy and damp and ordinary. But I do not remember the minutes unfolding. There was no sequence to them, no sense of 12:18, then 12:19, then 12:20. It felt instead as if reality had pinched shut for a moment and reopened somewhere else along the line. The office phone rang. I jerked so hard at the sound that I knocked the coffee mug over, sloshing bitter brown across the desk blotter and incident forms. When I looked at the clock, it was 12:29. Exactly. The station had returned to itself. The lights were back at their normal dead white brightness. The air sounded ordinary again. Water ticked in the tunnel. The soda machine hummed. Even the silence had loosened. It was still late-night station silence, but it had ceased being that held breath thing from a moment before. I grabbed the phone. "Yeah?" Doherty's voice came through, flat as ever. "Did you open the door?" The question was so immediate, so specific, that for a second I could only stare at the desk. "No." A pause. Then, "Good." I waited for more. It didn't come. Finally, I said, "There was someone outside." Another pause, longer this time. "What did you see?" "I don't know. Maybe a woman, at the glass." Even as I said it, the memory of what I'd seen already felt uncertain around the edges. Not gone, just slippery. "And the call box. Someone was on it. Some guy said something." "Did you open the door?" "No." "That's the answer I needed." "You could maybe explain what the hell that was." His breathing was quiet on the line. I had the strange thought that he sounded tired rather than surprised. "Don't get curious," he said. Then he hung up. I stood there with the receiver still at my ear, listening to the flat, dead tone for several seconds before setting it back down. Anger was easier than fear in that moment, so I let myself be angry. At Doherty, at the station, at the whole stupid ritual of it. I told myself again that there were explanations. Fatigue, bad speakers, a prank call, a figure at the glass that had turned out to be nothing more than my own nerves dragging a shape out of reflection and shadow. I wiped the coffee off the desk with paper towels that came apart in wet clumps and tried to get my breathing back under control. Then I sat down at the monitor console. If the camera had glitched, fine. If the call box had activated, fine. There would be a record of that. Something normal to hang the rest of it on. The playback controls were clunky and slow, but they worked well enough. I backed the feed up through the Platform 3 camera timestamps, scrubbing frame by frame around 12:17. Most of it was exactly what I had already seen. Empty platform, damp concrete, a brief white corruption, static, then empty platform again. I nearly stopped there. Then I noticed that one of the camera angles had also caught part of the office window as reflection. Only for an instant, just one frame during the white flare. I froze the image. What I saw was myself, bent slightly forward toward the monitor wall, face pale in the office glass. And standing just behind my reflection, inside the room with me, was another face. Not clear enough to describe in full. That would be too easy. It was half obscured by bloom from the screen flare, but it was unmistakably there. A pale oval where there should have been empty office air. Close enough behind me that if it had been real flesh and not image, I would have felt breath on the back of my neck. I stared at that frame until my eyes started watering. Then I backed up one frame. Gone. Forward again. There. One frame only. I remember sitting in that office chair, with the station sounding normal around me, and feeling, for the first time that night, that I had already made a mistake bigger than taking the job. Not opening the door. Staying. Chapter 2. Settling into the night shift. The human mind can adapt to almost anything if you make it do the same thing often enough. That is one of the ugliest truths I learned from that job. After the first 12:17, after the call box voice and the whispering over the PA, and the one-frame face behind me in the office reflection, I should have quit. That is the version of the story people always expect when I tell them how it started. They think there must have been a clean line between the first impossible thing and the choice to leave. There wasn't. There was rent. There was the fact that I had already told myself, and nearly everyone else, that I needed this job and could handle it. And worse than either of those, there was the ordinary way the next shift began. I came back the following night, half convinced that the station would feel obviously wrong the second I stepped through the front doors. Like some part of the building would announce that I had seen too much and shouldn't have returned. Instead, it looked exactly the same. The same old concrete out front under the sodium lights. The same damp shine over the parking lot. The same waiting room fluorescent glow, turning every surface the color of old bones. A couple of commuters. A man in a Carhartt jacket sleeping upright with his chin tucked to his chest. The smell of stale coffee and old steel and wet tunnel concrete. The banality of it embarrassed me. It made the previous night feel less real the longer I stood there breathing it in. By my third quiet shift after that, I had fallen into the rhythm of overnights, the way people do when they work enough dead hours in dead places. You stop measuring time the normal way. You stop thinking in terms of evening and late night, and start thinking in terms of events. Last inbound, tunnel sweep, side doors, trash change, 12:17, floor wax smell from the janitor's cart, coffee, logbook, shift end. I started bringing microwave dinners in a grocery bag because the vending machines in the waiting room looked like they were actively trying to poison people. On quiet nights, I'd heat up some sad plastic tray of Salisbury steak or mac and cheese in the office microwave, listen to it rattle and hiss, then sit at the desk eating under the wash of monitor light with the volume on the old AM radio turned low. Sports call-in shows mostly. Pirates talk. Steelers talk. Men with thick Western Pennsylvania vowels arguing into static about whether some backup quarterback deserved another shot. Ordinary voices. Angry. Familiar. Alive. I kept it low enough that I could still hear the station, but loud enough that silence never fully got hold of the room. That became important to me faster than I wanted to admit. The rest of the job stayed as dull as promised most nights. I logged minor issues. A side entrance sticking in damp weather. A call box on platform 1 cutting out mid-test. A puddle forming near the tunnel stairs where water kept finding its way through hairline cracks in the wall. I asked 2 teenagers to move along when they tried to smoke weed under the far stairs. I woke up one drunk guy on a bench around 1:40 and pointed him toward the bus shelter across the road. I watched raccoons cross the parking lot under the sodium lamps with the insolent little confidence city raccoons always seem to have, their eyes flashing white when they turned their heads just right.
Once, one of them stood on its back legs near a trash can and looked through the front waiting room glass like it was considering whether to come in and ask about departures. The station, on those nights, almost seemed to want me to think I had overreacted. I began to feel embarrassed by how badly the first week had gotten into my head. Not just unnerved, but embarrassed. I told myself that exhaustion and suggestion had done the rest. Doherty had primed me. The station had been quiet and ugly and empty, and my brain had put together a haunted house sequence out of a prank call, a speaker glitch, and one frame of visual garbage on a cheap monitor. That explanation never completely satisfied me, but I repeated it often enough to keep functioning. I got to know 2 of the overnight regulars well enough that I could pretend the place belonged to a normal world. One was Louise. Louise worked maintenance, though maintenance at that station meant everything from replacing bulbs to dragging busted trash cans to the service alley to salting steps, unclogging drains, checking the elevators, and tightening anything loose enough for passengers to complain about. He was younger than I had first guessed, maybe 26 or 27, with a shaved head, quick dark eyes, and the kind of wiry build that made him seem always a little in motion, even when he was standing still. He talked fast, laughed easily, and had a habit of leaning his shoulder into door frames when he stopped anywhere, like he needed one part of his body braced against the world to keep the rest of it from going ahead without permission. He had enough skepticism for 3 people, which I think is one of the reasons I liked him almost immediately. The first time he caught me looking a little too long at the Platform 3 feed around midnight, he asked, "What, you waiting for your ghost train?" I must have looked surprised, because he grinned and said, "Come on, man, they tell everybody." "Do they?" "Depends who likes you." Doherty gave me the full movie version first week, real serious face and all. And I'm still here. He said it the way people say they've beaten a game someone else struggled with. That was comforting in a stupid, shallow way. Louise had heard the same warnings and was still treating them like station folklore. That gave me permission to do it too. The other person I came to know a little was Maryanne, the older cleaner who had refused to talk the first night. Maryanne moved through the station like somebody who had made peace with repetitive work, but not with the world in general. She was probably in her 60s, though night shifts and hard years make age slippery. Her hair was always pinned back tight, and she wore gloves even for things that didn't require them. Thin blue nitriles under heavier cleaning gloves when she was working chemicals. She wasn't unfriendly, but she had the compact, sealed-off way of speaking that tells you most conversation has disappointed her before it even started. What stood out, once I noticed it, was that she never cleaned Platform 3 during the 12:17 window, and never lingered there, even outside it. She did not mention this. She didn't have to. I watched her route enough times to see the shape of the avoidance. Platforms 1 and 2 she treated like any work area. Platform 3 she treated like an animal enclosure that happened to be empty at the moment. One night, around 2 o'clock, while she was changing the trash liners in the waiting room, I tried to ask casually how long she'd worked there. "Too long," she said. I smiled. "You like that answer, huh?" "It's the true one." I leaned against the office doorway, coffee in one hand. "People really believe all that stuff about Platform 3? She tied off a liner with practiced force and said, "People believe whatever lets them finish a shift." "That mean yes?"
That means I clean what's in front of me and go home. I pushed a little harder. What happened out there before? She gave me one sharp look over her shoulder. Every station has accidents. That line sat there between us for a second. It would have been easy to leave it at that, except she didn't turn back to the trash right away. She stood very still, black liner gripped in both hands, looking past me toward the office monitors. Then she said, quieter, "This one remembers them." She went back to work before I could decide whether to ask what she meant. That sentence stayed with me far longer than I wanted it to. The station gave me small things in the weeks after that, small enough that I could keep dismissing them.
Small enough that they built up anyway. Once, around 12:50, the tunnel camera showed a person crossing from left to right beneath the tracks. Just a dark human shape moving at the edge of the frame, too quick to identify. By reflex, I tapped over to the adjoining tunnel feed, expecting to catch them continuing toward the stairwell. Nothing. I checked the far stair camera. Empty. Back to the tunnel feed. Empty there, too. For maybe 10 minutes, I told myself the timing between feeds was off, or one camera had lagged. Then I walked the tunnel myself and found nothing except damp air, the smell of old mop water, and that dripping sound stations always seem to produce from nowhere. Another night, an elevator alarm went off from platform 2 long after the last passenger had come through. The panel in the office lit up and gave a short, complaining tone. I checked the camera. The platform was empty. The elevator doors were closed. I radioed Louise, who happened to be on the opposite end of the station, changing a ballast light. "Can you look at 2?" I asked. "What's up?" "Elevator alarm. Might be stuck again." A pause, then, "Nobody over there." "I know. You want me to fix it or pray at it?" "Just check it." He came back on 2 minutes later. "Doors are closed. No one inside. Panel reset." "Did it show a fault?" "Nope." "You sure no one hit the emergency?" "Unless Casper's late for work." He laughed. I laughed too. It felt important to. Then there was the stroller sound. That one came at about 1 a.m. on a Tuesday, when the station had gone so quiet I could hear the radio static between innings from the office speaker. I was in the service corridor logging a maintenance note when I heard it from the tunnel. The unmistakable, rubbery, intermittent squeak of a stroller wheel with one bad bearing. Squeak roll, squeak roll, squeak roll. Not rushing, just moving steadily over tile. I stood there, listening to it approach the mouth of the corridor. Then it stopped. No baby crying, no adult voice, no footsteps. Just that one domestic little sound, absurdly normal in the middle of an empty commuter station after 1 in the morning. I went to the tunnel entrance and looked both ways. Nothing. Wet concrete, wall tile, a gum wrapper stuck in the corner by the map board. No stroller. That time, when I got back to the office, I actually laughed to myself in a way that did not feel entirely sane. The important thing is that I kept dismissing all of it. Not because I was brave, because dismissal is the cheapest survival mechanism people have. I started checking 1217 on purpose after a while. That is another part I'm ashamed of in hindsight. Once the first raw fear wore down and routine settled over the station again, curiosity came back sharper. Controlled, I told myself. Professional even. If the phenomenon was real in any sense at all, then watching it from the office without breaking the rule was as safe a way to understand it as any. So I built little rituals around it. At 12:10, I'd make coffee or heat whatever miserable dinner I'd brought.
At 12:14, I'd lower the AM radio until it was almost just static and voice. At 12:16, I'd sit in front of the monitor wall with the Platform 3 feed enlarged and wait to see if anything changed. Sometimes something did. Sometimes nothing obvious happened at all, which was almost worse because it made me feel foolish for watching. The lights would seem to flatten. The station sound would pull in on itself. Once, a speaker cracked with one clipped syllable that sounded almost like a woman saying, "Hey," before static ate it. Once the service corridor access light over the Platform 3 door blinked dead for maybe 3 seconds and came back. Once the far platform feed developed the vertical rolling line that moved slowly across the screen, like old VHS damage. But one thing happened often enough that I stopped being able to dismiss it cleanly. The far overhead light near the maintenance gate on Platform 3 always came on during 12:17. Always. That light had been reported broken twice in the maintenance notes, maybe 3 times. Louise had cursed at it in front of me once, standing in the office doorway with a replacement ballast in his hand. "That thing's shot," he said. "Sometimes it flickers because the wiring's garbage, but it's dead more than alive." And yet, when 12:17 came and I watched from inside, that light would glow. Not bright, not healthy, just enough. A weak, dirty cone over the far end of the platform near the chain-link gate, as if something wanted that one patch of concrete identified and nothing else. The first few times, I tried to catch Louise in a contradiction. "You fixed that far light?" I asked him one night around 1 o'clock. "What far light?" "Platform 3 by the gate." He snorted. "No. Why?" "It was on." "It wasn't on when I checked it." "Maybe intermittent." "Everything in this building is intermittent." Then, seeing my expression, he added, "You really are letting old man Doherty into your head, huh?" I shrugged it off. "Just asking." Louise grinned. "Don't worry. If the train ghosts show up, I'll charge them for overtime." That kind of thing helped, temporarily. So did ordinary work. So did the station behaving like a station again after 12:29 every single time, as if the building itself wanted plausible deniability. But I could never quite stop looking at that far light. Because even when the rest of Platform 3 sat in flat grain and damp shadow, that one dead fixture near the maintenance gate kept waking up on schedule, holding a little island of visibility over empty concrete, like it was waiting for someone to step into it. Chapter 2. The Porter on the Platform. The night it happened, freezing rain had been falling since before my shift started. Not hard enough to count as a storm, just that mean Pennsylvania weather that sat between rain and sleet and seemed designed specifically to get into your clothes without ever becoming dramatic enough for anybody to care. The parking lot looked varnished under the sodium lights. Water gathered along the concrete seams in thin black lines. Every time the front doors opened for a late passenger, a blade of wet cold slid through the waiting room and made the fluorescent lit air feel briefly raw. By then, I had been at the station long enough to make the mistake that always comes before something worse. I had started to think I understood the boundaries. Not the thing itself, exactly. I wasn't arrogant enough to tell myself I understood that. But I had begun to believe the rule worked the way a fence works. Stay inside between 12:17 and 12:29. Don't answer voices. Don't open doors. Don't stare too long at the far end of Platform 3. And whatever happened out there would remain out there. Disturbing, yes. Unsettling, definitely. But contained. That is how people get comfortable around hazards that haven't killed them yet. They stop thinking in terms of danger and start thinking in terms of procedure. By around midnight that night, the station had emptied down to almost nothing. One delayed inbound had come through with 3 passengers on it and a conductor who looked miserable enough to be dissolving. After that, the waiting room was mine again. The tunnel dripped. The office radiator clicked. AM sports radio mumbled low from the speaker, too soft to follow, just a thread of human voices to keep the room from feeling hollow. Louise had been in and out earlier, replacing a bad ballast over platform 1. Maryanne had done her usual fast lap through the front waiting area and tunnel, and then vanished into whatever private orbit cleaners seemed to enter after midnight. Doherty wasn't on site yet. He had been doing some paperwork at another station and said he'd call later. I didn't love that, but I told myself I didn't need him for the 20-minute stretch I now treated like a weather system. At 12:11, I heated up a microwave dinner that tasted like salted cardboard and ate half of it while standing at the monitor wall. At 12:13, I threw the rest away. At 12:14, the station began doing what it always did right before the window opened. The air thinned. The hum in the lights gathered. Not colder, exactly, at first. More like the building had become aware of itself. At 12:15, I muted the radio. I don't know why I did that. Maybe I wanted to hear it cleanly if anything happened. Maybe some animal part of me had already learned that if the station wanted my attention, it would take offense at competition. At 12:16, one of the outdoor emergency call boxes lit up on the office panel. Platform 3, South End. My stomach dropped in a way that felt humiliatingly physical. Not a thought, not an emotion. Just my body recognizing a pattern before the rest of me had a chance to do anything useful with it. The alert tone sounded once. I looked at the receiver and genuinely considered not picking it up. Then I thought of Doherty asking if I'd ignored a call box, thought of the incident log, thought of all the normal explanations I still preferred over the other ones, and lifted it off the cradle. "Station security," I said. My voice sounded flatter than I intended. "Do you need assistance?" Static answered first, then breathing. The same wet, close breathing I'd heard that first week, only worse now. Less like a person short of breath, and more like air moving through something torn and full. It had a bubbling thickness to it that made the speaker itself seem contaminated. I kept my face turned slightly away from the receiver, as if that helped. "Hello?" There was a pause, and then a male voice said, in broken, dragging speech, "Can you help me find my teeth?" Every muscle in my shoulders locked. Not because it was loud, because it wasn't. The line carried his voice in those soft, torn fragments people use when pain has made careful speech impossible. I could hear liquid moving somewhere in the words. I could hear an effort not to choke. "Sir," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. "Where are you?" The reply came after another wet inhale. "I dropped." Static swallowed half the sentence. Then, "most of my face." The line crackled sharply, as if something hard had scraped across the speaker grill. I did not hang up. I wish I could say I had the sense to. What I actually did was look at the Platform 3 monitor while keeping the receiver pressed to my ear. And in that moment, I became 2 people at once. The one who knew he should stop participating, and the one who needed, more than anything, to confirm there was an ordinary answer. The camera showed nothing at first, just the platform under its thin station lights, wet concrete gleaming in broken streaks, the yellow tactile edge running away into gray grain. Then I saw what I thought was a trash bag. Something dark near the line, halfway down the platform. A bundled shape, flattened by rain. Maybe a coat blown loose and caught there. I leaned closer. The shape twitched. It wasn't a big movement, just one quick, ugly jerk, like something hit by current. But it was enough to strip every last comfortable explanation out of the room. I set the receiver down without remembering doing it. The line stayed open, breathing softly against the desk. On the monitor, the thing moved again. What I had taken for a coat shifted forward by inches, and I understood in pieces what I was seeing. First, the color. Dark navy or black fabric soaked nearly black with rain. Then the reflective strip along one shoulder. Then the cap, or what had once been a cap, dragging beside a head bent too low. It was a man in an old porter's uniform, or what was left of one. The body below the ribs was wrong in a way my mind refused to accept all at once. It looked flattened, caved, pressed down and spread by enormous force, as if something had folded him in the middle and then dragged the lower half back out again. One arm was twisted under him. The other reached forward in short, clawing pulls, except the elbow bent the wrong way, and the hand slapped the platform at an angle human wrists aren't made to hold. He dragged himself toward the station doors in ugly, stuttering jerks. Each pull left a dark slickness on the concrete behind him. Rain diluted it at the edges, but it still reflected light in a way water should not have. Pale little shapes flashed in the trail, chips of something hard. Tooth, bone. I couldn't tell. I only knew they looked too white against all that wet black shine. And his face. That is still the part that comes back first. The lower half of his jaw was not attached properly anymore. It hung crooked, slanting off to one side, held by whatever flesh and tendon still connected it. Every time he jerked himself forward, it knocked wetly against the platform. His mouth worked anyway. Open, close, open. Not in speech exactly, in effort. The voice on the emergency line had been his. I knew that with a certainty so immediate it made me step back from the monitor. Then I saw his eyes. Even through the grain and rain-distorted feed, I could tell he was not looking at the platform in front of him. He was looking at the building, at the office, at me. The image burst into static. Not gradually. 1 second I had the porter in front of me, dragging himself toward the station doors with his jaw hanging loose and one reversed arm scrabbling against wet concrete. The next second, the screen wiped sideways in gray-black snow, the timestamp rolling once before locking back in. At the same moment, the PA system clicked on. Whispering flooded the station, not from one speaker, from all of them. Waiting room, tunnel, platform housings, office ceiling speaker. Dry murmur layered over wetter voices underneath, some too close, some too far, all speaking at once in tones just below understanding. It was like standing in the center of a crowd you could not see, every mouth near your ear, but none of them willing to face you directly. Then one voice separated itself, my mother's. Not merely similar, not memory making patterns where it wanted them. Her voice. Tired, patient, warm in the exact way it had been when she'd wake me for school as a kid and stand outside my room because she knew I hated being startled awake. Maddie, it said. I went still from scalp to heel. That name had not been spoken in years. Before I could react to that, another voice rose through the whispering, louder, gruffer. Doherty. Stay off the platform. it said, sounding not like instruction now, but like a recording warped by age. "Do not." The sentence broke apart in static. Then a third voice came through, close enough to make me flinch. My own. Not from memory, not in that echoey, detached way your recorded voice usually sounds when played back at you. This was mine as heard from inside my own head, and it said, very softly, "Open the door." That was when I understood what made the voices worse every time. They were not random. They were chosen. The station, or whatever was using it, was not just producing sound.
It was selecting the specific shape of attention that would work best on whoever was listening. My mouth had gone dry enough to hurt. I backed away from the desk, every instinct pulling me at once toward the service corridor and away from it. Part of me wanted to check the Platform 3 access door. Part of me wanted to leave the office entirely. Part of me wanted to shut every sound in the building off and stand in complete silence until the time passed. The whispering rose. Then came 3 knocks. Not from the direction of the platform this time. From the waiting room glass, directly beside the office. I turned so violently that the chair clipped the desk and toppled backward. She was standing outside the main waiting room doors. An old woman in a black wet coat, close enough to the glass that rainwater clung in threads along the shoulder seams. Gray hair was plastered to one side of her face. The other side. Even now, my mind still tries to soften it, and it can't. Half her face looked almost normal in the fluorescent spill from inside. Not healthy, not living exactly, but intact enough to register as a face. The other half was opened away from the bone. Not peeled cleanly, not surgically, but torn back in uneven strips, so that the teeth on that side showed all the way to the gum line, and something pale along the cheekbone gleamed through the wet dark. One eye sat where it should. The other side of the socket was lost in ruin. She lifted one hand and tapped the glass again, softly, politely. When her mouth moved, the station speakers carried the words for her. "Let me in." Not in her own voice alone, in several voices at once. My mother's voice behind it, my own under that. Doherty's somewhere low and frayed beneath them all. "Let me in." I did not move. I could feel my own heartbeat in my face, in my throat, in the palms of my hands. The waiting room seemed brighter around her and darker everywhere else. Rain crawled down the outside of the glass in slow, bent lines. She did not blink. Then she leaned forward just enough that her ruined half-face pressed closer to the door pane, and the speakers whispered my name again. Chapter 2. The Line of the Dead. I wish I could say that seeing the woman at the waiting room doors snapped me into action. People like to imagine fear as a clean force, something that makes you choose immediately between fight and flight. Real fear, at least the kind I felt in that station, was dirtier than that. It jammed things. It made the space between seeing and doing feel clogged and thick, like thought itself had to drag through something before it could reach your limbs. So I stood there. The old woman remained on the other side of the glass, one half of her face mostly intact, the other half opened down to the teeth and bone, as if some long, grinding force had caught only one side of her and refused to let go. Rain dragged across her black coat in slick lines. Gray hair was pasted to her cheek and neck. The hand she had used to tap the glass hung at her side now,
patient as a person waiting for a clerk to notice her. Her mouth moved again. The speakers breathed out the words for her. "Let me in." Then, from the darkness beyond the spill of waiting room light, something shifted. At first, I thought it was only the movement of rain, or my own reflection breaking against the glass. Then another shape stepped forward behind her, and another after that, each emerging not with drama, but with the awful calm of people joining a line they know by habit. A transit cop took shape first. I knew what he was before I knew why I knew it. The jacket, the cap, the bulk of the duty belt riding low on the hips. But the top of his head was wrong. The skull above one eye had been driven inward, leaving that side collapsed and dark with wet shine. His face still had structure on the other half, enough to hold an expression if the dead still bothered with expressions. But the ruined side looked compacted, pressed in as if by a blunt strike or heavy impact. One of his hands hung open at his side. The other kept flexing once every few seconds, slow and blind, like fingers remembering work after the rest had already quit. Then came a child. That hurt in a different way. A little boy, maybe 8 or 9, with a backpack still on both shoulders and the chest strap buckled across the front of his coat. The lower half of his face was there, mouth, chin, part of the cheeks, but above the nose there was only damage. Not emptiness exactly. Worse than emptiness. A ruin where a forehead and eyes should have been, blackened and wet in the rain. The skin and bone there lost in a way I could not take in cleanly. Yet he stood upright. He faced the station. The little backpack on him was blue and had one reflective strip glinting faintly under the light. Absurdly ordinary against the rest of him. The third figure was a man in a suit. He wore it like it had once mattered to him. Dark wool coat over a white shirt gone gray with damp. Tie still knotted, though pulled off center. At first I thought he was carrying some kind of briefcase or parcel against his chest. Then he shifted, and I saw fingers sunk into hair. He was holding his own head. Not tucked neatly, not theatrical. Just held against his chest by the hair and jaw, the way somebody might clutch something they had dropped and not yet accepted was broken. The neck stump above the collar had collapsed into the shirt front, dark and soaked. The face in his hands was tilted half toward me, the mouth open just enough to show the teeth. Rain rolled from the dead brow and down over the nose. His body remained facing forward, as if it had forgotten the head was no longer attached and still expected to see with it. Behind him was another commuter, maybe a woman, maybe a man in a long coat. I could not tell at first because the coat had been wrapped shut around the midsection with something dark and improvised, like belts or torn fabric, binding the abdomen closed. The shape under the coat moved wrong, full in one place, sunken in another. There was a thickness to it that made my own stomach turn. Before I understood, I was looking at someone who had tried, or been made, to keep what belonged inside from falling out. They did not rush the doors. That is the detail people always fail to understand when I describe that night. They did not claw. They did not hammer themselves against the glass like movie monsters. They did not snarl or throw themselves forward. If they had, some desperate, practical part of my mind might have found a place to stand. Panic is almost easier when danger acts the way danger should. Instead, they waited. They arranged themselves loosely behind the old woman at the door, not shoulder to shoulder, but close enough that they formed the unmistakable shape of passengers gathering near an arrival point. Wet coats, transit uniform, backpack, suit, injured bodies held together badly. all of them facing in toward the station with a patience so complete it felt ceremonial. I backed into the office doorway without realizing it. The tipped chair lay on its side near my feet. The speakers had quieted again, not gone silent, but lowered to a murmur so soft it was almost beneath hearing. The waiting room fluorescence flickered once, recovered, and then held. The rain beyond the glass seemed to thicken. And beyond the line of the dead, beyond the platform edge and the station lights and the ordinary geometry of the tracks, something else entered the scene. At first, I saw it only as a change in the dark,
A broader darkness moving through darkness. A long shape sliding into view from the far end of Platform 3, with none of the warning signals a real train should have brought with it. No pair of headlights advancing through rain. No reflected pulse off wet rail. No normal shudder through the building as weight came down the line. It simply arrived. An older silver commuter car, or something taking the shape of one, gliding into view behind the figures outside the doors. The metal looked wrong even from inside. Not polished or clean, not rusted either. Just old in a way that made it seem preserved rather than maintained. The brushed steel sides reflected almost nothing. Rain hit it and vanished without sparkle. There were no route signs lit on the front, no glowing numbers, no driver visible behind glass. It was the silhouette of public transit stripped down to something colder and more primitive. Most of the windows were black. Only one was lit. That one pale rectangle moved slowly into alignment with the waiting room doors. And what it revealed inside has lived in me ever since. Faces. Packed too close together behind the glass, shoulder to shoulder and row on row behind them, as if the car were filled far beyond anything human passengers would tolerate. Some of the faces were pale and bloodless, features drained flat like bodies from a morgue tray. Some were dark with rain or blood or track grime. Some were collapsed on one side, flesh disrupted by impact. Others looked almost intact until the mouth moved too widely or the eyes failed to focus the way living eyes must. Several were whispering. I know that sounds impossible from where I stood, and maybe it was, but I could see the mouths working. Not all at once, not in rhythm. Individual lips opening and closing against the light. Some with teeth fully visible, some black inside. Some split wider at the corners than any mouth should have been able to bear. One man near the center had no visible injury at all until he turned slightly, and I saw the back of his head was gone, or flattened, or both. A young woman near the left side of the window kept touching her own throat with 2 fingers, as if feeling for a pulse that had once mattered to her. A boy with half his scalp peeled back from his forehead stood wedged between taller bodies and stared outward with a stillness that made the whole car feel underwater. And there, 3 rows back but somehow immediately visible to me anyway, was Doherty. Alive. Doherty should not have been there. He had called the station from another location earlier that night. He had left. He was somewhere else in the world, in his ordinary thick body, with his ordinary tired face and his ordinary coffee breath. The one in the train was not ordinary. He wore his station jacket. One side of the collar was dark and stuck flat. His neck had been opened from just below the jaw almost to the collarbone, as if something sharp or brutally forceful had laid it wide and left the wound gaping. Blood, or something darker in the bad yellow light, had spread down the front of his shirt. Yet his face remained horribly aware. His eyes were on me, not vague, not blind, on me.
and both his hands were lifted, palms flat against the glass, as if he were either trying to push through it or warn me back from coming any closer. I don't know which was worse. The station lights went out. Not dimmed, not flickered. Out. Every fluorescent panel in the waiting room, every office light, every corridor fixture, the tunnel housings, all of it vanished at once until the one lit train window became the only illumination in the world. It cast that narrow, weak yellow across the rain and the gathered figures outside, turning them into interrupted shapes with wet edges and bone-white flashes where faces had been opened or broken. In the darkness, sound changed again. No platform announcement, no hum of vending machines, no radiator click. Only the train. And even that did not sound like a train should have sounded. I heard a long, heavy sliding mass, as if something too large were being drawn over metal not meant to bear it. Under that, a finer sound came and went in thin, rippling layers. The dry scraping of countless nails dragged slowly across steel. Not frantic scratching, not a trapped animal sound. Worse, deliberate, exploratory, patient. The whole building seemed to feel that weight. Not vibration exactly. Pressure. As if the station had become a hollow thing and something enormous was passing along its outside with inches to spare. I stood in the dark office and did nothing. Not from courage, from absolute incapacity. The kind of stillness that comes when the body refuses all bad options equally and chooses immobility out of spite. Then, just as suddenly, the lights came back. Fluorescents burst alive overhead with their sick white wash. The office monitor wall hummed. The vending machine compressor clicked back in. Water ticked in the tunnel. The waiting room doors stood clear. No old woman. No dead line of passengers. No silver car beyond the platform. Nothing but wet glass, empty concrete, rain, and my own reflection thrown back at me from inside the station. I did not move for several seconds. Then I lurched to the monitor wall. Platform 1, empty. Platform 2, empty. Platform 3, empty. No shapes. No moving figures. No porter. No train. The far end light near the maintenance gate still burned weakly, making a pale little island on the platform concrete. Beyond that, only fence and rain and grain. The office phone rang. The sound struck me almost physically. I grabbed it too hard and nearly pulled the base off the desk. "Yeah?" Doherty's voice came through immediately. "Did you open the door?" "No." My voice came out rougher than I expected. I swallowed and tried again. "No." Good. He was alive. I could hear road noise faintly behind him through the line, maybe his car heater fan, maybe tires on wet pavement. Ordinary sounds. Living sounds. That should have grounded me. Instead, it made something inside me tilt. "I saw you," I said. Silence. I looked at the clock without thinking. 12:29 exactly. "On the train," I said. "I saw you standing in the window." Nothing for one long second. Then two. When Doherty finally answered, his voice had gone flatter than usual, as if he had pressed something down before speaking. "What did you see tonight?" "A woman at the doors. More behind her. A transit cop. A kid. Somebody carrying..." My mouth tightened on the memory. "And a train. One lit window." Another pause.
and you were in it. His breathing stayed on the line, too quiet to parse.
Why did I see you? The silence that followed was not the kind people use when they are confused. It was the kind they use when they have reached a point in a conversation they were hoping never to reach. Then he said, "Sometimes it shows you ahead." I tightened my grip on the receiver. What does that mean? It means don't get proud because you stayed inside once or twice. That's not an explanation. It's the only one you're getting over the phone. I wanted to push him harder. I wanted to demand details, dates, names, anything that would drag what I had just seen into language solid enough to fight. But he had already begun withdrawing in that way he did. Not emotionally exactly, but operationally. Like a man moving a subject behind reinforced glass. "Lock the rear access for the rest of shift," he said. "Log the call box activation. Write down only what you can verify." "You want me to write this up like what exactly?" "That part is up to you." Then he hung up. I stood there with the receiver in my hand, long enough for the dead tone to flatten into the background noise of the room. That was the moment I should have quit. Not later. Not after another incident. Right there, in that office, with the rain outside and the monitor glow on the wet edges of my spilled coffee and Doherty's impossible sentence still in my ear. Sometimes it shows you ahead. That was more than enough for a sane person to understand the job had crossed out of boredom, out of routine, out of every category of manageable labor and into something else. But sanity in working life is complicated. There was money. Not good money, but enough money that I knew exactly what leaving would cost me. Rent, gas, groceries. The stubborn arithmetic of being a man in his 20s with no degree, no savings worth speaking of, and just enough pride to be badly damaged by asking for help again. There was shame, too. That mattered more than I admitted at the time. I had taken the job, told myself I could handle it, listened to older workers hint around the edges of something ugly, and come back anyway. Quitting after a thing no one outside the station would believe, after a figure in a train window, and voices in speakers, and bodies that vanished when the lights returned, felt, in some degraded part of my mind, like surrendering to a story. And then there was the worst part. Disbelief mixed with obsession. Even after that night, a part of me still wanted it to become explainable if I stayed near it long enough. Working-class denial has its own logic. If you keep showing up, maybe the thing that scared you becomes a task, a system, a machine you can learn the edges of. People do this with injuries, with grief, with jobs that break them. They decide endurance will eventually reveal structure. So I stayed. Not heroically, not curiously in some noble sense. I stayed because I was paid to stay. Because leaving would have embarrassed me. And because something in me had already begun making the fatal bargain that if I could keep meeting the station on schedule, maybe it would eventually stop feeling impossible. Later, when I was wiping cold coffee off the desk with paper towels that came apart in mushy fibers, I found the fingerprint. It was on the glass office door, on my side. Not where the public waiting room faced the office window, but on the actual swinging glass door that separated the office from the back hall. The mark sat just below shoulder height, black and wet-looking, as if a hand with oil or old track grease on it had pressed there and lifted away. The ridge detail was wrong somehow. Not smudged, but too deep, too sharply preserved in places and gone in others, like a print made by something that had not been fully solid when it touched. I stared at it with the paper towel dripping cold coffee onto my knuckles. Then I looked up at the hallway beyond the glass. It was empty. Beige walls, utility closet, the dim strip of service corridor leading toward platform 3. Nothing standing there. Nothing moving. Just the fingerprint on the inside of the door, left by something that had not needed me to open anything after all. Chapter 3. Rationalization and Rot. After the night of the train, I started lying to myself in more organized ways. That is probably the cleanest way to put it. I did not wake up the next afternoon and suddenly decide none of it had happened. I wasn't that far gone. I remembered every frame of it too clearly for denial in the simple sense. The old woman at the doors, the line forming behind her, the porter dragging himself along platform 3, the lit train window full of faces that looked used up and interrupted. Doherty among them, dead before he was dead, or dead in some other way I had no language for yet. I remembered the wet black fingerprint, too. I had stood there with a wad of coffee-soaked paper towel in one hand, staring at it on the inside of the office glass, and felt something inside me go thin and cold. Not dramatic fear, not at first. Something flatter. The beginning of real dread, maybe, which is worse because it lasts longer. But people can't live in a state of full recognition for very long. We aren't built for it. The mind starts sanding down the edges, reducing, categorizing, substituting. So that was what I did. I told myself I was sleep-deprived. I told myself the station had bad wiring and a filthy HVAC system, and maybe mold in the walls old enough to vote. I told myself stale fluorescent light and AM radio and tunnel damp could work on a person if the person was primed enough. I told myself maybe trauma worked strangely in the body. Maybe once you had one bad experience, your senses started filling in threats where there were only systems failing in sequence. Old buildings make noises. Old buildings produce smells. Old buildings with too many ugly stories hanging around them can turn any night shift brain into a superstition machine. I told myself all of that, sometimes in full paragraphs while shaving in the bathroom mirror before work. None of it really held, but it functioned. That was the important thing. I did not tell anyone the whole truth about what I had seen. Not Louise, not Maryanne, not transit administration, certainly not anyone outside the job. When people ask why, they usually imagine fear of ridicule. That was part of it, sure, but there was something else too. Saying it in complete sentences would have made it more official than I was ready to survive. So I cut things down. I logged the emergency call box activation. I noted an unexplained camera disruption on platform 3. I did not write, "Dead porter with half his jaw hanging off dragged himself toward the doors while a woman with her face torn open asked to be let in." I did not write, "I saw my supervisor standing inside a train full of dead commuters." I did not write, "Something touched the office door from the inside." That omission became its own kind of rot. Doherty, for his part, got more careful after that. Guarded is the word I keep coming back to. He had never been warm, but before the train night, there had still been some room in him for practical talk, rough jokes, the occasional irritated explanation. Afterward, every conversation I tried to have about Platform 3 felt like pressing on a bruise through 2 layers of cloth. He didn't deny things outright. That would almost have been a relief. Instead, he narrowed the range of what he would acknowledge until it was barely enough to keep the job functioning. Once, a few nights later, I caught him in the office while he was signing off on shift notes and asked, How long has it been happening?" He didn't look up from the clipboard. "How long has what been happening?" "You know what."
That's not a useful question.
I leaned against the desk harder than I meant to. "You said it shows people ahead. Ahead of what?" He signed the page, clicked his pen shut, and finally looked at me. "You want useful advice?" he said. "Do the job in front of you." "That's not what I asked. It's what I'm giving you." Then he took his coffee and left me standing there like an idiot with my pulse up for no reason I could defend. Maryanne was different. Not open exactly, but she looked at me in a new way after that second major night, as though some invisible line had been crossed and she could see the mark of it even if I wasn't saying much. She started speaking a little more around me, though only in fragments, and always as if she regretted each word halfway through saying it. One night, just after 1 o'clock, I found her near the tunnel stairs mopping up a track of damp footprints that should not have been there. The station had been empty for nearly half an hour.
I had already done a sweep. Yet there they were on the tile.
Partial shoe prints, dark and wet, leading out of the tunnel and fading near the vending machines, as if the person who had made them had evaporated, one step at a time. "You see these?" I asked. Without looking up, Maryanne said, "I'm mopping them, aren't I?" No one came through. I watched her drag the mop head over the last clear print. "You ever going to tell me what you think this is?" She stopped then, just for a second. The mop stood upright in her hands, dirty water dripping from the strands. Then she said quietly, "It gets worse once it knows your voice." I felt the back of my neck tighten. "What does that mean?" She resumed mopping. "It means don't answer things." I didn't. Good. That doesn't tell me anything. It tells you enough. It was the same infuriating logic Doherty used, but from Maryanne it landed differently. Less like concealment, more like damage control. As if the full version of what she believed would not help me, only speed something along. After that, I began noticing abnormalities that did not feel dramatic enough to count as incidents, and therefore became, in some sour way, worse. The public announcement system started coughing up fragments of old archived messages at odd hours. Not full announcements, half words, syllables clipped from somewhere deep in the system. A woman's automated voice saying, "Bound service now," and then nothing. A man's voice from some recorded alert beginning, "Attention passengers on," before static swallowed the rest. Once, around 12:40, the speaker nearest Platform 1 gave a clear single word in a child's voice. "Back." That was all. I checked the maintenance records, hoping for evidence of bad storage, crossed wires, old files in the system triggering by accident. There was plenty of technical jargon, plenty of unresolved service requests, but nothing that explained why the voice fragments always seemed older than current transit messages, and wrong in tone, like they had been pulled from buried layers of station memory rather than active software. Then there was the smell of hot brakes. Any real station gets that smell now and then. Burned metal, friction, that harsh chemical iron scent that seems to scrape the inside of the nose. But you smell it when trains come through, when heavy wheels have just worked hard against rail, when warm machinery is near enough to justify it. I started catching it at random, often a few minutes after 12:29, when no train was due and the tracks beyond the platform sat empty under weak light. It would come in thin at first, almost imagined, then stronger. Hot brake dust, scorched metal, the bitter edge of overheated systems. Sometimes it lasted only a few seconds, sometimes long enough for me to walk the waiting room and tunnel, trying to locate a source that did not exist. It never corresponded to an actual arrival, never showed up in the same place twice, and always vanished before anyone else could be bothered with it. And then there was the bench. Platform 2, third bench down from the tunnel stairs. One seat on it was always wet after 12:29. Not soaked, not puddled, just darkened in the exact shape a person's body might leave if they had been sitting there in rain and stood up moments before I arrived. I tested this more than once because by then I was clinging to method the way a drowning man grabs debris. I checked it before 12:17, dry. I checked it at 12:31, wet again. Not every night, but often enough that I stopped considering coincidence and started dreading the small act of crouching to touch the plastic slat with 2 fingers and feel the fresh cold on it. All of this made me hyper-vigilant, but still functional. That is an important distinction. I did not unravel all at once. I still worked. I still logged issues. I still heated miserable dinners in the office microwave and listened to late-night sports radio and argued with myself over whether I was feeding the problem by paying too much attention to it. Hypervigilance, in that phase, passed for professionalism if you squinted at it from the right angle. I checked doors twice. I reviewed camera timestamps more often than necessary. I learned the exact ordinary sound of the tunnel at rest so that anything added to it stood out immediately. That probably sounds like a miserable way to live, and it was. But it also became normal much faster than it should have. Then came the false calm. It lasted just long enough to matter. A few shifts passed with almost nothing beyond the usual oddness. No call box activations, no dead figures on the platform, no voices over the PA that matched anyone I knew. The far light by the maintenance gate still came on during 12:17, and the air still flattened during the window, but that was it. The station held its breath, then exhaled, and I remained inside and intact. Louise, of course, noticed my mood lifting before I did. One night he came into the office smelling faintly of wet concrete and electrical dust, shook rain off his sleeves and said, "Look at you. You finally made peace with the haunted train schedule." I snorted. Maybe the station just realized I'm not interesting enough. "There you go. That's the spirit." He grabbed a stale donut from the break box, took one bite, made a face, and tossed it back into the napkin. "I'm serious, though. You look like hell for a couple weeks." "Thanks. You know what I mean." I did, and the truth was I had started feeling silly again. Not fully, not enough to erase what I'd seen, but enough that embarrassment came creeping back in around the edges. Enough that I could look at the Platform 3 feed during a quiet stretch and think maybe I had let the station get into my head, because the station was built exactly to do that. Bad light, old infrastructure, dead hours, too much rumor, not enough sleep. That false confidence was a poison. It made me sloppy in the ways that count. Not with procedures. I still locked the door at 12:17, still kept inside, still refused to answer voices after the first callbox events. But internally, I had begun demoting the threat, filing it under weird but manageable, unpleasant but survivable. The same way people speak about a bad neighborhood or a dangerous machine once they have worked around it long enough not to lose a hand the first few times. One night, not long before everything went wrong again, Louise was tightening the casing on a wall speaker near the service corridor when he finally got the full version of the rule from somebody. Maybe Doherty, Maybe one of the older maintenance guys. I was in the office logging a minor tunnel leak when he came in laughing. "No way," he said. "No way that's the actual rule." I looked up. "What did they tell you?" He set the screwdriver down on the desk and, still grinning, said, "That if somebody's out there screaming during your ghost window, you leave them. That's insane." I didn't answer right away. His smile faded a little. "Wait, you actually do that?" "Everybody does." "That's bullshit. It's station policy." "It is not station policy." "It may as well be." Louise shook his head and laughed once in disbelief. "Nah, no. If somebody is screaming out there, I'm not sitting inside because of ghost policy." The way he said it, light, mocking, entirely certain the world would obey his common sense, should have reassured me. Instead, for reasons I could not have explained then, it made something in me go quietly cold.
Chapter 3. The Scream on Platform 3. The night Louise broke the rule started out so ordinary that I would have given anything later for one early sign. Something obvious enough that I could have pointed to it and said, "There." That was when the air changed. That was the warning. That was the moment the world tilted. There wasn't one. It was one of those bitter Pennsylvania nights when the cold had sharpened past simple discomfort and become a texture on everything. The freezing rain from earlier in the week had gone hard in the edges of the parking lot and along the curb lines, leaving the station ringed with dirty ridges of ice that caught the sodium lights in dull amber glints. The sky was clear for once, but not in a way that felt open. It had the black, sealed look winter skies get over towns built of concrete and brick and old industrial fatigue. Inside, the station was all dry heat and fluorescent exhaustion. The waiting room smelled like stale coffee, salt tracked in from commuters' boots, and that constant low undertone of wet tunnel concrete that never left the place no matter how cold it got. The office radiator ticked every few minutes like an old man clearing his throat. Somewhere out near Platform 1, one of the overhead fixtures buzzed with a tired electrical whine that maintenance had promised to fix and clearly never would. By a little after midnight, traffic had died down to almost nothing. One last inbound had come through with 5 passengers and a conductor who looked like he'd been awake since the Nixon administration. A bundled woman in a green coat had missed her connection and stood at the schedule board muttering at the screen for a few minutes before giving up and calling somebody for a ride. Then she left too, and the station passed into that late-night state I had started to know too well. Not empty exactly, but stripped down to its skeleton. Louise was in the office with me, leaning over the desk with one hip against the metal edge, helping me sort out a pile of maintenance requests that had been accumulating all week. Some of them were real. One tunnel drain backing up, 2 platform lights out, elevator panel on Platform 2 sticking again, one of the soda machines eating dollar bills and giving nothing back. Some of them were nonsense, submitted by day staff who never had to be there when the building got honest. Intermittent odor near service hall. Audio crackle from south speaker cluster. Wetness on bench seat, Platform 2. I had stopped writing the last one up after the 3rd time because no one ever did anything about it, except initial the form and shove it into a folder. Louise had a pen in one hand and a half-drunk energy drink in the other. He kept pausing to read the more ridiculous reports out loud in a fake, serious voice. "Intermittent sensation of cold near rear corridor," he read, then looked at me. "Wow. Excellent. Somebody alert science." "That one's yours if you're volunteering," I said. "No thank you. I don't fix haunted weather." He grinned, and for a few minutes it really did feel like just another shift.
That was the danger of Louise. He could make a place seem more normal than it was just by refusing to grant it mystery. The station might groan and flicker and smell wrong and produce its little inexplicable signs, but Louise moved through it as if every problem eventually reduced to wiring, plumbing, poor staffing, or people being idiots. I envied him for that more than I admitted. "You still doing your midnight church service?" he asked, nodding toward the Platform 3 monitor. "What?" "The part where you sit there and watch the dead light by the gate come on." I said nothing. He laughed once and took a swallow from the can. "Man, I'm telling you, if I ever die in this place, I'm haunting payroll first." "It's not funny." That came out sharper than I intended. Louise looked at me for a second, then set the energy drink down. "You okay?" "Yeah. You don't sound okay." I made myself loosen my shoulders. "Just tired." "Then let me brighten your night." He tapped one of the maintenance sheets. "South speaker cluster on Platform 3 is popping again. That's your ghost choir. Case closed." "It's not the same thing." He spread his hands. "Everything in this station is the same thing. It's old, wet, underfunded, and falling apart in sections. People tell stories because stories are more fun than budget failure." I wanted to argue with him. I wanted to tell him about the porter in full detail, about the line outside the waiting room doors, about seeing Doherty dead on the train before Doherty was dead. Instead, I did what I had been doing for weeks. I trimmed the truth down to pieces small enough to survive saying out loud. "Just don't go outside on Platform 3 during the window." Luis rolled his eyes. "There it is again." "I'm serious." "So am I. If somebody actually needs help out there, I'm not sitting inside because of ghost policy." The phrase landed with the same sour weight it had the first time he said it. He meant it as a joke, but there was stubbornness under the laugh. Not cruelness, not macho nonsense, just the practical refusal to accept a rule that violated the basic logic of being a decent person. That was the problem. The rule only sounded evil if you had never been there for the alternative. At 12:15, I checked the clock and stood up. Louise noticed and smirked. "Ah yes, midnight mass. Help me lock the rear access." He shook his head, still smiling, but followed me down the service corridor anyway. The fluorescent strip above us hummed weakly. The beige paint on the walls seemed grayer at night, dirtier somehow, every scuff mark and patch standing out more clearly. At the end of the hall, the heavy metal door to Platform 3 waited with its wired safety glass window dark beyond the reflection. I slid the lock into place. Luis watched, hands in his jacket pockets. "You know this looks insane from the outside, right? Then don't stand outside and judge it." He snorted. "You hear yourself?" Before I could answer, the air shifted. It always did around then, though not always in ways someone unfamiliar would catch at first. The corridor didn't get colder so much as thinner. The building sound pulled in. The faint traffic noise from beyond the station seemed to recede. Even Luis noticed something because he glanced once toward the ceiling like he'd heard a change in the lights. "Okay," he said. "That part I don't like." I said nothing. We went back to the office. At 12:17 exactly, the waiting room lights dimmed by half a shade. Not enough for someone coming in fresh to think much of it. More like the place had taken on a bruise under the fluorescent wash. The office clock ticked louder than it should have. The monitor wall developed a thin line of rolling static on one of the side feeds before correcting itself. Platform 3 looked empty. Everything was normal enough to be unbearable. Louise stood at the desk beside me with his arms crossed, watching the monitor, now less to mock me than because the station had finally given him something he couldn't immediately explain. Not fear, not yet. Just the beginning of a tension. At 12:18, nothing happened. That was how the window worked sometimes. It built tension through restraint. It let the building sit in its own held-breath silence until your nerves did half the work for it. Then, at 12:19, a woman screamed. There is no other word that fits, but even that word is too broad. People scream in movies one way. People scream in parking lot fights another. They scream when startled, when drunk, when playing around, when trying to get someone's attention from across a room. This was none of those. This was a raw, involuntary, body-level sound. The sound of pain large enough to strip dignity and language out of a person in one motion. It came from Platform 3. Not through the speakers, not from a monitor glitch. From beyond the locked service corridor door itself. Sharp enough that I could tell it was a woman, and specific enough that I could hear something in it that made my own joints feel weak. There was a tearing quality under it, metal and flesh together in the sound, like someone had been caught where machinery closes and did not come free cleanly. Louise moved before I did. He didn't look at me, didn't hesitate. 1 second he was beside the desk. The next, he was in the hallway, heading for the rear corridor at a run. "Louise!" He was already gone. I followed him as far as the service corridor entrance and saw him grab at the locked Platform 3 door. The scream came again, shorter this time, choked midway through as if whatever was making it had closed harder. "Jesus Christ," Louise said, fumbling for the lock. "Don't open it!" He looked back at me like I had lost my mind. "Somebody's hurt!" Another scream cut through the corridor, and this one ended in a wet, crunching break that made both of us freeze for a fraction of a second. Louise shoved the lock back and slammed the push bar. The door burst open on wet, black cold. He ran out. Everything in me wanted to follow. That is the part I have relived more than any other. Not the things I saw later, not the faces in the train. That doorway. That split second where instinct and rule tore in opposite directions hard enough that I thought I might come apart with them. A woman was screaming outside. Not an apparition asking politely to be let in. Not whispering voices through a speaker. A scream with pain in it, so specific it felt criminal to ignore. And yet every part of my memory of the station had already been teaching me the same thing. Whatever got your attention during that window wanted exactly that first. My hand closed on the spare key ring hanging by the corridor hook, so hard the metal teeth bit into my palm. I stood one stride short of the door, body pitched forward, unable to make myself go through it. Louise's boots slapped the platform once, twice, then were lost in the open dark. The scream stopped. Not faded, stopped. The kind of stop that is worse than continuation because it suggests completion. I realized I was holding my breath. The office clock behind me seemed suddenly impossibly loud, each second a hard, dry tick against the fluorescent buzz. Somewhere in the hall above me, one light fixture had developed a faint electrical tremor, and the sound of it sat right at the edge of hearing, like a trapped insect. "Louise!" I shouted. No answer. The cold from outside poured through the open doorway in a damp, metallic sheet. I could smell the platform now. Rainwater, old steel, and something else under it. A hot, bitter tang that didn't belong in freezing air. Brake dust.
Burned metal. Blood.
I couldn't separate them. Then I heard voices. Low at first, overlapping. Not close enough to distinguish words, just the presence of speech outside the door where no one should have been standing. More than one voice. Several, maybe. Men and women together, all pitched down below normal conversation, as if they were conferring just beyond the threshold. My skin tightened from scalp to ankle. "Louise!" I shouted again. The voices stopped. Then one of them, very soft and very near, said his name. Not shouted into the station, not panicked. Spoken the way you might call to someone you have spotted in a crowd. "Louise." I felt the key ring cut deeper into my palm. Another voice, from a different angle outside, said my name. Not Matt in a full voice, just the brief, soft shape of it, almost affectionate. Then a third voice began saying something too low to catch, and beneath that, I heard a scraping sound start along the outside of the locked doorway. Slow. Measured. Not fingernails exactly, not metal exactly. Something hard moving across the door skin by inches, as if a hand carrying pieces of grit or bone were exploring the painted surface from the platform side down toward the push bar. The urge to go help became almost unbearable then, which is something people misunderstand if they think fear simply made me stay put. Fear made me want to act. The woman's scream, the abrupt silence after, the low voices saying Louise's name from just outside the open platform threshold. All of it hit that part of the brain that cannot tolerate the possibility that another person is dying 10 feet away while you stand indoors holding keys. I took one step. Then another voice outside the door said my name again, and this time it used my mother's tone so precisely that I stopped dead with tears springing stupidly, involuntarily, into my eyes. That was what the station understood better than any of us did. It knew panic alone was unreliable.
Pain might drive a person forward. Fear might drive him back. But guilt, familiarity, obligation, those were stronger levers. The hallway fluorescent buzzed overhead. The office clock kept ticking. The scraping at the door continued, slowly, steadily, as though something outside had all the time in the world and knew exactly how much of me each second was peeling away. I did not go out. I hated myself for it even then. I stood in the service corridor with the keys biting blood into my palm and listened to the voices gather just beyond the threshold where Louise had disappeared. Chapter 3. Louise comes back. Wrong. I do not know how long I stood in that corridor after the screaming stopped. I know the clock kept moving because I could hear it from the office, each second striking the room with a dry little authority that felt obscene under the circumstances. I know the fluorescent light over my head buzzed and flickered once, and then held. I know my hand cramped so badly around the keyring that when I finally loosened my grip later, the metal teeth had left half-moon cuts and a pressed lattice of grooves across my palm. But I do not know how long I stayed there, with the open doorway breathing winter into the station and those low, overlapping voices moving just beyond sight. I called Louise's name twice more. The first time, no answer came. The second time, something outside gave a wet little cough of sound that might have been a laugh, or might have been someone trying to clear a throat full of fluid. After that, I stopped calling. I wish I could make myself sound braver on that point. I can't. I stopped because every attempt felt like feeding the thing outside more pieces of me to use.
At some point, Maryanne appeared at the far end of the hallway, carrying a yellow mop bucket, and froze when she saw the service door standing open. Her face changed immediately. Not confusion, recognition.
"What did you do?" she hissed.
Louise went out there. For half a second, she looked as if I had said he'd stepped into traffic on purpose. Then she dropped the mop handle so fast, it clattered against the wall and came toward me in short, furious steps. "What time is it?" I looked at the office clock through the doorway. 12:26. She swore under her breath, something fast and old in a language I didn't know, then reached past me and grabbed the corridor door frame without crossing the threshold. "You did not go after him?" I shook my head once. She closed her eyes very briefly, not in relief exactly, but in the pained acknowledgement of one disaster instead of two. "Good," she said, though it did not sound like praise. Outside, the platform remained mostly dark beyond the station spill. The voices had lowered again into something under hearing, a pressure rather than a sound. Once I thought I saw movement near the yellow line, a shifting of black against black, but the angle from the corridor made it impossible to trust anything. Maryanne did not look out. She stood beside me, gripping the frame hard enough for her knuckles to pale through the blue glove material, and stared only at the office clock. "Do not move," she said. "He's out there." "I know." "We have to get him." "At 29. Her certainty made me want to hit something. He could be dying. He would already be dead. The bluntness of it shocked me into silence for maybe 2 seconds. Then I said, too loudly, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Maryanne turned and looked at me in a way I had not seen before. All the weariness gone from her face, leaving behind something harder and older. "What is wrong with me?" she said, low and steady. "Is I have seen what happens when people go at the wrong time. So unless you want me dragging 2 of you back in, you wait." After that, there was nothing to do except listen. The scraping outside the door had stopped. No more screams came. No footsteps either. The station had fallen into that impossible flat silence again, the kind that made the radiator click in the office sound indecently loud. Somewhere in the waiting room, one of the fluorescent tubes buzzed through a dying ballast and then corrected itself. The monitor wall showed Platform 3 as a wet strip of static grain emptiness, giving me nothing. At 12:28, Maryanne pulled the radio from her belt and called for Doherty. No answer. She tried again, voice clipped and furious. Still nothing. At 12:29 exactly, the station changed. The pressure came off it all at once, the way it does when a storm front moves on, and you realize only afterward how tightly the air had been packed. Sound loosened. The building became a building again. I could hear traffic from the road beyond the lot. The vending machine compressor kicked on in the waiting room. Water ticked in the tunnel with irritating normalcy. Maryanne looked at me and said, "Now." By then, another guard from the front entrance had arrived, a heavy-set transit floater named Kelso, who had been doing a sweep around the bus bays and came in responding to Maryanne's radio burst. He took one look at our faces, one look at the open service door, and didn't waste time on questions. The 3 of us went out together. The cold hit hard enough to sting my teeth. Platform 3 lay slick under weak overhead lights. Rainwater still gathered in dark seams, though the sky had been clear for hours. The concrete reflected us in blurred, broken streaks. Beyond the far end, the maintenance gate stood in its little dead cone of light, chain link wet and motionless.
Louise was kneeling near the yellow edge.
Not at the far end, not where I would have expected after hearing him run out, but maybe 30 feet from the station doors. Close enough that I could see immediately he was still alive, and wish, for one instant, that certainty had not come with such relief. He was on both knees, heels tucked under him, bent slightly forward like a man trying not to vomit in church. His hands were clamped so hard over his ears that his elbows pointed out like broken wings. He rocked in tiny jerks from side to side. Not enough to be called movement, really. More like the body's attempt to continue existing after the mind had left the room. We ran to him. "There's nobody else," Kelso said, already turning his head in quick professional sweeps up and down the platform. He was right. No woman, no dead line of waiting passengers, no attacker crouched in the dark, no train on the tracks. Nothing except one dark smear near the yellow line, about 6 or 7 feet behind Louise, as if something wet had been dragged there and then lifted clean away. I grabbed his shoulder. "Louise!" He gagged at the sound of my voice. Not because he was going to be sick, more like his throat rejected the idea of language before the rest of him could decide what to do. Maryanne crouched on his other side. "Louise, look at me." He didn't. His fingers dug harder into the sides of his head. Blood had already run down both wrists from where his nails had split the skin behind his ears and along the lower edges. It wasn't a lot at first glance, just enough to shine black red under the platform lights and soak into the cuffs of his gloves. But it was the kind of self-inflicted damage that tells you a person found what was inside his own head less survivable than whatever else was happening outside it. "Help me get him up," Kelso said. Louise resisted only in the small, involuntary way injured people do when pain and terror have tangled together too thoroughly for the body to cooperate. The instant we touched his arms and tried to lift him, he made a sound I have never forgotten. A tight, breathless moan through clenched teeth, like someone trying not to scream again because screaming had already made things worse. We got him inside by degrees. His boots dragged, his knees buckled twice. Once he twisted violently enough that I thought he was trying to wrench free, but really he was just turning his head away from the open platform, as if the dark beyond the station lights might still be able to reach into his ears if he faced it directly. The office felt too bright when we pulled him in. Too warm, too, though his jacket and hair were freezing under my hands. We sat him down in the chair by the desk. He folded forward at once, still covering both ears, rocking now with more obvious force, gagging every few seconds around dry swallows that didn't quite become vomiting. Kelso swore softly. Maryanne went for the first aid cabinet. I crouched in front of him. "Louise, hey, it's me." His eyes flicked toward me at last. I wish they hadn't. Not because they were supernatural, they weren't. They were worse in their own way, because they were still Louise's eyes, still recognizably human, just stripped of every layer that makes a face livable. No skepticism left, no quick grin, no working life irritation, only a kind of raw animal confusion. The look of somebody who has seen a thing the brain has no compartment for and is now trying to hold itself together in the absence of one. His lips trembled. "They kept asking," he whispered. "What?" He swallowed hard, gagged again, and repeated, "They kept asking which one was mine." Maryanne came back with gauze and gloves. Kelso reached carefully for Louise's wrists. "We need to see his ears." "No," Louise said at once, voice cracking into panic. "No, no, no." "There's blood," Kelso said. "We have to look."
Louise shook his head so hard I thought he might vomit. "Don't touch them! Don't touch them!" I took one of his wrists and felt how badly he was shaking. "Louise, listen to me. You're inside. You're inside now." His gaze snapped to mine with such desperate intensity that for a second I thought he was going to say something useful. Some answer. Some clean description that would turn what happened on Platform 3 into a sequence instead of a wound. Instead, he whispered, "They thought I could choose." Choose what? But Kelso was already easing one of Louise's hands away from the side of his head. Louise let out a strangled cry and tried to claw back at his own ear, but between the three of us, we held him long enough for the side of his face to come into view.
Blood had matted the hair around the ear and run down into the collar of his jacket. The outer ear itself looked intact, except for the scratches and crescents his own nails had torn into the skin behind it. Then Maryanne, very gently, tilted his head. Inside the ear canal, mixed in the blood, were teeth. Small ones. At first, my brain tried to read them as gravel or white-painted debris. That lasted maybe half a second. Then detail asserted itself. Curved enamel, a chipped edge, one tiny bloody root still attached to a fragment, red at the base. They sat half stuck in the blood, as if pressed there by force, not deeply packed, but embedded enough that one shifted wetly when Louise moved. Maryanne went very still. Kelso said, "Jesus Christ." Not loudly, but with the low, exhausted conviction of a man whose line for acceptable workplace injury had just been moved far beyond reason. Louise began to sob then. Not full crying, just these broken little bursts of air that never quite turned into sound because his whole face was locked around pain. The other ear was the same. Less blood, more obvious white in the canal. 2 enamel pieces visible immediately. One looked like part of a molar. Another was small and narrow enough to have belonged to a child. I had to look away. Maryanne did not. She was steadier than either of us. She muttered that no one should pull anything out blind, that we needed proper medical evaluation, that transit admin could go to hell if they tried to call this superficial. But her voice had changed. It carried that hard, old anger again, the kind that forms when someone has watched the same cruelty repeated often enough to stop being surprised by it. Louise kept shaking his head. "They were standing there," he said, "in a line." I made myself look back at him. Who was? "By the train." The room seemed to contract around that word. "What train?" Kelso asked. Louise blinked at him as if the question were stupid. "The train!" His breath hitched. He squeezed his eyes shut. "They all had something in their hands." I thought of tickets at once, stupidly, because it was a station, and my brain still wanted normal props for abnormal scenes. I think he must have seen that thought flicker over my face, because he shook his head in jagged little movements. "I thought," he gagged, swallowed. "I thought they were tickets." No one spoke. Louise's mouth twisted. "They weren't." His hands flexed uselessly against the chair arms. "They were pieces." The office air seemed to lose heat. "Pieces of what?" Kelso asked, though I think all 3 of us already knew. Louise stared at the floor between his boots. Hands, teeth, something wrapped in a coat, a face. He swallowed so hard it clicked. "A man had his own head. There was a cop with..." He flinched, one shoulder rising. "There was a kid. Little boy. He kept talking to me." My own skin went cold in a wave. "What did he say?" Louise looked up at me then, and what terrified me was not merely the fear in him,
but the humiliation. The look of someone who had been made ridiculous in the presence of something monstrous and couldn't yet bear the memory of how little his decency or bravery had mattered. "He asked which face I wear at home," Louise whispered. No one said anything after that for several seconds. The station around us continued pretending to be a station. The radiator ticked. A speaker in the waiting room popped softly and went quiet again. Somewhere far down the hall, a cleaning cart wheel squeaked once, absurdly small against what sat between us. Louise never came back to work. That much happened fast. Ambulance, incident report, administrative phrasing, occupational injury review, the kind of paper trail institutions build when something catastrophic occurs in a form they cannot admit exists. I heard he had his ears cleaned and treated at the hospital, that they documented multiple foreign bodies in the canals, that nobody used the word teeth until well after the first pass of paperwork. Whether that was to spare him, spare themselves, or avoid locking anything irreversible into a report, I still don't know. What I do know is that he did not answer my texts after the first day. Then he stopped answering calls entirely. When Doherty finally came in later that morning, he listened to the summary from Kelso and Maryanne with a face so flat it circled back around to fury. "He lived," he said when they were done. There was something practiced in the line, something he had said before or thought before, enough times that it had worn grooves in him. "That's better than some." I looked at him. Better than some? He ignored the question. "Did you know this would happen?" I asked. "No." "You knew enough." I knew enough to tell him not to go out there. The answer landed with such cold force that it shut me up for a moment. Not because it satisfied me, because it did not leave room for the thing I wanted, which was moral comfort. I wanted Doherty to be more horrified, more openly guilty, more visibly human about it. Instead, he looked like a man furious that a rule had been broken and the consequence had once again followed exactly where it always followed. That was when I understood, truly understood, that this had happened before. Not just something like this, not vague accidents, not one-off legends and station gossip. Enough repetition that Doherty had settled into a hierarchy of outcomes, with survival ranking as a kind of mercy. The thought lodged in me and would not leave. Later that week, when the station had gone quiet for an hour and I could no longer stand not knowing how far back the rot went, I started looking through the old employee board in the admin area. It wasn't anything dramatic, just one of those institutional bulletin boards where old shift rosters, outdated notices, retirement cards, and faded staff photos go to die. Pages layered over pages, thumbtacks rusting into cork, names from years back typed in different fonts and formats, depending on whoever had been handling scheduling at the time. I was not looking for anything specific, just patterns, and I found them. Not in a neat line, that would have been too generous. In gaps, in absences. Older overnight rosters where certain names appeared for a while and then vanished between 1 month and the next without clear continuity. Besides some names, in later office copies or personnel memos, there were small annotations in the corner. Transfer, retired, injured. Most people would not have thought twice about it. Workplaces churn, especially grim, underfunded public ones. But once I started comparing dates, I saw strange clusters. Periods of a few weeks when several overnight names disappeared or changed status almost at once. Sometimes one after another. Sometimes with no replacement filled in on the next posted sheet for days. I asked Kelso about one of them, a guard named Barrett, whose name showed on 3 old rosters and then vanished. Kelso glanced at the sheet and said, "Before my time." I asked Maryanne about another, a cleaner named Joanne, marked retired in handwriting that looked too hurried to be ceremonial. Maryanne took the paper from my hand, looked at it once, and put it back on the desk. "Stop digging in things that stay buried on purpose," she said. That was all. No one would explain what had happened to those people. But by then, I no longer needed anybody to say it plainly. The station had already begun doing that in its own way.
Chapter 4. Digging into Old Records.
After Louise, the job stopped being something I endured and became something I studied. That sounds more methodical than it felt at the time. Obsession rarely announces itself as obsession while you are still inside it. It wears the clothes of responsibility first. Curiosity, due diligence, the ordinary, respectable need to understand the thing that nearly broke someone right in front of you. That was how I framed it to myself anyway. I told myself I was trying to figure out whether the station had some buried history bad enough to explain the stories. Some run of accidents, some lawsuit-worthy cover-up, some institutional chain of silence that had calcified into folklore because management found folklore cheaper than accountability. I wanted records, dates, language solid enough to replace whispers. But the truth was uglier and simpler. I could not stop thinking about Platform 3.
I could not stop replaying Louise kneeling by the edge with his hands crushed over his ears. I could not stop hearing the way he had said they kept asking which one was mine. I could not stop seeing that little slick white shine inside the blood in his ear canal. Once you have witnessed something like that and survived it without understanding it, you either run as far as you can, or you start circling it, like a wound you keep touching to prove it still hurts. I circled. On breaks, instead of staring at sports scores on my phone or eating microwave dinners in the office, I started searching old transit records through whatever public databases I could access from the station computer. Most of it was useless on purpose. Public transit agencies bury the ugly stuff in language that makes a death sound like bad weather or a scheduling inconvenience. Service interruption. Medical emergency near right-of-way. Incident under investigation. Even when somebody dies in a manner violent enough to change the architecture of a place, the official wording flattens it until it reads like a delay notice. So I started going to the library on my days off. It was an old county library branch downtown, built in that heavy mid-century style that seemed to believe brick and dimness could make civic spaces feel trustworthy. The archive room sat in the basement, and it had the smell every archive room has eventually. Dust, old paper, stale air, and something faintly metallic from the microfilm machines. I had never spent much time in places like that before. It turned out they are perfect for obsessions because they reward repetition and make ordinary afternoons feel like grave digging. I would sign in at the desk, ask for bound local papers or access to archived newspaper databases, and spend 3 or 4 hours at a time scrolling through decades of clipped articles, transit columns, death notices, and city briefs. The room stayed cool no matter the season. The fluorescent lights overhead were always too weak or too strong, depending on where you sat. The microfilm machine had a low motor hum that made it feel like you were operating some obsolete surgical equipment. When I leaned too close to the screen, my own reflection floated over old headlines and blurred faces, which I hated enough that I eventually learned to sit back and squint rather than see myself overlaying other people's disasters.
At first, the search results looked random. A transit station with decades of use is going to accumulate accidents the same way an old hospital accumulates ghosts, whether anyone believes in ghosts or not. People fall. People get careless. People get drunk. People kill themselves. Other people decide they can cross tracks faster than physics allows. Most places that move enough human bodies for long enough eventually gather a history of interruption and violence.
That was the rational frame I tried to keep around it. Then patterns started forming. The oldest incident I found that clearly involved the station dated back to the late 1950s. The article was brief, tucked low in a local paper under a story about road resurfacing and high school basketball. A rail worker, or commuter, accounts differed depending on the version, had fallen from the platform during poor weather and been struck by an incoming train. The language was maddeningly thin. Slipped near the edge. Pronounced dead at scene. No mention of which platform in the public piece. But in a follow-up transit maintenance note I found 3 days later, half legible in scanned copy, there was a reference to temporary closure of southmost passenger platform pending washdown and surface inspection. That could have meant Platform 3. It might have meant something else. I wrote it down anyway. The 1970s gave me a tunnel electrical fire. That one had more paper, because fires produce reports in ways hauntings never do.
A transformer fault or wiring issue had apparently ignited material in a service conduit beneath the station. Smoke collected in the tunnel, and several people were treated for inhalation. One article mentioned a maintenance employee found collapsed near the lower stairwell and removed with severe burns to one arm and shoulder. Another clipping from a week later mentioned long-term repairs and temporary closure of access between tunnel and outer platform infrastructure. Again, the wording was indirect. Again, no public article said Platform 3 outright. But the station map printed beside a service advisory placed the repair zone on the outer line. Close enough that I could feel the shape of the omission rather than merely suspect it. The 1980s gave me the first article that made my pulse actually jump. A man had gone under a train after an argument on the platform. The paper could not decide if it was suicide, accident, or push. Witness statements conflicted. One person said the man had stumbled. Another said he had been backed toward the edge by someone who was no longer there when police arrived. The whole thing had that slippery, ugly quality public incidents sometimes develop when nobody wants to say out loud what they think they saw. A later column referred to the location only as the outer platform area, which by then I had learned to translate in my own head before the sentence finished. Then there was a mother and son, clipped while crossing illegally. That one hit harder than I expected. Maybe because the article included details no larger incident report bothers with. The son's blue backpack. The mother's grocery bag found 40 yards down the right-of-way. Oranges split open in the gravel.
It was one of those local tragedies newspapers treat with a shameful kind of tenderness, printing funeral details beside transit advisories, and quotes from shaken witnesses about how it all happened too fast. One article described the crossing area as being adjacent to the far platform near service fencing. I copied that too. There was also a drunken college kid. That one existed partly as rumor and partly as record, which made it worse. Officially, I found only scattered references to a late-night decedent and one short article about a student found dead near the station after an evening of drinking. But on 2 retired rail forums and an archived local message board thread that hadn't been active in over a decade, people said he had been decapitated. Some insisted he'd fallen. Others claimed he'd been found in parts near the outer platform after missing the last train home. One person wrote, in all caps, that they had been there and heard something trying to talk from the track bed. That comment had later been deleted, but one quoted reply preserved enough of it to make my hands cold on the keyboard. And of course, there was the porter. That record took the longest to find because the public wording around it had been scrubbed almost smooth. He had been a station porter or rail serviceman, maybe maintenance support, depending on the era of the document, who was dragged during a brake failure or coupling incident. The more official the source, the less body it gave him. Fatal employee accident. Crush trauma sustained in operational failure. Post-incident platform closure. But one internal labor note, reproduced in a scanned union bulletin, said the man had been partially recovered near the southern platform after being carried under. Partially recovered. As if he had been misfiled by the machinery, and only some effort of bureaucracy remained. By then I had pages of notes, dates, platform references, language patterns. What unnerved me most was not that the station had a violent history. Plenty of old stations do. It was the distribution of that history. Too many incidents, too many near incidents, too many repair notes and access references, and awkwardly worded closures bent around the same Another article listed 2 names in the first version, and only 1 in a later archive copy, as if someone had decided one dead person fit the public memory better than 2. At least 3 transit reports ended with missing pages or abrupt cutoffs in the middle of internal recommendations. I started writing incomplete beside more entries than I didn't. One afternoon in the library basement, while scrolling through a brittle-looking batch of transit administrative notices, I found the first thing that felt less like accident history and more like evidence of an institutional ritual. It was not dramatic. No secret stamp, no handwritten confession from some dead station master. Just an internal memo reference buried in a maintenance summary, probably never meant for anyone outside operations to care about. A typed line mentioned revised overnight staffing procedure and attached restriction guidance under the phrase restricted personnel movement 0017 to 0029. That was all. No explanation, no elaboration, no public equivalent. Just a little procedural phrase carrying the same window Doherty had given me on my first night, stripped of all folklore and written in the dead language of administration. I stared at it so long the microfilm screen went blurry. Then I rewound and checked the line again to make sure I had not read what I wanted into it. Still there. Restricted personnel movement 0017 to 0029. Not one person's superstition then. Not a recent adaptation. Not even just station gossip passed from older employees to younger ones. The rule, or something like it, had existed in official form at some point. Maybe softened, maybe hidden, maybe distributed only to the people management expected to be there when the wrong thing passed through. That realization changed the way I understood everybody at the station. Doherty wasn't merely withholding information because he was stubborn or cruel.
Maryanne wasn't avoiding Platform 3 because she was old and superstitious.
They were participating in a system that had learned, years before I ever arrived, that saying the true thing plainly either failed to protect people or made matters worse. I found more hints of it after that. Retired employee message boards where anonymous posters spoke in that half-coded style workers use when they suspect they are not supposed to be discussing something at all. One former signal operator wrote, "Outer platform restriction wasn't for public safety in the way they told us." Another responded, "You mean not the living public?" The thread ended there. No names, no follow-up. A later archived comment on a rail hobby forum joked about the midnight no-go zone,
and was immediately answered by someone telling the poster to shut up about old station nonsense if you weren't there. That phrase caught in me too. If you weren't there. As if there had been a there to be at.
A defined event or series of events large enough to sort insiders from outsiders.
The investigation never felt mystical. That is important. It was not candles and legends and old priests and whispered curses over maps. It was hours in a library basement under ugly lights. It was PDF scans that loaded crooked. It was coffee gone cold in paper cups while I compared dates from newspaper clippings to employee rosters to union notes to service advisories. It was using public records the way a desperate person checks a locked door over and over. Not because he expects it to open, but because the pressure of not checking has become worse than the uselessness of the act. And the more procedural it all felt, the less comfort it offered. Because by the end of those weeks, I had learned something I could no longer unknow. Whatever was happening at that station had not bloomed recently out of rumor and fatigue. It had roots.
And those roots had been deep enough, for long enough, that somewhere in the dry, bloodless paperwork of transit operations, someone had once decided the safest course between 1217 and 1229 was simply to keep people from moving at all.
Chapter 4. The Retired Dispatcher. I found the old man through a rail forum that looked like it had been built in 2004 and abandoned in 2009. That sounds less dramatic than it was. By then, my days off had developed a shape I would have found pathetic in anyone else. Sleep badly, wake up late, tell myself I was done digging. Spend an hour trying to act normal. Laundry, groceries, standing in line somewhere under decent light, pretending the world had not narrowed around one station and one time of night.
Then, without quite deciding to, I would be back in front of a screen or hunched over photocopies in the library basement, cross-referencing names from old staff rosters against transit bulletins, union notices, archived comments, and obituary listings. Most of it led nowhere. Some of it led in circles. A little of it led to people who had once been close enough to the system to know the language used when a thing could not be fully reported but still had to be managed. That was how I found Harold Sutter. He had been a dispatcher first, then apparently a signal operator for a few years after some restructuring I didn't fully understand. His name appeared in an old employee retirement note, then again in a message board argument where two former transit workers were correcting someone's memory of a winter derailment. One of them told the other, "Ask Sutter if you think I'm exaggerating. He worked the South Board when the outer platform nonsense was still on paper." Outer platform nonsense. That phrase was enough to hook me. It took me another week to track down an address that might still have been his. The trail was ugly and ordinary the whole way. Public records site, old property tax listing, one telephone number that had been disconnected for years. Then finally, a current address in a row house block east of the city, where the bricks had all gone the same tired brown red, and every front step looked permanently damp. I drove there on a Thursday afternoon under a hard gray sky, and spent 10 minutes sitting in my car with the engine idling, telling myself I had no right to knock on a stranger's door because of things I had seen on the overnight shift. That should have stopped me. Instead, it just made me angrier at how far the station had pushed me from normal behavior without my permission. So I got out and knocked.
The neighborhood looked like a lot of Western Pennsylvania neighborhoods do, once they slide just past their best decades, but don't quite collapse. Narrow row houses, shoulder to shoulder. Small porches with aluminum awnings. A dead bicycle chained to a fence 2 doors down. One old woman's curtains twitching in the front window across the street. Somebody frying onions inside one of the houses, the smell of it drifting through the cold, like domestic proof that life still existed for people not thinking about commuter platforms and dead schedules. When the door opened, the man who answered looked at me the way older men look at anyone under 40 who appears on their porch uninvited. Not fearful, not welcoming, just instantly suspicious in a practical way. He was thinner than I expected, maybe late 70s, with liver spots on the backs of his hands and a face that had collapsed inward a little around the mouth over the years. He wore a dark cardigan over a white undershirt and held the door only far enough open to make it clear that stepping inside was not on offer. "Yeah? Mr. Sutter? Who's asking?" I gave him my name and the station name and watched the reaction happen before he managed to stop it. Not much, just a tightening around the eyes, a tiny stillness in the hand on the doorknob. "I don't do interviews," he said at once. "It's not that." "Then I definitely don't want it." He started to close the door. "I work overnights there," I said quickly. "Platform 3. That stopped him, but only for a second. Then he said, "No, you don't," in the kind of flat tone people use when they want a statement to be true badly enough to try saying it into existence. "I do." "Then quit." He began shutting the door again. "I saw something," I said. That got me maybe 2 more inches of opening. He studied my face for a moment in complete silence, and what I saw there was not curiosity. It was a kind of exhausted calculation. The look of a man deciding whether hearing me out might bring a thing back into his house that he had spent years starving. Finally, he said, "You got 5 minutes." He didn't invite me in. He let me stand in the narrow front hall just inside the storm door while he went back to a small living room that smelled faintly of old heat and furniture polish. The television was on mute, showing some afternoon courtroom show with captions running beneath angry faces. A standing lamp with a yellow shade lit one corner. Everything in the room felt reduced to essentials and habits. Coasters placed exactly, folded blanket on the sofa arm, pill organizer on an end table. The kind of space people build when they want very little in their environment to surprise them. He sat in a worn chair and looked at me without offering one in return. "Well?" I told him the shortest version first. The rule, the time, the locked door, the call boxes, the voices. I left out certain details because saying them too quickly in a stranger's living room made them sound insane, even to me. When I said I had found an old memo referring to restricted personnel movement between 017 and 029, his expression altered in a way that told me I had stepped onto ground he recognized. He still shook his head once. "Should have quit after the first one," he muttered. "So you know what it is?" He gave a dry, humorless huff. "Knowing and having words for it aren't the same thing." I waited. He looked past me toward the front window, where late daylight sat dull on the glass. "Phenomenon's older than any staff you know. Older than the current station layout, depending how you count. It didn't start with Doherty, if that's what you're thinking. Didn't start with me either." "What did people call it?" That seemed to annoy him. "People call things all kinds of stupid names when they're scared." "What names?" He rubbed one hand slowly over his mouth before answering. "Ghost train if they were idiots. Last consist if they'd been around long enough to stop trying to sound clever." The phrase landed hard in me. Last consist. It sounded more operational than ghost train, more like something workers had named out of necessity rather than tourists out of appetite. "And officially?" He snorted. "Officially, it was always electrical anomalies, prank reports, suggestibility, urban myth, mass rumor,
old track acoustics, this and that. Whatever wording, let the paperwork stay the paperwork. He paused, then added, "Official is for people who don't have to be there." That tracked too perfectly with everything I'd been finding. The incomplete reports, the clipped language, the way every public-facing account had been built to preserve function over truth. I said, "So it is dead people." He looked at me sharply. "No." The force of it surprised me.
"No," he repeated, leaning forward a fraction. "That's the worst mistake you can make, thinking it's just dead people." The room felt quieter after that, as if even the muted television had stepped back. "Then what is it?" I asked. His mouth tightened. "If I knew that, you wouldn't be standing in my living room asking." "But the train, listen to me." His voice stayed low, but something in it had gone dangerous. "You start calling it dead people, and your brain gives itself permission to understand it wrong. Dead people are one category. A haunting is one category. Those are things people think they know how to behave around." He sat back again. "Dead people don't keep schedules that exact." That was the sentence that stayed with me longest. Not because it was dramatic, because it was so dry, so insultingly reasonable. It turned the whole thing away from ghost story territory and back toward procedure, which somehow made it worse. A ghost can drift. A spirit can appear when it pleases. But something that keeps time that precisely belongs to a system, and systems imply purpose. Sutter must have seen something move in my face then, because his own expression hardened into reluctant confirmation. "Workers used to report the same cluster of things over and over," he said. "Extra rail noise with no track occupancy showing. Not just hearing trains, hearing weight, movement, braking. Signal board said clear, lines said empty, but you'd still get the sound." I thought of the long metallic drag I had heard before the porter appeared. He went on. "Phantom passengers on platforms after service hours. Usually outer platform, though not always. Radios picking up voices nobody could identify. Begging most times. Calls for help. Mothers, kids, drunks, injured men, whatever would bring the right person out." I said nothing. He glanced toward me. "And sometimes workers saw co-workers on the train who were still alive. Then later they weren't." The room lost heat in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. I asked, "How many times?" His answer came too fast. "Enough." I thought of Doherty in the lit train window, both palms against the glass, neck laid open. Sutter noticed, because his eyes narrowed slightly. He continued before I could speak. "Sometimes it's not just memory or remains or whatever language people prefer. Sometimes the station offers up images from ahead. That's the part people hate most. Makes it harder to talk yourself out of what you saw." I felt my heartbeat move upward into my throat. "Offers them up how?" "As warning, maybe. As rehearsal. As bait." He shrugged once, but there was no carelessness in it. "Depends who you ask, and asking has never improved anything." I should have stopped there. Any sensible person would have recognized the limits of what an old retired dispatcher was willing to say and taken the scraps gratefully. But obsession changes your tolerance for obvious danger. It tells you one more question might convert dread into structure. It never does, but it keeps making the same promise. So I said, "I saw Doherty." That name shifted the room. I did not know a living room could feel more enclosed without anything moving, but it did. Sutter's face did not exactly blanch. He was too old and too worn for dramatic blood drain reactions. But something in him withdrew all at once, like a hand snatched back from heat. "What do you mean you saw him?" "On the train." His eyes locked onto mine. The muted courtroom show flickered behind me, people mouthing accusations no one in the room could hear. Sutter asked very carefully, "Did it show him alive or dead?" The question made me cold all over. I had expected denial, maybe irritation, maybe a refusal to answer anything else. I had not expected fear sharpened by specificity. He was not asking whether I was sure it had been Doherty. He was asking which version. That meant the distinction mattered. "Dead," I said. I barely got the word out before he stood up. Not suddenly, not with panic, with urgency stripped of all manners. "You need to leave." For a second I thought I had misheard him. "What?" "You heard me. I'm trying to understand what this is." "No. You're trying to make yourself part of it. That's not leave." The force in him then was enough that I actually took a step backward on instinct. He came up out of the chair with more speed than I would have guessed he still had. One hand lifted not to strike or threaten, but to herd distance into being. "You do not come here asking me that," he said. "Not after saying a name attached to it. Not in my house." It was a question. It was enough. I looked at him, genuinely stunned now. "You think talking about it here matters?" His jaw set hard. "I think attention matters," he said. "I think repetition matters. I think timing matters. And I think you need to get out before you leave more of that station in here than you already brought." The phrasing would have sounded ridiculous from anyone else. From him, it sounded like procedure. I backed toward the door. "You could at least tell me what happened to the people who saw things ahead." His expression changed one last time then, and what passed over it was not anger. It was pity. Not much. Just enough. "That depends," he said, "on whether they listened after." Then he opened the front door himself and stood aside until I stepped out into the gray cold. He shut it immediately behind me. I stood on the stoop for a moment with the neighborhood spread out in front of me in all its ordinary decline. Parked cars, wet steps, distant traffic, somebody's dog barking behind a fence 2 streets over, and felt more alone than I had in the station office, because at least in the station, I knew where the danger was supposed to happen. By the time I got back to my car, one thought had settled in me with the kind of weight that does not need repetition to stick. Whatever was passing through Platform 3 did not merely imitate the dead. Sometimes, before they died, it recognized the living too. Chapter 4: The Photograph and the Gap. After I spoke with Sutter, the station stopped feeling haunted in the way people usually mean that word. That is one of the hardest distinctions to explain, but it mattered to me. Before, I had still been forcing what happened there into familiar shapes. Ghost stories, maybe, or the residue of old accidents collecting around bad architecture and bad hours. Even after the porter and the line of the dead and Louise coming back with human teeth in his ears, some part of me had kept trying to classify it as a haunting with rules. Sutter ruined that. Dead people don't keep schedules that exact. That sentence lodged deeper than the dead faces ever had. It changed the whole station in my mind, from a place where bad things remained, into a place where something operated. Something repetitive, timed, selective, and old enough to have been folded into procedure before I was born. Once that idea got into me, I couldn't leave the paper trail alone. I started finding reasons to spend more time in the station's administrative side, especially on slower shifts when the day staff had gone home and the back offices sat mostly dark, except for the copy room light and the ugly green glow of exit signs. There was a records alcove off the admin hall that no one seemed to care much about anymore. Not a true archive, just a dead-end room with old file cabinets, binders, obsolete safety posters, staff newsletters, dusty framed commendations, and cardboard boxes of photographs no one had bothered to digitize properly.
The whole place smelled like dry paper, toner, and the faint sourness of old carpet that had seen one flood too many and been declared good enough. That room became another version of the library basement for me. Smaller, meaner, more specific. I started with staff photos because they were easiest to get at. Transit loves commemorating itself in cheap frames. Retirement breakfasts, safety milestones, holiday charity drives, ribbon cuttings, platform renovation completions, employee of the month boards with names no one under 40 remembered anymore. There were decades of them, stacked and boxed and half-labeled. Some still in frames, others loose in envelopes with dates scrawled in marker. Most were exactly what I expected. People squinting in bad flash, mustaches from dead eras, women,
A station crew from the late 80s, holding paper cups and trying to look cheerful beside a wreath taped badly to a cinder block wall. I went through them the way a person sifts rubble after a collapse. Not because every piece will matter, but because enough of them might. At first, I was only looking for repeated faces. Doherty younger, Maryanne maybe, decades earlier. Names I had seen on old shift rosters. Men marked later as retired or transfer or injured in those clipped administrative notes that said everything by refusing to say anything. Then I found the platform photographs. They were mostly practical images, maintenance documentation, snow accumulation after storms, surface cracks near track edge, temporary barricades, replacement signage. One showed workers pressure washing what looked like old rust or old blood off concrete, though the caption only said surface cleaning after service disruption.
Another captured a failed overhead fixture at the far end of Platform 3 and the maintenance gate beyond it. The gate looked the same even in the older image. Same chain link frame, same patch of dark beyond, same stubborn sense that the station ran out there before the world resumed. Then I found the photograph that changed the way I thought about my own face. It was black and white, or had once been before age pushed it toward that flat, brown-gray photographs get when they've lived too long in boxes. Someone had written, P3 late service, check. 1987? On the back in blue pen, the question mark included. The image quality was poor, but not useless. It had been taken from inside the station, or just at the threshold, aimed down Platform 3 after hours. The timestamp had either never existed or faded away. There was no visible train, no maintenance crew, no clear event. Just the platform. And people on it. Not many. 5 or 6 shapes farther down, standing in a rough row under weak overhead light. All blurred enough that the first glance suggested motion or long exposure. Most of them were smeared at the edges, as if the camera had moved slightly when the shutter stayed open. One looked like a man in a hat. Another was no more than a vertical darkness near the fence. A shorter figure stood close to the yellow line and seemed to have no face at all. But that could have been just image damage. Then there was the figure nearest the camera. He was sharp. Not perfectly, but enough. Standing maybe 20 feet down Platform 3, turned slightly toward the station, in a dark transit jacket with the same broad shoulder patch location, same pocket line,
same cut as the uniform I wore now. The image quality wasn't good enough to swear by a logo, but I didn't need a logo. I knew that jacket shape from hanging it up every shift. The build was mine too. Same height, same narrowness through the hips, same slight forward set to the shoulders I got from years of warehouse work and bad mattresses. And the jawline. That was what took the air out of me. The face in the picture was not fully clear. It wasn't a perfect portrait, not even close. But there are certain structures you recognize before reason can intervene. The angle of the jaw, the length of the neck above the collar, the posture of someone waiting without relaxing. If I had found the photograph in a box at home with no context, I would have assumed it was a relative I'd somehow never met. Instead, it was an image of Platform 3 taken years before I ever worked there. I stared at it so long my fingers began to ache from how tightly I was holding the edges. Coincidence was still possible. I told myself that immediately. Work uniforms flatten people into one another. Bodies repeat. Men of the same age and build adopt the same stances in practical jobs. And black and white blur invites projection. All of that was true.
None of it helped. I checked the back again. No names. No event description beyond the useless late service check note. I looked for the envelope it had come out of, hoping maybe there was an attached report or a series of shots that would put the image in a more ordinary context. Nothing. Just the photograph and its question mark. That should have been enough for one night. Instead, it made me dig harder. I started pulling incident binders and old internal summaries from the lower cabinets, especially anything dealing with overnight staffing, unusual occurrences, mental health intervention, or unexplained absences. I had learned by then that the most important things in institutional paperwork do not usually appear under the names they deserve. Nobody writes, "Worker saw his own double at haunted outer platform and disappeared." They write, "distress episode," or "fitness for duty concern," or "medical leave pending evaluation." Sure enough, 2 drawers down in a binder of typed reports from the early 90s, I found one with exactly that smell on it. The report itself was short, bureaucratic, and infuriatingly flattened. An overnight station employee, name partially obscured by a bad scan and a staple shadow, had left assigned post during shift after what the write-up called increasing agitation and claims of visual duplication. He had reportedly told a supervisor that a second version of himself had been standing near the maintenance gate on the outer platform during the restricted window. He refused to complete the shift, attempted to access the platform again against instruction, and was later classified under mental health crisis/unfit for duty pending assessment. No further detail. No attached witness statement in the packet I had. No return to work notation. No resignation letter. Just the name that dropped out of later rosters, and a phrase that made my stomach tighten enough to hurt. Visual duplication. It was institutional language for something I already knew too well. A second version of himself. Near the maintenance gate, during the restricted window. I sat back in that little records room and felt the station narrowing around me, even though the room was empty and the admin hall outside still looked like a normal, cheap public workplace. Copy paper stacked in cartons. Safety slogans fading on bulletin boards. A dead ficus in one office. Somewhere far away, a toilet ran briefly and shut off. I put the photograph beside the report. Sharp figure on Platform 3, wearing what looked like my uniform years before I worked there. Worker reporting a second version of himself near the maintenance gate before vanishing from effective record under a mental health notation. Doherty dead on the train, before Doherty was dead. My own voice over the PA telling me to open the door.
The thing in the locker, wearing my name patch. At some point, the pattern stopped looking like haunting and started looking like process. That was the word that frightened me most. Process. Not every person at the station saw the same things. Not every night produced the same manifestations. It used voices selectively, images selectively. It seemed to show some people the dead, others the living, others some corrupted overlap that was neither memory nor prophecy, but still bore the shape of both. Why? That question sat in the middle of everything like a nail. And the answer I began to dread was this. It was not merely replaying violence. It was sorting through people, selecting, testing, trying on forms that would get the right response from the right body at the right time. The train itself began to look different in my mind after that. Not a vehicle carrying trapped souls,
Not a parade of leftovers from station history. More like a moving catalog of usable faces and moments. A thing that passed on schedule and drew from what the station had been given over decades. I hated myself a little for thinking that. It sounded insane, worse than ghost stories, too abstract and too ugly. And yet, it fit the evidence more cleanly than anything else had. I was still sitting there with the report open and the photograph face down now beside it, when the admin room light above me gave a soft electrical tick and dimmed for just a second. My whole body reacted before my thoughts did. Not because anything dramatic had happened. Because I had spent enough time in that station by then to know that momentary failures of light around certain lines of thought no longer felt random. I stood up too fast, hit my knee on the cabinet, swore under my breath, and gathered the report back into the binder. I did not take the photograph. Some frightened, superstitious part of me thought removing it would count as admitting too much to myself. So I slid it back into the envelope with careful fingers and put the envelope exactly where I had found it. Then I left the records room. The admin hall outside was empty. A night cleaning cart stood abandoned halfway down the corridor. Spray bottles lined in a caddy, no cleaner in sight. The hum of the building returned piece by piece as I stepped back toward the office side. Vents, wiring, a distant elevator thunk. Normal enough to make me feel briefly stupid again. That lasted until I glanced into the office and saw the live monitor. Platform 3. Current feed. Far end, near the maintenance gate. Someone was standing there, wearing my jacket. I didn't think. That was the worst part. Thought would have slowed me. Thought would have forced comparison, caution, procedure. What happened instead was a raw bolt of recognition so complete it bypassed everything useful. I ran. Down the service corridor, keys already in my hand, heart climbing into my throat so fast it felt like I had swallowed an animal. The fluorescent light over the Platform 3 access door buzzed as I reached it. I looked once through the narrow wired window before unlocking it. I saw only wet platform. I unlocked it anyway and shoved through into the cold. The platform lay open and empty under the station lights. No figure. No second version of me. No movement near the maintenance gate except the weak flicker of the dead overhead light trying and failing to hold steady. I stood there, with the door swinging slowly behind me, and the winter air scraping my teeth, and realized, with a kind of late sick clarity, that I had run out during the window without even checking the time. I looked at my watch. 12:23. The platform remained empty. But something, somewhere beyond the far end where the gate cut a black rectangle into the fence line, gave a soft, wet sound that might have been a shoe shifting on concrete, or a mouth trying not to laugh. And for the first time since taking the job, I understood with complete certainty that the station did not only want my attention, it wanted my mistakes. Chapter 5. Changes in the narrator. By that point, the station had started following me home. Not in the way cheap horror stories mean that, where a thing scratches at your window the same night you speak its name aloud, or leaves a footprint in your kitchen so the audience can clap at the escalation. It was slower than that. Meaner. The kind of contamination that first takes your habits, then your sleep, then the little private assumptions that make ordinary life feel unthreatening. I was no longer sleeping properly. At first, I told myself that was just the schedule. Overnight work wrecks people, even when nothing impossible is happening to them. Your body never fully accepts it. You come home with daylight beginning to show through blinds, eat food at the wrong hour, lie down while leaf blowers start up outside and delivery trucks hit their brakes in the street below. Everybody knows night work changes your sleep. That explanation was plausible enough that I leaned on it hard. But this was different, and I knew it. I didn't sleep so much as drop out for short, damaged stretches, and then surface at once, pulse running, with the certainty that I had heard something just before waking. A speaker crackle, a distant metallic shriek, a voice half-formed at the edge of understanding. Sometimes I would sit up in bed before I was fully conscious, staring at the bedroom door with my breath held, unable to remember what I had been expecting to see there. I started leaving the TV on for noise. Not loud. I couldn't stand loud, just enough to keep the apartment from settling into full silence. Old sitcom reruns, sports highlights, weather loops, whatever happened to be there. Human voices with no stakes. I would set the sleep timer and still wake 2 hours later to a blue screen washing the room in dead light because I had forgotten to actually turn anything off. I began checking the peephole twice whenever someone knocked. Once to look, a second time to confirm that whatever I had seen the first time was still consistent with reality. That was not something I decided to do. It just became necessary in the same way people with bad knees begin touching handrails without consciously choosing to. I would hear a knock, walk to the door, look through the peephole, step back, then force myself to look again before unlocking anything. More than once I stood there in my socks, staring into the warped fisheye hallway view, angry at myself and unable to stop. Train horns hit me differently too. Pittsburgh is full of rail sound if you live in the right neighborhoods. Freight lines, industrial spurs, distant river traffic, all of it carrying oddly across cold air. I had grown up hearing it and never thought much about it. Now every long horn at night put a hard electric jolt through my chest before reason caught up. Not because it sounded exactly like the station, most of the time it didn't. But the body learns fear by rhythm, not logic, and something in those distant notes had become tangled up with the metallic drag of 1217. I stopped wearing earbuds in public. That one embarrassed me enough that I almost didn't admit it to myself. But once you've spent enough time in a place where voices come from the wrong speakers in the wrong tones, voluntarily cutting yourself off from ambient sound starts to feel less like convenience and more like self-harm. I wanted one ear on the world all the time. Grocery store, bus stop, laundromat, walking from my car to the building. Didn't matter. I needed to hear if anything called from behind me in a voice I recognized too well. Black coats began standing out everywhere. Not in some supernatural sense. Not because the city was suddenly full of dead commuters. Just because my attention had become diseased. Any older man in a dark overcoat seen at a distance,
any elderly woman in black wool crossing a parking lot in bad weather, any bundled figure standing too still at a transit stop. My eyes went to them at once. I would realize halfway through a checkout line that I had been watching the reflection of an old commuter in the freezer door glass without meaning to. Downtown, on one of my days off, I caught myself tracking a gray-haired woman in a black coat for half a block because from behind, she had the same narrow waiting room door silhouette as the one who had asked to be let in. She turned around eventually. Totally ordinary face. Tired, irritated, carrying a pharmacy bag. I still had to go sit in my car for 10 minutes before driving home. Mirrors changed too. I avoided them in low light. Again, not because I believed they were portals or any other nonsense. Because dim reflections had become contaminated territory. The station had taught me that seeing a shape where there should have been empty space behind me could no longer be dismissed cheaply. In a brightly lit bathroom or barber shop, fine. But the hallway mirror in my apartment after dark, the darkened television screen in the living room, the microwave door above the stove, the black shine of my bedroom window before I drew the blinds. Those all began to feel like places where my own image was not guaranteed to be alone. So I stopped looking when I didn't have to. I changed other routes too. There was a shortcut I used to take cutting behind an old warehouse near a disused freight spur on the way to a corner store. Perfectly safe, probably, during daylight. At night, it saved maybe 6 minutes. I quit taking it without making a conscious ceremony of that decision. Same with a pedestrian bridge near a bus transfer point, where you could hear trains underneath your feet when they came through. Same with a narrow path behind my apartment complex that ran parallel to an inactive service line behind a chain-link fence. None of these places had anything to do with the station, not directly. But the body does not respect categories once it decides tracks themselves have become morally charged. I also started hearing station sounds in ordinary places. That was when the contamination stopped feeling like stress and started feeling personal. The first time it happened, I was in a grocery store around noon, standing in the frozen foods aisle, staring blankly at microwave meals, because that had apparently become the default shape of my diet. Nobody dropped a glass jar somewhere up front, and the store speakers crackled in that little pre-announcement way they do before management tells everyone cleanup is on aisle whatever. Only what I heard for one sharp second was not a grocery announcement. It was the dry, clipped crackle of the station PA coming alive. Same texture, same hollow ceiling speaker distortion, same impossible half-breath before speech. I froze with one hand in the freezer case, pulse jumping stupidly high, while an ordinary female manager voice then followed and said something about assistance needed near checkout 3. No one around me reacted. I bought my groceries and sat in the parking lot afterward until the steering wheel stopped shaking in my hands. Another time, it was the plumbing in my apartment. An older building, nothing special. The kind where pipes clicked and groaned whenever someone above you ran a shower too long. I was brushing my teeth late in the afternoon before a shift, when somewhere behind the bathroom wall, a long metallic shriek traveled through the pipes. A dragging steel-on-steel sound so close to the one I'd heard at 12:17 that I spat toothpaste into the sink and backed away from the mirror without deciding to. The sound lasted maybe 2 seconds. Then it resolved into ordinary plumbing knocks and died. I stood there in my work shirt with foam at the corner of my mouth, feeling ridiculous and hunted at the same time. Then there was the HVAC hum. That one bothered me most because it almost always happened at the edge of fatigue, when I could never quite prove to myself whether I had heard what I thought I heard. My apartment's heating vent sat above the bedroom closet, and on cold nights it pushed out a steady, low rush once the system kicked on. Somewhere under that rush, some nights, I would catch whispering. Not clear words, not always. Just the impression of layered, low voices moving beneath the mechanical breath of the vent, as if the air itself had picked up memory from another building and was passing it through my room. I told almost no one about any of this. Who could I have told, really? I had a sister out in Monroeville who texted every couple weeks to ask if I was eating enough and whether I planned to come by for Sunday dinner sometime. I had an ex-girlfriend I was still friendly enough with to send the occasional meme or birthday message. I had 2 friends from community college who assumed I was still just doing shitty night jobs while I figured things out. There was no version of any conversation with them that ended well if I said, "By the way, the commuter station is using my mother's voice, and I think it may be showing people their deaths ahead of schedule." So I kept the pieces separate. Tired lately. Work's weird. Night shift screws with you. All true, none useful. Once my sister did get me over for dinner. Her husband grilled even though it was too cold, because men like that will turn any weather into a point of identity. Their little ranch house smelled like meat, laundry detergent, and some cinnamon candle they had going in the hallway. The TV was on in the next room, with a football game too low to follow. My nephew was upstairs, making enough thumping noise to suggest he was either building something or breaking it. It should have felt good. Instead, I spent most of the evening feeling like I had brought bad air in with me. My sister noticed before dessert and asked if I was sick. "No," I said too quickly. "You look like hell." "Thanks. I mean tired. Night shift." She gave me the same skeptical older sister look she'd been giving me since I was 13 and lying badly. "You need a different job." I cut into the pie and said, "Working on it." But I wasn't. Not really. That was another quiet horror of that time. I still kept going to work. Not because I believed it was safe. Not even because I believed I could beat it by understanding it. At that point, routine itself had become narcotic. Going back to the station, following the same steps, locking the same door at the same time, making coffee at 12:12, watching the far dead light come on at 12:17. Those things at least formed a shape around the fear. Admitting that something impossible was happening would have required action, confession, change. Routine asked only repetition, and repetition is easier than surrender. The first unmistakable sign that home was no longer home came on a Tuesday. I remember the day because I had done nothing remarkable with it. Slept badly, ate takeout noodles cold out of the carton, watched half a baseball game without following any of it, took a shower around 11:30, and stood too long afterward in the bathroom doorway, staring at my darkened bedroom, because I hated how the apartment looked when only one room was lit. By 12:10, I was in sweatpants on the couch, with the TV on low, and a beer I wasn't really drinking. At 12:17 exactly, the apartment intercom buzzed. Not a knock, not somebody in the hall. The actual downstairs entry intercom on the wall by my kitchen. I went perfectly still. The buzz lasted maybe 4 seconds, then stopped. I waited for it to come again. It didn't. I got up anyway and went to the panel. No voice came through. No building door rattle followed. Just the little red indicator light beside the speaker, dead and ordinary. I picked up the handset. "Yeah?" Nothing. I hung it up and, after standing there another 10 seconds, called downstairs on the building camera app using my phone. No one was at the front entrance. No old woman in a black coat. No waiting commuter. No wrong shape pressed close to the glass. Just the front stoop under its weak yellow bulb and the street beyond, empty except for one parked car silvered by streetlight. I did not sleep at all after that. And the worst part was not the intercom itself. It was how immediately, how completely, I understood that the time mattered more than the place now. Chapter 5. The Voice That Isn't Yours. The first time someone told me they had heard me outside on platform 3 while I was still inside the office, I felt something in my body give up before my mind could catch up. It happened on a slow Thursday, a little after 1 in the morning, which somehow made it worse. If it had happened during chaos, after a call box activation, after a scream, after one of the bigger incidents, I might have found some way to stack it with the rest and call it escalation. But the station had been almost offensively ordinary that night. The waiting room was empty, except for a sleeping man with a newspaper folded over his chest. The tunnel smelled like wet concrete and disinfectant. One of the vending machines had jammed on a bag of chips, and I'd spent 10 minutes watching the thing hang half caught in its spiral, like even snack food had given up trying to leave. I was in the office, going through a pile of maintenance notes and trying not to think about the intercom at my apartment when Kelso, the transit floater, stepped in from the front hall and said, "You were just out on 3? I looked up too fast. "What?" "Platform 3, he said. "I heard you out there." "No, you didn't." He frowned. "I know your voice." I set the pen down very carefully. "I've been in here." Kelso glanced past me at the monitor wall, then back at me, and I saw the tiny shift happen in his face. Not belief exactly. Unease. The kind a person gets when they realize a sentence they expected to be corrected has instead landed somewhere it shouldn't have. "You didn't go out there?" he asked again, slower. "No." "What did you hear?" I asked. He took another step into the office, lowering his voice without seeming to know he was doing it. "I was checking the bus side entrance, and I heard somebody at the rear corridor door. Thought it was you. Sounded like you saying something through the glass." My hands had already started going cold. "What did it say?" He thought for a second. "Couldn't catch all of it. Sounded like, 'Open up, maybe?' Then, after another beat, like somebody got stuck outside and was annoyed about it." I stared at him. He stared back for one uncomfortable second too long, then gave a little shrug that was supposed to knock the moment back into ordinary shape, and did not. Could have been the speaker bounce. Sound carries weird in here. "Yeah," I said, but the word came out wrong. Thin. Not enough to fool either of us. Maryanne heard about it before I meant for her to. That was the thing about station nights. Even when no one was talking much, information still moved in small, ugly currents. A look in the hallway. A muttered exchange near the mop sink. Somebody hearing only enough of a sentence to understand the subject and not enough to misunderstand it kindly. She found me near the break alcove 40 minutes later, standing with a paper cup of coffee I had no intention of drinking. "Kelso says he heard you outside," she said. It was not a question. I looked at her, and whatever she saw in my face must have answered her before I did. She went very still. Not surprised. Worse. Resigned. Her mouth tightened, and in that same flat tone she used for facts she wished had stayed unspoken, she said, "That means it has you now." I hate admitting how hard that line hit me. Not because it was poetic or theatrical, because it was neither. She said it like a cleaner might say there's a leak in the ceiling or mice in the wall. The kind of bad news that has moved past fear into maintenance. "What does that mean?" I asked, even though part of me no longer wanted her to answer. "It means it doesn't need other voices first." "That doesn't tell me anything." "It tells you enough." "Maryanne." But she was already turning away, carrying her mop bucket down the hall like the conversation had cost her too much to continue. I waited until she was gone, then went straight to the office and checked the logs. By then, I had become better at the station's systems than I had ever wanted to be. I knew which cameras lagged and which held true timestamps. I knew where audio clips archived and where they corrupted. I knew which admin menus still worked if you clicked through outdated prompts in the right order. Familiarity with a dangerous place is a nasty kind of expertise. It gives you just enough competence to keep yourself near the thing longer than wisdom would allow. I pulled up the 12:17 sequence from that night. Office cam first. There I was, clear as cheap transit surveillance would allow, standing at the desk with one hand braced against the edge while I watched the Platform 3 feed. Timestamp visible. Posture unmistakable. I never left the room. Then I isolated the rear corridor microphone. At first, there was only static grain and the low pressure hum the building always developed during the window. Then, at 12:17:13, a voice came through. Mine. Not similar. Not close. Mine. "Open up," it said. The words were almost conversational, not shouted, not panicked. The second sentence came after half a beat, and I felt the hair rise all along my arms before it finished. "I'm stuck out here." I replayed it 4 times, same voice every time. My voice as heard from the inside, the version I knew from the shape of my own thought, not the flatter recorded version other people usually hear. But there was something wrong in the sound, a wetness under the syllables, as if the mouth making them was full of fluid or smiling too wide. The cadence was wrong too, almost playful, almost patient. The way a mimic sounds when it has learned pronunciation before it has learned intention. I backed up the feed and checked the office camera again. Still there. Me. Inside. Forward. Audio of me outside, asking to be let in. Inside, at the same exact time, my body never moved. I sat back in the chair, and for one stupid second, actually looked around the office, as if another version of myself might still be standing somewhere just beyond the monitors, waiting for me to notice. Nobody was there. Nothing moved but the tiny rolling line of static on the far Platform 3 feed. After that, I started hearing my own voice in other places. Not often. That would almost have been simpler, because constant torment at least becomes obvious. No, it happened just infrequently enough to force uncertainty into every quiet moment after midnight. A clipped word over the PA when no announcement had been cued. A soft laugh threaded through feedback near the tunnel speakers. Once, standing at the soda machine around 12:40, I heard my own voice from somewhere down the empty waiting room say, "Hey," in exactly the tone I'd use, trying not to startle someone I knew. When I turned, the benches were empty, and the fluorescent light over the newspaper box flickered once and went still. I stopped talking to myself at work after that. That probably sounds minor, but everyone who works alone develops that habit eventually. Reading an incident note aloud, swearing softly at a jammed drawer, saying, "Come on," to a slow machine, as if impatience might somehow improve circuitry. I quit doing it because I no longer wanted the station learning any more of my cadence than it already had. Whether that made any sense didn't matter. It felt necessary, which was enough. At home, the effect was worse. The apartment had become a place I moved through carefully rather than lived in. TV on for noise. Lights left on in adjacent rooms. No mirrors in low light. No standing near the front door after midnight unless someone knocked and I had no choice. That should have been protective, I think. Instead, it may only have trained me into a better audience. The night it first used my own voice at home, I had fallen asleep on the couch with some late movie running low enough to turn dialogue into murmur. I woke the way I often did then, too fast, heart already working, with no immediate reason. The room was blue with TV light. The digital clock on the cable box read 12:17. Before I could even finish registering that, I heard a voice from the hallway outside my apartment door.
My voice. Not loud, not pounding on the wood, just speaking through the narrow space under and around the door in a tone low enough that it felt meant only for me. Don't look through the peephole. I went so cold I actually felt it in my teeth. That line terrified me more than anything it had said at the station. Not because it was threatening, because of the timing. I had not yet stood up. I had not moved toward the door. The thought of using the peephole had not consciously formed in me before the voice said it, which meant either it anticipated me or it knew me well enough by then to reach the thought a fraction before I did. I stayed frozen on the couch, every muscle locked. The hallway beyond my apartment door remained silent. No second sentence, no shuffle of shoes, no scrape of a coat against the wall. Just that single instruction given in my own voice, and then the waiting. I told myself not to get up. I told myself not to participate. I told myself the voice had been a half-dream, a leftover from bad sleep. The television, the pipes, the stress. Any explanation weak enough to live another minute. Then came 3 slow taps. Not on the wood, on the peephole glass. Delicate, precise. Someone on the other side reaching one finger up and touching the outer lens just enough to make the tiny contact carry through the door. I stood up before I decided to. That is another ugly truth of fear. It can make obedience feel like the only form of control left. The voice had told me not to look. The taps had gone directly to the place of looking. By then, the compulsion had become almost physical. I crossed the living room in my bare feet, not trusting my own balance, and stopped beside the door instead of directly in front of it. For maybe 10 seconds, I just stood there, breathing through my mouth, listening for anything in the hallway. Nothing. No elevator hum, no neighbor's TV, no footsteps on the stairs. The building itself seemed to have drawn in around the door and gone still. Then I leaned and looked through the peephole. At first, I saw only darkness. Not hallway darkness, not the warped, yellow-lit corridor I should have seen with the opposite apartment door and the cheap framed fire evacuation notice mounted by the stairwell. Just a dark blur pressed so close to the outer lens that it swallowed all shape and perspective. I jerked back so hard my shoulder hit the wall. Before I could step away fully, the glass gave 3 more taps. Tap, tap, tap. I don't remember how long I stood in the kitchen afterward, with my back against the counter and a knife in my hand I had no intention of actually using. Long enough for my legs to start shaking. Long enough for the refrigerator motor to kick on and nearly make me retch from the sound. Long enough to realize that if I called anyone, police, landlord, whoever, I would have to explain why I wasn't opening the door to see whether someone was injured in the hall. Eventually, I forced myself back to the peephole. The hallway was empty. Normal, warped apartment hallway empty. Yellow wall light, cheap carpeting.
My neighbor's doormat off-center like always. No black blur. No coat. No old woman. No second version of me. Nothing. By morning, the rational part of my brain had already begun trying to repair the damage. Maybe someone had played a prank. Maybe the outside lens had been smudged and my half-awake eyes turned that into a faceless dark. Maybe the taps were building noise and the voice had been a dream. But the line remained. Not the taps, not the blur. The sentence. Don't look through the peephole. It had reached the thought before I had.
And once you know something can do that, ordinary privacy stops feeling like a right and starts feeling like a superstition. Chapter 5. Maryanne tells the truth she can. Maryanne chose a night when the station was almost kind. That is how I think of it now. Not safe, never safe, but restrained. The kind of shift that lets you remember how a building like that can fool people into staying. The waiting room was mostly empty after midnight. No call box alarms, no clipped voices over the speakers, no inexplicable wet bench on platform 2. Just the normal ugliness of the place under fluorescent light and the low mechanical breathing of vents that had outlived 3 budget cycles. I had reached the point where fear no longer came in spikes. It had settled into me as a posture. I moved differently, slept differently, listened differently. At work, I found myself pausing in doorways without deciding to, checking reflections in monitor glass only from angles that didn't expose my back, watching the timestamp on the wall clock as if numbers themselves had become weather. Even Louise being gone had changed the station's shape. It wasn't just that he wasn't there to joke or to mock the rule anymore. His absence occupied space, an unfinished sentence in every room. That night I was in the rear supply alcove, pretending to organize boxes of paper towels because the narrowness of the space felt easier than sitting in the office with the monitor wall and my own thoughts. Maryanne came in pushing her cleaning cart and shut the alcove door behind her. That alone was enough to make me turn. She never shut doors unless she wanted privacy. For a second, she did nothing. Just stood there with both gloved hands resting on the cart handle, eyes on the floor, not on me. The little alcove smelled like bleach, dust, and the faint lemon oil from whatever cheap cleaner she used on the waiting room benches. The overhead light hummed softly. Somewhere out in the station, a speaker gave one harmless crackle and died. Then she said, "I should have told you sooner." I did not answer right away. Not because I didn't know what she meant, because I did. She finally looked up, and what struck me most was how tired she seemed. Not physically, deeper than that. The kind of tiredness that comes from carrying one avoided subject for too many years and knowing it has finally arrived for someone else. "You're too far in now," she said. I leaned back against the shelf behind me. "That's a hell of an opening." "It's the truth. You said that before. And you kept coming back." There was no accusation in it, just the dull ache of inevitability. I asked, quietly, "What happened to you here?" She let out a breath through her nose and looked at the shut door, as if checking once more that we were truly alone. "Not me," she paused. "My brother." I had expected a husband, maybe. Something about Maryanne carried that kind of old, private widowhood. But brother made the story feel immediately older, deeper in the bones of her life. "He worked maintenance," she said, "back when the station was rougher and the staffing was worse. Before all the camera upgrades. Before they started pretending paperwork was the same as control." I said nothing. "He broke the rule," she went on.
The sentence sat there between us, plain as concrete. "Same as Louise?" I asked. She nodded once. "Different reason." Her gaze drifted past me, not unfocused exactly, but fixed on some image she had no choice now but to pull back up. "He heard a child crying near the service fence, far end of platform 3. Not screaming, crying." Her mouth tightened.
The kind that sounds lost, not injured. A little kid trying not to cry loud because they think being quiet is the same as being safe. A cold pressure settled low in my chest. "He went out after it?" "He went to check," she said. That's how he would have put it. He wasn't reckless. He wasn't trying to prove anything. He heard a child out there and couldn't stay inside. I thought of Louise saying he wasn't going to sit indoors because of ghost policy if somebody needed help. I did not say it. Maryanne went on in the same low, careful voice. "He told them later he saw a little girl by the fence in a raincoat. Yellow," he said. "Like the kind a parent buys because they think bright colors make children easier to protect. She had one shoe off. Said she was crying with her head down. He called to her. She didn't answer. She swallowed once. Then she looked up, and he ran back." My mouth had gone dry. What did he see? He never gave the same answer twice. That was worse than any single description could have been. One night, he said her mouth kept opening after the rest of her face stopped. Another time, he said she didn't have any eyes, just water running out. Once he swore it wasn't a girl at all, that it only became one because he needed it to be. The alcove felt smaller with every sentence. "He made it back inside alive," I said. Maryanne nodded, but without comfort. "Alive, yes." The way she said it made the word feel provisional. "What changed?" I asked. Her laugh then was brief and ugly and had no humor in it. "Everything." She looked me over, not with curiosity, but with the recognition of someone measuring damage she has already seen in another body. "He wouldn't go near windows after midnight," she said. "At home, at work, anywhere. Covered the kitchen glass with newspaper. Put a blanket over the front door pane. If he had to pass one after dark, he'd keep his head down and move quick." A chill crawled through me that had nothing to do with the station's bad heat. He said something stood on the platform, counting mouths. I stared at her. What? That's what he said. Counting mouths. Her face remained flat, but her fingers tightened on the cart handle. Wouldn't explain it properly. Just said it stood there and looked from face to face like a person counting seats on a bus. Mouths, he kept saying. Not people. Mouths. I thought immediately of the line of the dead outside the waiting room doors. All of them patient and silent, like they were waiting to be acknowledged one by one. Maryanne continued before I could speak. He stopped sleeping. Started hearing things in radiators and behind walls. Said the station was trying his voice on when he wasn't using it. Then one morning going home after shift, he walked right off the end of the platform and onto live track. My whole body went cold. He killed himself? She took too long to answer. That's what the report said. The answer was soft. Not acceptance, not denial. Something more exhausted than either. But you don't believe that. She looked at me then, and there it was again, that hard old anger beneath the tiredness. I believe he had spent 3 weeks telling people that something was coming closer every time he answered his own name. I believe he said it had started waiting for him in reflections
before it started waiting in the station. I believe he stood in my kitchen one night at 2 a.m. and asked me which mouth was really his. Her jaw clenched. And I believe the people who wrote the report preferred intentional track entry because it fit on paper. Neither of us spoke for a while after that. The station outside the alcove kept pretending at normal life. A cartwheel squeaked somewhere down the hall. The radiator clicked. The office printer, unused for hours, made one tiny settling noise like a throat clearing in another room.
Finally, I said, "Why are you telling me now?" "Because I heard what happened at your apartment." I felt my stomach drop. "Who told you that?" "No one. I saw it on you." That answer should have sounded like superstition. Instead, it landed with the ugly accuracy of experience. She took one hand off the cart and adjusted the cuff of her glove with deliberate care, as if she needed the small task to keep speaking. "The rule isn't about safety during a haunting," she said. That sentence changed the air in the room. I said nothing. It's not there because the place gets active and people might get scared. It's not there so management can pretend they're protecting staff from ghost stories. It's there because acknowledgement matters. Acknowledgement of what? Passage. The word seemed too simple and too large at once. I frowned. "You're going to have to do better than that." She nodded once, unsurprised by my reaction. "I know. I just don't have better words." Maybe nobody does. But the rule isn't only about keeping you physically away from Platform 3. It's about refusing the thing what it wants most, which is for you to answer when it passes through. When I didn't speak, she went on. "Once it can use your voice, it is close to making a place for you." I felt that low, involuntary shiver run through my arms and into my hands. The body recognizing a sentence as true before the mind can decide what to do with it. "A place where?" I asked. She looked toward the door again. "In it," she said. I hated how much sense that made. Not intellectually, not cleanly, but at the level where all the pieces I had been carrying around separately suddenly began scraping against each other and fitting badly into one shape. The train, the voices, the dead figures at the doors, seeing living co-workers inside the car before they died, my own voice outside the office while my body remained inside, the thing in the locker wearing my uniform, the figure in the old photograph that looked too much like me. "Those people on the platform," I said carefully. "The dead ones. You think they're trapped there?" Maryanne's eyes sharpened. "No," she said at once. "Or not in the way people mean when they say that." She saw I was about to ask and cut me off with a small, impatient shake of the head. "Don't make it sentimental. It isn't that. I don't think they're souls waiting for justice. I think some of them are copies, impressions, ways of making the living answer." That was as close to myth as she ever got, and because she said it in that plain, work-worn voice, it was more frightening than if she had dressed it up. "Then what about your brother?" I asked. Her face changed very slightly. Not enough to call it grief. More like the tightening around an old injury when rain comes in. "I don't know," she said. "And I'm old enough now not to lie to myself by pretending I do." The honesty of that made me trust her more than any certainty would have. She stepped closer then, leaving the cart where it was. "Quit," she said. Just that. No build-up, no comforting language, no grand speech about choosing life. Quit now. Not next month. Not after you get some answer from a file cabinet or an old man or a camera.
Now. I looked down at the shelf beside me because I could not quite hold her eyes while she said it. I can't just walk. Yes, you can. I need the money. You'll need a mind to spend it with. I gave a short, bitter laugh at that, but it died immediately. You think it's that close? I think you came back after it used your voice. I think you ran out during the window and it still let you come back inside. I think it's in your house now. She let that settle. So yes. The station speaker in the hallway popped once and gave a clipped half-syllable that could have been static or a voice trying on the shape of one. Neither of us moved.
I asked, "Why did you stay?" That landed. I knew it would. For a moment, I thought she might refuse to answer. Then she said, "Because I was younger than I should have been, and poorer than I should have been, and angrier than I should have been. Same reasons anybody stays where they shouldn't." That was the closest thing to kindness she had ever offered me. By the time she left the alcove, I had almost decided. Not cleanly, not bravely, but enough that the idea of quitting had stopped feeling like surrender and started feeling like the last normal decision still available to me. There was just one thing I wanted before I went. One final answer from Doherty. Not because I trusted him, because I didn't. He had spent too long managing the edge of the truth without crossing it, and I had reached the point where not knowing the last piece felt worse than hearing it might. I found him near dawn in the office, standing over the incident log with his reading glasses low on his nose and a paper cup of coffee cooling beside his hand. The station had entered that brittle, pre-morning phase where the first commuters had not yet arrived, but the night no longer felt wholly private either. The fluorescent lights made his face look rougher, older. For a second, I wondered whether the version I had seen in the train window had only been this face, moved a little closer to its inevitable end. "I'm done," I said. He looked up. "With what?" "The job." That made him set the pen down. He studied me for a moment, then said, "Probably smart." The lack of surprise irritated me immediately. "You don't get points for agreeing now." I didn't ask for points. I stepped into the office fully and shut the door behind me. "I want one answer before I go." That's usually how it starts. This isn't funny. I didn't say it was. I put both hands on the desk and leaned forward. "Why not close Platform 3 permanently?" He didn't answer at once. "Seriously," I said. "Fence it off. Seal the corridor. Reroute access. If the thing is tied to that platform, why not shut it down?" He looked tired then in a way I had only glimpsed before. Not merely old, used up by repetition. "We tried." That stopped me cold. "We?" "My predecessor," he said, "and the people above him who were dumb enough to think physical closure was the same as solving a problem." I stared at him. He took the glasses off, folded them, set them beside the cup. "This was before you, before Louise, before some of the old names you found in the admin room, probably. They shut Platform 3 down for months, locked the service corridor, welded a temporary barrier near the tunnel access, rerouted all traffic. Thought if nobody used the platform, whatever was associated with it would lose the route. I could already hear where this was going and hated it. "The next week," Doherty said, "the sightings started in the station offices." I felt the room change around the sentence. "What sightings?" "Figures where figures shouldn't be. Voices through interior lines instead of platform speakers. Staff seeing people at the glass between offices. A ticket clerk heard her dead husband ask for change through the transaction slot.
One supervisor swore he watched a conductor who was off duty that night walk past the records room and vanish into a supply closet that had no second exit. He paused. Another employee found wet footprints in the admin hall leading to a locked office where no one was inside. I thought of the office door fingerprint, the figure behind my reflection, the thing in the locker. So they reopened the platform, I said. They re-established the route, he corrected, and the activity consolidated again. That word consolidated made me feel faintly ill.
Too procedural. Too much like moving a problem from one department to another.
I asked, so the platform isn't the source?
No.
Then what is? Doherty looked at me for a long second, and when he answered, his voice was lower than I had ever heard it. Maybe it's the nearest mouth. I did not understand that fully. Not then. Maybe not even now. But I felt the shape of it enough to know I had reached the limit of what he was willing to say and what I was still capable of hearing without coming apart. I straightened slowly. I'm not coming back after this week, I said. He nodded once. That would be wise. I wanted to hate him for how calm he remained. Part of me did. But another part, the part already infected by the station's logic, recognized something uglier. Doherty did not sound calm because he was unaffected. He sounded calm because he had repeated every other possible reaction until only procedure remained.
I left the office with my resignation half-formed in my head, and a worse truth lodged where I could not dislodge it. The rule had never been about hiding from ghosts. It had been about refusing to let something moving through the station decide you had answered back. Chapter 6. Signs of Collapse. The night I decided for certain I was done, freezing rain had turned the whole station into something half-submerged. Not literally. The building was dry enough inside, the way public buildings always are dry in the wrong places and damp in the wrong ones. But everything about it carried that soaked, waiting quality. The parking lot shone under the sodium lights as if varnished. Water gathered on the platform edges in dark, trembling bands. Every time the front doors opened for one of the few remaining passengers, a blade of wet cold slid through the waiting room and laid itself over the fluorescent heat like another skin. January in western Pennsylvania has a way of making even ordinary infrastructure look temporary. Concrete takes on a dead color. Metal sounds meaner. The sky hangs low enough that the whole world feels roofed in. That night, the station looked less like a place people used and more like a place they had forgotten to stop using. There were almost no passengers. That mattered. Crowds don't protect you from a place like that, but they do interfere with its rhythm. Their footsteps, their complaints, the little indignities of public movement, tickets, coffee spills, lost gloves, delayed connections, force a station to keep performing its daytime self. With only a few bodies moving through it, the structure starts showing its other face too early. By 9:30, I had already noticed that something was off. Not wrong in a dramatic sense, not yet. Just wrong enough to become impossible to stop noticing. The cameras were glitching in ways they did not normally glitch. Not one feed dropping or a familiar roll of static on platform 3. All of them. For a second at a time, sometimes less, every platform screen on the monitor wall would cut to the same angle, the far end of platform 3 near the maintenance gate. Then they would snap back. Platform 1 feed would become platform 3. Platform 2 feed would become platform 3. Tunnel camera, briefly platform 3. Even the waiting room overhead angle did it once, the image breaking and reforming into that same distant patch of wet concrete under the weak far light.
The first 2 or 3 times, I told myself it was some back-end issue with the switcher. Cheap hardware, old station infrastructure, the kind of failure any underfunded transit site should be expected to produce on a bad weather night. By the 6th or 7th time, the explanation still existed, but it had stopped being useful. I tried to ignore it and work. That was the deal I had made with myself for those last days. Finish the shift, turn in the resignation. Let the station keep whatever answers it was going to keep. I had enough already. More than enough. The only way through was to behave like the job was still a job and trust routine to carry me until morning. So I did. I logged a drainage issue by the tunnel stairs. I checked the side access locks. I answered one question from a man in a navy beanie who wanted to know whether the inbound from the city was running late or had simply ceased to exist out of personal malice. I pointed him toward the digital board, which was as useful as I was. I made coffee at 10:30 and dumped it out after 2 swallows because it tasted like burned rust and old paper. At 11, the loudspeaker over the waiting room crackled. Not with a full announcement, just a clipped fragment, cut off mid-breath, like the system had reached into some archive of old station speech and pulled its hand back too early. "Bound, sir." Silence. A few minutes later, another speaker, this one over the tunnel entrance, coughed out, "Please." Then static. Then nothing. The station had been doing that for weeks, but that night the fragments felt older somehow, more degraded, less like current stored announcements glitching loose and more like dead messages wearing through from under newer layers. At 11:30, one of the restroom mirrors moved. I know exactly how that sounds, and if anyone else had told me the story that way, I would have reached at once for the ordinary explanations. Fatigue, reflection confusion, someone passing behind the door while the witness was half looking away. Any of those would have been kinder. I was in the employee restroom washing my hands because the coffee had left an acidic taste in my mouth, and I needed the little reset of cold water. The room was as ugly as it had always been. Off-white sink, beige tile, fluorescent panel with one end dimmer than the other. The old mirror above the basin clouded at the corners with age and cleaner residue. Nothing mystical about it. Nothing cinematic. I had both hands under the faucet when, in the mirror, I saw movement behind me. Not large movement, just the clear impression of someone passing the doorway at the restroom entrance. Dark sleeve, shoulder, human-scale motion. I turned immediately. The doorway was empty. No one in the hall. No sound of retreating footsteps either. Just the stale office smell drifting in from outside and the faint rattle of a vent somewhere in the wall. I stared at the hallway for a few seconds, then looked back into the mirror and hated it instantly. Not because I saw anything else, because I knew, with the certainty that had grown in me over months, that the station had moved beyond trying to scare me and into trying to catch me looking wrong. I dried my hands and left without checking the mirror again. The office locker started acting up around midnight. It was the same dented metal locker bank where the thing in my uniform had come spilling out months earlier, though months is one of those words that lies by sounding like a stable unit of time. After that night, every locker in that bank had felt wrong to me. But one in particular, the middle one, second from the left, had taken on a stubborn mechanical issue no one ever seemed to fix. The latch would catch, then release. Catch, then release. Not loudly, just enough to make itself part of the room. Click. A beat. Click. I was at the desk doing the last of the incident notes when I heard it the first time and looked over it once. The locker door was shut. A minute later, while I was still watching it out of the corner of my eye, It shifted outward maybe half an inch and settled back with that same soft click, as though someone inside had tested the metal and decided to wait. I got up and crossed the office. The hallway outside remained empty. The office itself looked perfectly normal in monitor glow and fluorescent spill. Desk, radio, corkboard, coffee ring on a shift memo, my jacket hanging on the back of the chair. Only the locker felt like a separate weather system inside the room. I tugged it open. Empty shelves, a forgotten roll of paper towels, a dead battery pack, nothing else. I shut it harder than necessary and wedged a folded incident binder against the bottom seam for good measure. That held for maybe 12 minutes. Then the click came again. At 12:03, all the monitors cut to platform 3 simultaneously and stayed there long enough for my pulse to actually kick. The far end, the maintenance gate, the weak overhead light burning over wet concrete. No figure visible, no movement. Then the screens flickered and returned to their assigned feeds as if nothing had happened. I picked up the radio and tried Doherty. No answer. That made everything worse in a practical way. He was supposed to be on site by then, or at least reachable. Even when he was deliberately withholding information, his presence still offered one thing the station never did: procedure. A man to argue with, blame, demand from. The absence of that left me alone with the building in a way I had not wanted on my last shift. I tried again 5 minutes later. Nothing. Kelso had been reassigned to bus side coverage and wouldn't come back through for at least half an hour. Maryanne had gone home early with a cough that sounded like broken gravel in her chest. For the first time in weeks, the station's worst window was moving toward me with no familiar witnesses in range. That was when I knew for certain this would be my last shift. Not in the abstract, not as a vague plan, as a hard, private statement. I would get through the night if I could. I would hand in whatever version of resignation I could make sound sane. I would never step into that building after dark again. The decision should have relieved me. Instead, it sharpened the fear. Final nights develop their own texture. Every sound feels more pointed because you keep thinking, remember this. Every corridor becomes part of a place you are already trying to leave from the inside. By 12:10, the station felt wrong enough that even routine had begun to fray. The waiting room was empty. The tunnel looked too long on the camera feed. Every platform screen carried a faint gray jitter at the edges, like static trying to enter from outside the frame. I made coffee anyway, because not making it would have felt like surrendering a ritual I had come to depend on. I poured it, set it down untouched, and stood in the office with both hands on the back of the chair, as if I needed to physically brace myself against the next 6 minutes. At 12:12, the loudspeaker over the waiting room cracked alive again. This time, the voice fragment lasted longer. "Attention, passant. Do not..." Then a burst of static sharp enough to sting my ears. At 12:13, the radiator shut off. At 12:14, the office air thinned. I had no other phrase for it. The building seemed to pull inward, making room for something by subtraction. Not colder at first, just less breathable in a way only nerves can fully measure. At 12:15, every monitor rolled once, darkened, and recovered. At 12:16, all of them cut at once. No transition, no switching lag, no static. Every screen on the wall showed platform 3, the far end, the maintenance gate. And standing beneath the weak, dead light, facing the station with one shoulder slightly turned, was me. Not a suggestion of me, not a figure my fear could stretch toward resemblance. Me. Same jacket, Same stance, same slight forward set in the shoulders, same cheap black cargo pants with the faint reflective crease along one thigh. Even at that grainy distance, I knew the shape of my own body the way people know their own gait in security camera footage before the face resolves. For one impossible second, I had the absurd thought that maybe the image was live and I had blacked out and somehow gone outside without knowing. Then the office camera feed, in a smaller corner box the system must have glitched back into overlay, showed me standing exactly where I was, inside, one hand on the chair, staring at myself on platform 3. The figure by the maintenance gate lifted its head. Even through the feed, I felt the attention land. And I knew, before anything else happened, that the station had stopped being content with my fear and had moved on to something closer to invitation. Chapter 6. The Double. For 1 second, maybe less, I could not understand what I was seeing. That was the worst part of the figure at the maintenance gate. Not that it looked like me. It was that my mind recognized it before my judgment could interfere. The body shape, the cut of the jacket, the way the shoulders sat slightly forward. Even the angle of the head was mine, the way I tended to stand when I was tense without wanting anyone to see I was tense. The station had reduced me to a shape it could reproduce. I stood in the office with my own hand locked white around the back of the chair and watched myself standing 30 yards away on platform 3 under the weak, dead light. Then the face resolved. Not clearly. The camera was too poor for clarity. But it resolved enough. The mouth was wrong first. Too wide. Not open, not smiling, not hanging like a corpse's jaw. Wider than the architecture of a face should have allowed. Stretched at the corners as if the skin there had been asked to learn a shape it was never made for and had complied badly. Something dark had run down the front of the shirt beneath the chin, soaking the collar and placket. And even at that distance, through static and low resolution and the sickly glow of the far light, I could see too much white inside the mouth. Too many teeth. The figure lifted one arm. Not a wave, a beckoning motion. 2 fingers curling inward, patient as a person signaling someone across a parking lot. The movement snapped something loose in me. I stumbled backward from the monitor wall, not because I had decided to retreat, but because the body does what it can when recognition becomes poison. At that exact instant came the knocking. 3 knocks at the platform glass, 3 at the office door behind me, and 3 more from the locker bank at my left. They did not come in sequence. They landed almost on top of one another, a perfectly timed triangulation of sound that turned the office into a box with attention pressing in from every side. I spun too fast and slammed my hip into the desk, hard enough to send the coffee mug skidding. The platform side knock came first again. 3 slow, blunt taps on the narrow, wired window in the rear corridor door, as if something out there wanted me to know it was no longer content with cameras. The office door to the admin hall answered with its own 3 taps, softer, more intimate, the kind of knock a coworker gives when he thinks you're busy but still wants in. And behind me, from the middle locker, came 3 hollow metal knocks from the inside. The office lights dimmed. Not completely, not yet. Just enough that all the whites in the room turned gray-green, and the monitor wall suddenly became the brightest thing present. My own breathing sounded loud and wet in the smaller space. Then the PA system came on. Not the waiting room speakers first. The little speaker in the office ceiling directly above me. Static breathed across it for half a second, and then my own voice said, clearly and almost conversationally, "I'm outside." Every hair on my arms and neck rose at once. The voice was mine in the most intimate way possible. Not how other people hear me, but how I hear myself inside bone and mouth and thought. Yet it carried that same wrongness I had heard before. A softness under the syllables, as if the tongue shaping them were too wet. A faint, smiling cadence where no smile belonged. The locker door clicked. Once. Twice. Then it began to rattle on the latch. I backed away so quickly I hit the edge of the corkboard and sent a pushpin skittering across the floor. The incident binder I had wedged against the locker seam earlier had fallen aside at some point I hadn't noticed. Now the door shivered against the metal frame with short, hard impacts from within. Click. Rattle. Click.
A line of wetness appeared at the vent slits near the top.
At first it looked black under the failing light. Then the monitor glow caught it, and red came up through it in slow, dark threads. Not bright blood red, older, watered. Black red and thick enough to cling before it ran. It slid from the locker vents in 3 separate trails and down across the dented paint, leaving greasy-looking dark lines that reflected the room in broken little strips. The smell hit a second later. Rail grease. Old blood. Rot. Not the theatrical rot of movie basements and fake corpses. Something heavier and more industrial. Wet metal. Burnt brake dust. A sweetness gone sour from being trapped too long in heat. The smell of a station drain clogged with organic matter and machinery residue together. The knocking at the platform glass came again. 3 taps. The office door knock answered. 3 more. Then the voice above me said, in my own tone but with a grin underneath it now, "Open up!"
The locker door burst outward. Not wide, not at first. Just enough that something inside hit it with body weight and popped the latch with a sound like a knee going the wrong way. The door snapped open 6 inches, then a foot. Whatever was within did not come out cleanly. It spilled. That is the closest word I have for the movement. Not stepped, not climbed. It spilled forward in a sequence of parts trying to remember the order of a body. One shoulder struck the frame first. Then an arm in my uniform sleeve slid out at an angle no arm should have held. Then a head, but not upright, turned too far, cheek scraping metal, mouth already open too wide. The torso caught halfway in the locker opening. Flat. Crushed. Folded in on itself through the middle like a cardboard box that had been stomped and then forced back toward shape. My station shirt was stretched across that collapsed chest and abdomen in wrinkles darkened by wetness. My name patch was still there. My jacket, too. Open now. One sleeve twisted behind the thing, as if it had dressed in haste, or had been dressed by something that understood clothing only as another layer of skin. The face came free last. It was my face only, in the broad structural betrayals. The nose, the brow, the jaw shape. Everything else had been revised by damage and imitation. The mouth was split too far at the corners. Dark fluid had dried and re-wet down the chin and collar. The cheeks looked wrong, stretched where they should have been solid, caved where they should have held bone. And inside the mouth, where a tongue should have moved, something black and jointed shifted. Insects. Not a swarm pouring out, not cinematic. Worse. Small, thick, dark bodies packed wetly behind the teeth, moving over one another in tiny, frantic adjustments, as if the mouth itself were a nest trying to pass for speech. The thing unfolded the rest of the way out of the locker,
with a series of sounds I will never stop hearing properly. Cloth dragging, metal scraping, a low, sticky tearing noise where some part of it caught and came loose. And under all of it, the small, blunt pops of joints or bones trying to find workable positions again. It straightened as much as it could. Not fully upright. There was too much collapse through the middle for that. It had to hunch into itself to stand. One shoulder sat lower than the other. One hand hung open and flexing. The other rose slowly, palm toward me, in a gesture that was almost greeting, until I saw the fingers were bent back slightly at the tips, as if they had once been crushed and never reset right. Then it lunged. Not gracefully, not fast in the way a human body runs, fast in the way a damaged thing closes distance when it has learned that structure is optional. It hit the desk first, half climbing and half throwing itself over it, sending the coffee mug flying. Hot brown liquid and shards of ceramic burst across the logbook and monitor controls. I grabbed the nearest thing at hand, the heavy metal flashlight from the desk drawer I had left half open, and swung. The beam cracked across the side of its head. The sound was not what I expected. Not the clean ring of hitting bone, not the meaty thud of flesh. A mixed sound, hard structure under softness, something brittle giving slightly beneath weight and then holding anyway. The thing's head snapped sideways. For one impossible second, I saw its profile in full office light. The ear on that side was split low and dark with wetness. The cheek had opened in a seam from the corner of the mouth almost to the jaw hinge. Behind the teeth, the insects convulsed and rearranged themselves like a thought trying to take physical form. Then it hit me. Not with a punch, with its whole body. The crushed torso drove into my chest and knocked the air out of me so completely, I thought for a second I had already died and just not processed it yet. The smell was unbearable up close. Hot metal, old fluid, moldy cloth, something sweet rank beneath. My back struck the filing cabinet hard enough that folders spilled from the upper drawer. It got one hand around the front of my jacket. The fingers were cold and wet and stronger than they should have been. The face came up toward mine, mouth widening further, and I heard my own voice from inside it say, cheerfully and too close, "There you are." I slammed the flashlight up under its chin. The beam punched into the open mouth. Something inside crackled. The insects thrashed. The thing made a sound then, not pain exactly, but feedback. A shrill tearing burst like microphone squeal and a human choke overlapping. It recoiled just enough for me to wrench free of its grip, leaving a strip of my jacket front hanging in its hand. I ran. Not out the office door I used for normal things. Out the side of the room toward the service corridor, because instinct had entirely abandoned strategy by then. My shoulder clipped the door frame. I hit the hall half-turned, one hand scraping along beige paint for balance, and heard the thing come after me with the ugly, uneven impacts of a body that did not have to obey the usual rules of movement. Behind me, the PA system screamed to life. My voice from every speaker now. "Don't run!" Then laughter, but wrong in cadence, wet and layered over static. I reached the fire door at the end of the service corridor and threw my weight into the crash bar. The heavy door slammed open into the rear stairwell. I stumbled through, turned, and shoved it back just as the thing hit from the other side. The impact boomed through the metal hard enough to rattle the push bar in my hands. Then another. Not fists.
not a shoulder.
The impact of a whole body hurled flat against the door skin. The door flexed inward by half an inch and snapped back. I dropped the flashlight, grabbed the horizontal bar with both hands, and leaned all my weight into it, while my lungs tried to remember how to work. On the other side, something slid slowly down the metal, leaving a wet dragging sound and a darker line creeping at the seam near the floor. The station speakers had gone quiet again. The silence that followed was almost worse. Then, very softly from the other side of the fire door, in my own patient voice, it said, "You forgot something." I did not wait to hear what. I ran down the stairwell into the rear exit, dark, with the taste of old blood and coffee and metal all mixing at the back of my throat, understanding at last that whatever had been using Platform 3 no longer needed the platform to show me my own face.
Chapter 6. The Parking Lot of the Dead.
The first thing I felt when I hit the rear staff exit was relief. Real relief. Stupid, primitive, humiliating relief. That is important because what happened next would sound less believable if I pretended I knew better. I didn't. I had just driven a flashlight into the mouth of something wearing my face and my uniform, heard it slam itself against a fire door hard enough to flex the metal, and then run half-blind through a back stairwell with my heart beating so violently I could feel it in my gums. By the time I shoved through the rear exit and out into the freezing rain, my body had reduced the world to one desperate assumption. Outside meant away. Cold air hit me in a sheet. The rain had come back while I was inside, not heavy, but dense enough to silver every surface under the lot lights and make distance look thinner than it was.
The service alley behind the station was empty, except for a dumpster, a line of wet concrete barriers, and a chain-link fence separating the staff side from the main parking lot. My shoes splashed through shallow water as I stumbled out onto the blacktop and bent double, one hand on my knee, trying to drag air into lungs that had forgotten how to do the job properly. Behind me, through the metal of the building, I heard the fire door take another hit. Body weight force. A heavy, flattening boom that traveled through the wall and into the wet night, followed by a long, scraping slide downward. I straightened it once and ran. I did not look back toward the exit. I cut along the rear wall of the station, slipping once on painted concrete, shoulder clipping the brick hard enough to send a bright pain down my arm. The rain stung my face and instantly flattened my hair to my forehead. Somewhere beyond the building, closer to the main lot, the sodium lights hummed with that old electrical whine they all seem to produce when weather gets into them.
I remember one absurd thought rising through the panic as I ran. If I can just get to the front lot, it'll be normal there. Cars, a bus shelter, streetlight glow. Maybe one stranded passenger, maybe a smoker under the awning. Maybe nothing at all, but ordinary nothing. The kind with painted parking lines and abandoned receipts and shopping bags caught in the fence. The station had been bad enough inside. My whole body needed the world beyond it to still obey public rules. I rounded the corner of the building and saw the parking lot. At first, my brain accepted the scene the wrong way. It read the shapes as parked cars, because that was what belonged there. The rows were right for it. The spacing was right. Dark, upright forms under sodium light on wet asphalt.
I actually felt the beginning of relief arrive before perspective corrected itself.
They were not cars. They were people. Dozens of them, standing in rows across the parking lot from the main entrance, all the way to the far fence, placed so neatly in the spaces between lines and medians that for one crooked second, it looked as though the lot itself had arranged them. Not milling, not turning, not interacting, just standing in patient, rain-dark stillness beneath the lights. Commuters, transit workers, children, old men in overcoats, a woman in what might once have been business clothes, a little girl in a raincoat, yellow turned brown under the parking lot light, one shoe gone. And scattered through them, others I recognized from the station's bad catalog. The suited man holding his own head against his chest by the hair, the old woman in the black coat with one half of her face opened to the teeth. A commuter with something tied under his coat to keep his middle closed. Figures in station uniforms darkened by rain and blood and old track grease. Their clothing was soaked through. Some of them carried injuries that looked fresh in the wet light. Others old enough to seem almost integrated into them. Split skulls, collapsed faces, broken jaws. Collars blackened and stuck down around throats, opened in ways no throat survives.
A few held things against their chests or at their sides, the way passengers hold tickets or bags. And only after a second did my eyes make those things what they were. A hand by the wrist. A cluster of teeth slick and pale in a fist. A child's sneaker, filled dark to the ankle with something thicker than rain. A round shape wrapped partly in coat lining that my mind refused to identify, and did anyway. Not one of them moved at first. The rain moved for them, tracing the edges of coats and broken faces, dragging itself off fingers and collars in silver threads. The sodium lights painted everything the same bad amber, flattening the living and dead into the same civic glow. Beyond the far fence, the road was empty. No passing headlights, no traffic hiss. The whole world had drawn itself into that lot and stopped. Then all of them turned toward me at once. Not with a snap. That would have been almost easier. It was slower than that. A collective realignment. Heads angling, shoulders adjusting. 100 tiny motions performed in near unison until every face, or ruin where a face had been, was oriented toward the side of the station where I stood in the freezing rain, with one hand still sticky from blood and coffee and locker fluid. I stopped dead. That was the real terror of the lot, more than the injuries, more than the count. It was the organization of attention. They did not discover me. They accepted me into a pattern they had expected. For a second, I truly believed the safest thing might be not to move at all, to become one more upright dark shape in the rain and let the lot decide I belonged to the scenery. That was how quickly the mind starts bargaining once there are too many things to outrun individually. Then, from beyond the fence line near the tracks, a horn sounded. Long, low, not deafening, worse than that. Distant enough to carry through the rain like a fact returning on schedule. There should not have been a train there. No service due, no visible headlights, no vibration in the rails near the lot. But the horn came again, and under it I heard the beginning of the same heavy sliding mass I had heard inside the station. The sound of too much weight moving over metal with impossible restraint. Several figures in the parking lot lowered their heads slightly, as if acknowledging an arrival. Then the first row began to step forward. Not fast. That was what almost broke me. If they had run, panic would have simplified things. I would have had direction, enemy, urgency. But they only stepped. Quiet, measured, patient, rain moving over them as they came. A man in commuter khakis with one side of his face torn open placed one foot carefully in the next parking space, and then another. The transit cop followed. The old woman in black did not hurry. Neither did the little girl in yellow. The suited man carried his head without difficulty, adjusting his grip once as if afraid of dropping it. The whole front line advanced, with the dreadful etiquette of people approaching a boarding position they had been assigned. That was enough. I ran for the fence. Not the main exit, not the lot entrance, not anywhere rational. Just the nearest boundary my body could imagine becoming outside of. The chain link along the side of the station was topped with a mean little run of angled wire. Not full razor, but old, twisted security braid with rust on it, and enough bite to make normal people think twice. I did not think twice. I hit it hard, feet skidding in wet gravel at the base, and climbed with the clumsy strength of pure panic. The wire ripped my palm open when I grabbed too high. I felt the skin go before I felt the pain, a wet, sliding bite across the base of my thumb and into the heel of my hand. I almost lost hold, caught myself, threw one leg over, and dropped badly to the other side into a narrow service strip churned to mud. Behind me, the horn sounded again. I did not look back over the fence. That is one of the few decisions from that night I have never regretted. I ran through side streets with the rain in my eyes and one hand clamped uselessly over the split in my palm, past rows of sleeping houses and dark storefronts and one laundromat lit so white it looked unreal. Twice I slipped on slick pavement. Once I nearly ran straight into a dumpster because my depth perception had narrowed to whatever was 10 feet in front of me. I remember dogs barking somewhere behind chain link, porch lights clicking on one by one as I thundered through neighborhoods where nothing that happened at Platform 3 should have had any jurisdiction. The whole time I kept expecting footsteps behind me. Not because I heard them, because some part of me knew the parking lot had not been the kind of threat you win by creating distance from. It had been arrangement, recognition, and you cannot outrun recognition the way you outrun a body. I ended up at an all-night gas station 2 major roads over from the station, the kind with a sun-faded car wash attached and a store bright enough inside to make everyone look exhausted and vaguely guilty. The sign buzzed blue and red against the rain. 2 pump islands stood empty. Inside, a college kid behind the register was watching something on his phone with one earbud in, and looked up only long enough to register a wet, half-bloody man in a station jacket coming through the door. I made it as far as the back hallway before I realized I was still carrying the flashlight. I have no memory of picking it back up in the stairwell. It was just there in my fist, slick and heavy, and streaked with something dark not entirely explained by my own hand. I locked myself in the single-person bathroom at the rear of the store and stayed there for, I don't know, an hour? 3? Long enough for the shaking to move from violent to intermittent. Long enough for my jeans to stop dripping onto the tile. Long enough for the college kid outside to knock once and say, "Sir, you okay in there?" In the bored, cautious tone of someone deciding whether a situation is worth becoming his problem. I said I was sick. That bought me time. I sat on the closed toilet with paper towels wrapped badly around my palm and the flashlight across my knees and stared at the metal kickplate on the inside of the bathroom door until the fluorescent hum overhead became almost physical. Twice I thought I heard the station speaker crackle behind the vent fan. Once I was nearly certain I heard my own voice say my name from the other side of the door in a soft, amused tone. I did not answer. Eventually, the clerk knocked harder and said if I was using drugs back there, he was calling the cops. That got me moving. By the time I came out, dawn was beginning to thin the windows from black
to dark gray.
My face in the convex security mirror near the coffee station looked older than it should have by years. Pale, hollowed, hair dried in wrong directions. There was a diagonal stain across my uniform shirt that smelled like old blood and radiator heat. The kid behind the counter looked from that to the flashlight in my hand and wisely decided he did not want any details. I bought a bottle of water, a roll of gauze, and the kind of gas station aspirin that tastes like chalk and regret. Then I went home. I never returned to the station. Not physically. I called in sick once because some reflex of procedure still had hold of me even then. Then I shut my phone off and slept in broken chunks all day with the blinds closed and the TV on low. The next morning, if it was the next morning, time around that week still feels warped, I had a voicemail from Transit Administration. The woman on the line sounded inconvenienced, not alarmed. She said they needed an explanation for why I had abandoned shift coverage without proper handoff. Her tone carried the exact bureaucratic irritation used for no-call issues, incomplete paperwork, and minor workplace negligence. No mention of attack. No mention of injuries in the office. No mention of emergency services being called to a station overrun by impossible dead commuters in the parking lot. Nothing. Just procedure. That either meant concealment or complete dissonance. I still do not know which is worse. I tried calling Doherty after that. No answer. I texted once. What happened after I left? No reply. I called again that night, then the next afternoon, then once more out of a need I could no longer even justify to myself. Straight to voicemail every time. That silence frightened me almost as much as the station had.
Because if Doherty was unreachable now, then either he was done with me, or something at Platform 3 had finally finished catching up to the version of him I had seen ahead. Chapter 7. Resignation and Denial. I resigned by mail because I could not make myself go back in person. That sounds cowardly when I write it that plainly, but there isn't a more flattering version that would also be true. I typed the letter on my kitchen table with both hands on the laptop because my cut palm was still stiff and half-healed under the gauze. And I kept having to stop after every few sentences because the language of resignation belongs to another species of reality entirely. Effective immediately. Personal reasons. Unable to continue in my position. The phrases sat on the screen like props from some polite office play, ridiculous beside what had actually happened. I printed it, signed it, sealed it, and drove it to a blue mailbox 3 neighborhoods over, because I did not want anything with the station's name on it sitting in my own outgoing mail slot overnight. After that, I ignored the calls. Transit Administration left 2 voicemails the first day and 1 the day after, all from different voices, but with the same underlying tone. Inconvenience dressed as process. They wanted clarification. They wanted a formal statement. They wanted company property returned. They wanted, most likely, a version of events they could flatten into something manageable before anyone outside overnight staff had to think too hard about what kind of place Platform 3 really was. I deleted all of them without replying. Kelso texted once, "You alive?" And I answered only, "Yeah, done there." He sent back, "Probably smart," and nothing else. Maryanne never contacted me. That felt right somehow. As if any attempt to continue the conversation outside the station would have risked inviting the station to keep speaking through us. For the first few days, I did almost nothing except exist in my apartment
with the blinds drawn and the television on low. I told myself I was resting, recovering, decompressing from night shift. All the harmless language people use when they do not want to name the shape of a collapse. In truth, my life had shrunk in a matter of 48 hours to whatever could be controlled through small, repetitive actions. Make coffee. Don't drink it. Check the lock. Don't check the peephole. Microwave food. Eat half. Throw half away. Watch daytime cable with the volume low enough to hear the building around me. I avoided the entire area around the station. That part was easy. I took longer roads, drove different routes, passed up a better-priced gas station because the quickest way there ran too near the line.
The whole map of that side of town rearranged itself in my head around one dead center I would not cross. It shocked me how quickly the body accepts avoidance as geography. After a week, I no longer had to consciously tell myself not to go near the station. My hands on the steering wheel simply chose other turns before the question ever formed. Then, 5 days after I mailed the resignation, I heard about Doherty. Not from Transit Administration, from a small local news item linked in a neighborhood Facebook group I should not have been checking. Former transit security employee killed in highway accident, the headline said, because local papers have no imagination when death occurs within ordinary categories. The article was short, a paragraph and a half. Interstate shoulder, weather conditions, vehicle drift, no foul play suspected. No mention of the station. No mention of overnight shift. No mention of anything except a man's age, his surviving relatives, and the impersonal mercy of public prose that knows how to smooth blood into traffic language. I read it 3 times. Then once more from the beginning, slower. My hands were cold by the second reading. By the third, I had to sit down, because I had already seen him dead. That was the fact no newspaper could flatten for me. Long before the article, long before the crash, I had seen Doherty in that train window, with his neck open to the collarbone, palms pressed against the glass as if trying to warn me back. Sutter had asked the only question that mattered: did it show him alive or dead? And at the time, I had not fully understood why the distinction terrified him so much. Now I did. The station had not only shown me something terrible, it had shown me something that had not yet happened in the world I still naively believed moved forward in one direction. I sat at my kitchen table with the article open on my phone and debated, for the first and last real time, whether I should tell someone everything. Not the clipped version, not the job was weird, not there were safety issues. Everything. The train, the voices, Louise with the teeth in his ears, my double in the locker, the parking lot full of dead commuters standing in rows in the rain, Doherty on the train before Doherty on the highway. I even got as far as opening a blank email draft addressed to no one in particular. I thought maybe Transit Administration, then maybe the police, then maybe just a lawyer, because lawyers at least are paid to hear impossible things and try to pin them to paper. I never sent anything. How could I have? Any attempt to tell it in full either sounded insane or sounded like a story trying to become a story. And if there was one thing the station had already taught me, it was that attention mattered. Repetition mattered. Names tied to the thing mattered. The more fully I imagined laying everything out in formal language, the more it felt not like reporting danger, but like feeding it another clean avenue back into my life. So I did what frightened people have done forever when they can neither fight nor explain the threat. I reorganized my behavior and called it reason.
My blinds were shut before dark every day, even on bright winter afternoons when it made my apartment feel like a cave by 5:30. No late trains. No stations at all if I could help it. If I needed to go into the city, I drove or found a bus. If someone mentioned meeting near the rail terminal, I invented another location or another obligation. The whole infrastructure of public transit had become contaminated in my mind by the one station, and I could not disentangle them again. No peephole after midnight. That became absolute. Not try not to. Not only if someone knocks twice. Absolute. If there was a sound at the door after midnight, I stayed away from it. I told myself this was finally smart rather than superstitious. I told myself nobody I needed in my life would appear unannounced at that hour. I told myself a lot of things. What I really meant was that I could not bear another moment where a lens meant to establish truth instead offered me a dark blur and 3 measured taps. No answering unknown knocks. No hallway voices. No building intercom after dark unless I had ordered something and knew exactly who should be there. Even then, I often let the call go and walked downstairs in daylight to retrieve whatever package or food had been left. It would have looked rude or unstable from the outside. Maybe it was both. It also let me keep moving through days with some feeling, however fake, that I had not entirely handed myself over. The thing I kept repeating to myself was this: distance matters. I said it while driving alternate routes, while closing the blinds, while deleting voicemails without hearing the end, while standing in the grocery store, choosing food that could be prepared without leaving too many rooms lit behind me. Distance matters. It sounded practical enough to survive contact with daylight, and maybe, for a while, it even helped. The first week away from the station was the worst, because every sound still arrived with its edges sharpened. Every passing siren at night, every brake squeal on wet roads, every old man's cough in a grocery aisle. But by the second week, the intensity began to flatten. I slept in longer, if not better. I watched whole baseball games again without realizing afterward that I had missed most of what happened. I answered my sister's texts with more than one-word lies. Once I even let myself think that perhaps the thing had been sightbound after all. That maybe Maryanne had been wrong, or at least only partly right. That maybe the station had needed proximity and schedule and the architecture of Platform 3 in order to fully reach. Then the apartment pipes began. Not every night. That would have made it almost simpler. No, it happened only sometimes, and almost always at the same time. Around 12:17, if I was awake, and by then I usually was, because my body had learned the number like an injury. One of the heating vents or old water pipes would carry a faint sound that did not belong to the building. Not a full train, not even the full metallic drag. Just enough. A thin rail sound traveling through the walls where no rails existed. A distant steel complaint too narrow to be road noise and too patterned to be settling. Once it came up through the bathroom plumbing in a long, soft scrape that made the sink seem for a second connected to some buried trackbed rather than city pipes. Another time, I heard the layered whisper of wheels beginning to take weight through the bedroom vent just before the heat kicked on and buried it under ordinary forced air. Always faint, always deniable. Always around 12:17. I never found a source. Of course I didn't. There was nothing to find except old building noises and my own damaged listening. That was the argument I kept making to myself. The station had trained my nerves too well. I was hearing patterns now because the body prefers dread with structure to dread without it. Any psychologist on Earth could have told me that and not been wrong. But psychologists do not have to live in rooms where the pipes begin sounding like rails at the exact minute a dead schedule once passed through you. So I kept the blinds shut. I kept the television on.
I kept refusing doors after midnight. And all the while, beneath every practical adjustment I called healing, there remained the colder thought I would not say aloud. If distance really mattered, I should not still have been able to hear it arriving.
Chapter 7. The knock at the apartment door.
The obituary was short. Of course it was. Men like Doherty do not receive the kind of obituaries that pretend a life can be summarized by adjectives. There was no sentimental headline, no long quote from a pastor, no human detail beyond the approved minimum. Age, survived by, former service in transit security. Funeral arrangements, private. If you had not known him, you would have read the thing in 15 seconds and forgotten it before your coffee cooled. I read it 5 or 6 times, not because I expected it to change, because every repetition made the impossible feel worse in a new direction. The article gave him an ordinary death, which should have been merciful. Highway, weather, late-night fatigue. A body behaving like a body in the world everyone else still agreed on. But I had already seen him dead in the train window, neck split to the collarbone, both hands against the glass, like a man trying to force a warning through a surface that would not let him pass. That made the obituary feel less like news and more like confirmation. I kept the article open on my phone long after the screen should have gone dark. My apartment was quiet, except for the television muttering low from the living room, the kind of late-night cable voice that reduces everything to neutral urgency. Outside, rain clicked faintly at the edge of the building. Somewhere in the floor above me, a neighbor moved a chair and then stood still for so long that I became too aware of the shape of my own breathing. I should have gone to bed earlier. I should have put the phone down. I should have done a lot of things. Instead, I sat at the kitchen table with the obituary open and let the minutes leak toward midnight, while the apartment took on that familiar after-hours hollowness I had come to hate. The refrigerator motor kicked on. The heating vent exhaled. Somewhere in the building, plumbing knocked once and settled. Every ordinary sound seemed to arrive with a small delay after it, a gap in which another sound could have lived if it wanted to. At 12:17 exactly, someone knocked on my apartment door. 3 slow knocks. Not hard, not frantic. Deliberate enough that each one seemed placed rather than struck. I stopped breathing. It wasn't a choice. 1 second I was sitting there with my thumb resting on Doherty's obituary. The next, my whole body had gone still so completely that even the television seemed suddenly too loud in the room. The knocks had come from the door itself, not the building settling, not a pipe, not one of the little noises I had spent months teaching myself to disbelieve. 3. Spaced evenly. The exact rhythm Platform 3 had taught me to hear before I understood what it meant. For a few seconds, maybe 10, maybe 30, I did nothing. My apartment was small enough that the front door sat visible from the kitchen if I leaned the right way in my chair. I could see only the inside of it. Cheap beige paint, brass deadbolt, peephole centered above the handle, the weak wash of hall light leaking thinly at the threshold. I stared at it the way people stare at a sleeping animal they think may already be awake. No second knock came. No intercom buzz. No voice through the wood. Nothing
except the old TV in the living room and the tiny electric hiss of my own phone screen beginning to dim. I had made rules for myself by then. No peephole after midnight. No answering unknown knocks.
No hallway voices. Distance matters. Watchfulness matters. Refusal matters. All of those rules held until the moment reality tested them against curiosity sharpened by grief and recognition. Because the obituary was still open in my hand. Because I had seen Doherty dead before he died. Because some part of me, even then, still wanted one impossible thing explained by another. I stood up. My legs felt wrong under me, too light and too heavy at once. I crossed the apartment slowly, not because I was trying to be brave, but because every step seemed like a negotiation with the body. I stopped beside the door rather than directly in front of it. The television kept talking somewhere behind me, reduced now to a blur of male voices and canned studio sound. The apartment smelled faintly of dish soap, old heat, and the rain that had soaked into my shoes earlier and not fully dried. I stared at the peephole. Then I made the mistake anyway. I leaned and looked.
Doherty was standing in the hallway. Not as a blur, not half seen, not suggested. Standing there in his station jacket under the weak yellow apartment light, shoulders squared, one hand low at his side, the other lifted halfway as if he had only just finished knocking. His face was gray in the way dead flesh goes when blood has long since stopped making arguments with the skin. Not theatrical gray, not corpse makeup gray, a used-up color. His mouth was dark at one corner, and his throat. The wound ran from just below the jawline down to the collar, the same opened line I had seen in the train window before the article, before the highway, before the world had caught up to what Platform 3 had already shown me. Blood had dried and re-wet along the collar of the station jacket. The fabric there looked stuck to him, but his eyes were aware. That was the part that stopped me from making any sound at all. Not blank, not accusing, aware and almost apologetic in a way that made the whole sighting worse than any rage would have. Like he knew what it meant for me to see him there and regretted it without being able to do anything else. For one impossible second, I thought he might speak. Instead, he raised one finger to his mouth, a hush gesture. Not hurried, not threatening, just the calm, intimate motion a person makes when warning someone not to answer the wrong thing. I jerked back from the peephole so fast my shoulder hit the wall. My whole body was shaking now, not in some dramatic, full-body convulsion, just a fine, violent tremor that made my teeth tap lightly against each other every time I tried to swallow. I pressed both hands flat against the wall beside the door because standing upright suddenly required assistance. No sound came out of me. I wanted to yell, wanted to call the police, my sister, God, anybody. But the body has old instincts that supersede social ones. And one of them is this. When the predator is close enough, noise starts to feel like consent. Then came the tap. Soft, delicate. Not on the wood, on the peephole glass itself. One little contact from the outside. I made a noise then, but it wasn't a scream. More like the involuntary breath a person makes when burned unexpectedly. I clapped a hand over my mouth and stumbled backward into the living room, eyes still locked on the door, as if I expected it to bow inward at any second, under another bodyweight impact from a thing wearing a familiar face. Nothing else happened. No second set of knocks. No voice through the door. No dragging sound in the hallway. The apartment simply held me there while my pulse tried to break itself in my throat. I don't know how long I stood in the living room with my hand over my mouth and Doherty's obituary still bright on my phone screen, long enough for the TV to cycle to a commercial. long enough for the heating vent to wake and shove warm air through the room. Long enough that when I finally forced myself back toward the door with my phone camera open, ready to record whatever was there or wasn't there, my knees had gone weak. The hallway outside was empty. Of course it was. Yellow apartment hall light, cheap carpet, my neighbor's welcome mat crooked as always. Nothing in the fisheye camera view except ordinary geometry and the ache of having wanted proof badly enough to go looking. I checked the building cameras the next morning through the resident portal. Nothing. No figure at my door. No one in the hallway at 1217. No station jacket. No gray face. No dead man lifting one finger to his lips. The footage showed an empty corridor from 1210 through 1225, static and ugly and entirely useless in the way modern systems often are when reality most needs them to testify. I moved out 2 days later.
Not efficiently, not well, just fast. I told the landlord I needed to relocate for work. Packed what mattered, left what didn't. Drove 2 towns over to a 3rd-floor apartment in a newer complex where the hallways were brighter and the neighbors made enough ordinary noise to feel protective. Different town, different streets. No tracks within easy hearing distance. No old industrial buildings. No intercom system that buzzed through the wall like a trapped insect. For a while, things improved. That part is important too, because terror without variation becomes melodrama. What actually happened was worse in a quieter way. The change of place worked just enough to let me rebuild habits and call them healing. I slept a little better in the new apartment because there were more ambient sounds there. Elevators, televisions, someone always dropping something in the hall. The anonymous human clutter of a newer building. I began leaving one blind cracked during the day. I answered my sister's text more quickly. I bought groceries without choosing stores according to whether I could see transit signage from the parking lot. Once, 3 weeks in, I even stood on the 3rd-floor balcony after sunset with a beer in my hand and let the cold air touch my face without immediately imagining a station speaker hidden in the dark. But improvement did not feel like freedom. It felt like management. That was the ugliest emotional truth of that period. Survival had not freed me. It had trained me. I was quieter than I had been before, more watchful, harder to startle in some ways, easier in others. I noticed reflection angles automatically now. I listened before opening doors. I measured hall silence by what was absent from it. I no longer thought of caution as something chosen. It had become posture, like favoring an old injury without remembering the day it was first made.
And under all of that lay a shame I rarely admitted even to myself. The station had not only frightened me, it had changed the kind of man I was willing to be in order to go on living. I did not tell people things. I did not answer certain sounds. I did not investigate beyond the point where investigation might become acknowledgement. When I thought about Doherty in the hallway, and I did often, I stopped thinking first about the wound in his throat, or the impossible fact of his presence. What returned most vividly instead was the gesture. Finger to his lips, silence. As if even after death, or whatever the station made of death, the most useful thing he could still teach me was how to remain quiet. Chapter 7. Final cold ending. The schedule still knows him. It has been a little over a year since I last set foot in that station. Long enough that, from the outside, my life would look repaired. I live in a different city now, farther east, In a mid-rise apartment building with clean hallways and coded entry, and a view of a river if you lean far enough over the kitchen sink and look between two taller buildings. I took a warehouse operations job on the edge of an industrial park because it paid decently, started early, and ended before dark most days. Nobody there knows anything about the commuter station outside Pittsburgh, except that I used to do security work and don't like talking about it. That alone is enough to make me seem like every other man in his late 20s with a little too much mileage on him and not enough interest in being known. I function. That is the best word for it. I wake up, shower, drive to work, do what needs doing, come home, eat something, answer texts slowly, watch baseball when it's on, sleep badly, repeat. I have not been fired. I pay my rent on time. I call my sister back often enough that she no longer asks if I'm depressed in the joking tone people use when they mean it. I have even managed, on a few rare evenings, to sit in a bar with co-workers and listen to them complain about supervisors and rent and bad knees and dating apps without feeling entirely made of glass. From the outside, that probably counts as recovery. But recovery is not the same thing as reversal. I never told anyone the full story. Not my sister, not the co-workers I occasionally drink with, not the woman I dated for 3 months and almost liked enough to be honest with, before I realized honesty would require me to say things like, "Sometimes I hear train speakers in the walls, and I cannot look through a peephole after midnight, because once a dead man from work tapped the glass from the other side." There is no version of that confession that improves a life, so I keep it trimmed. Bad things happened on the overnight shift. I left because it was messing with me. Public transit work gets weird. All true, none sufficient. The habits stayed. Some of them are small enough that no one notices unless they live with me. I listen before I open doors. Not in a dramatic way, just enough to hear whether silence on the other side sounds ordinary or staged. I never ignore metal sounds at night, even harmless ones. Radiator settling, a dumpster lid dropping in the alley, an elevator cable complaining through the wall. Every one of them catches my full attention for at least a second before reason gets involved. I check hallways through side angles when I can, instead of walking straight to the peephole. I do not stand square to dark windows. If I pass a reflective surface in low light, I register it without wanting to and calculate where my own face should appear in it before I let myself look. I cannot tolerate station announcements anywhere. That one is the most embarrassing because it makes me look unstable in the most ordinary public situations. Airports are bad enough. Bus terminals are worse. But the real problem is any speaker system that uses that same flattened public service cadence. 2 seconds of static, 1 clipped chime, then an artificial human voice pretending urgency can be made polite. I have left grocery stores because their intercom crackled a certain way. I have abandoned carts in pharmacies when a speaker above me cleared its throat in the exact register the station used before borrowed voices came through. Old commuter coats still catch my eye. So do top-lit concrete spaces that resemble platforms from the wrong angle. Hospital parking decks, loading docks, pedestrian bridges at night. Any long strip of public flooring under weak overheads with darkness beyond. I notice the architecture first now, where people would stand, which direction the light fails in, whether there is a fence at the far end, and what kind. These are not symptoms exactly, not to me. They are instruction sets I never asked to learn and no longer know how to unlearn. For a while, that seemed like the full extent of the damage. Months passed without anything unmistakable happening. I heard rail sounds once or twice in the apartment plumbing, but so faintly I could still argue with myself about pipes. I woke at 12:17 some nights with no reason beyond old conditioning. Once I found myself staring at a black overcoat hanging in my own closet, because in the half-light it had briefly looked like a waiting figure. That kind of thing, while corrosive, still fit inside the category of after effects. Contamination of attention. A brain overtrained by fear. And distance, I told myself again, probably still mattered. Maybe not enough to erase it, but enough to thin it.
Enough that if I kept my routines tight, and my life small, and my mouth shut, the rest of my years might pass with nothing worse than vigilance. Then came the rain. A Thursday night in early spring, more than a year after I had left the station. I had gone to bed around 11 after half watching a game and falling asleep twice on the couch. The windows were cracked just enough to let the sound of weather in, because the apartment runs too hot when the heat gets indecisive and the season starts turning. Rain came down in that soft, persistent way it does when it has no intention of becoming memorable except through duration. The city beyond the building had gone mostly quiet by midnight. One siren far off, some tires on wet pavement, then not much. I don't know what woke me. No dream I could recall, no loud impact. I just surfaced all at once, eyes open to dark, with the certainty that something had already begun.
The room was almost entirely black, except for the weak spill from the microwave clock out in the kitchen. My body knew the time before I did. I felt it in that old interior tightening, the way every sense seemed to begin listening at once without asking permission. Then I heard it. A faint speaker crackle. Not from the street, not from a phone. Inside the apartment somewhere, or just outside it. The sound was too thin to place. It had the exact dry clearing of throat the station PA used before voice entered. A tiny little electrical preparation, so mundane in any other context that no one would even register it consciously. I did. I lay perfectly still. The rain whispered at the windows. The building vented quietly. Beneath both of those came a second sound, farther off and lower. A metallic scream stretched thin by distance, like wheels or steel under strain. Not loud, not enough to wake a sane building. Just enough to make every muscle in my back lock against the mattress. Then came the knocks. 3 of them. Slow, measured. Not at the front door, at the balcony glass. That was the worst possible place for them. My current apartment has a narrow sliding glass door off the living room that opens onto a shallow concrete balcony 3 floors up. Too high for any normal person to reach and too exposed to be mistaken for a hallway or neighboring unit. There was no exterior stair access, no maintenance scaffold, no logical human path to stand there and knock. And yet I heard it again from that direction. Tap, tap, tap. Not hard enough to rattle the frame, just enough to carry through the apartment with intimate certainty. I did not get up. I am not proud of that, but I am no longer embarrassed by it either. There are moments when movement itself becomes the thing being asked of you. And after everything that station taught me, I had finally learned at least this much. Not all requests deserve dignity. So I lay in bed staring into the dark and let the apartment exist around the sound without joining it. Nothing followed immediately. No voice through the glass, no scratch of hands on the balcony rail, no second series of knocks. Just rain, then the ordinary hum of the building's heat, then a silence so complete it felt curated. I stayed awake for what must have been hours. At some point, the dark in the room softened by degrees, and the city beyond my blinds shifted from black to that dirty pre-dawn gray all urban mornings pass through before committing to day. I still did not move right away. I had learned not to trust relief that arrived too quickly. Only when there was enough light to make the kitchen edges visible did I get out of bed. My legs felt hollow and overused, as if I had been running instead of lying still. I crossed the apartment slowly, not toward the balcony first, but to the hallway side, checking each room by habit and angle before allowing myself to stand in front of what frightened me. The balcony glass was empty. Rain tracked down it in thin lines. The concrete outside was slick and unoccupied. No figure. No dark shape pressed against the pane. No old woman in a black coat improbably balanced on a third-floor ledge. Just city gray and wet rails of water sliding toward the drain. I should have felt relief. Instead, I noticed the front door. Something pale showed beneath it. Not thick like an envelope, thinner, folded. I stood in the middle of the living room and looked at that little shape for longer than I want to admit. The front hall of my apartment was empty and still. The building beyond it gave up only the usual morning sounds now. A distant door closing on another floor. Plumbing in the walls. One elevator starting its first trip. Eventually, I approached. A small, folded transit schedule lay on the floor just inside my apartment door, soaked through enough that the paper had gone soft and waved at the edges. Not a current city transit pamphlet, not from any route I knew. The stock was wrong, older and thinner. The kind of paper schedules used to be printed on before everything went digital. It had been pushed under the door sometime in the night and left a wet trail on the hardwood no wider than my thumb. I crouched without touching it first. There were no station names printed on the visible side. No line colors, no map, no route numbers. Only one arrival time, repeated in a neat downward column across the page, over and over and over. 12:17, 12:17, 12:17, 12:17. My mouth had gone so dry, my tongue stuck briefly to my teeth. I turned the paper over, using the edge of a magazine from the hallway table. On the back, written in smeared dark handwriting that had bled into the soaked fibers, were 4 words. You missed your stop. I sat down on the floor right there with my back against the wall and the ruined schedule on the hardwood in front of me, and understood, at last, the final thing the station had been trying to teach. It was never about the station. Not really. The platforms, the maintenance gate, the restricted window, the dead light over platform 3, those were not the source. They were only the first place I had learned the schedule, the first mouth it had spoken through, the first route on which it had taught me what acknowledgement cost. All that time, I had been thinking in terms of haunting geography. Station, platform, corridor, fence, train. But a system that keeps time that precisely does not belong to one structure. Structures only give it shape. Once it has your voice, once it has taught your body the hour and the rhythm and the price of looking, it does not need the original architecture the way you think it does. I sat there until the soaked paper began to dry at the edges and curl inward, and I thought about every version of my life since that first night on the job. Every smaller room, every habit of refusal, every silence, every alternate route taken because distance mattered. Every time I convinced myself surviving had moved me out of the story. It hadn't. Surviving had only trained me into the kind of person the story could continue inside. I threw the schedule away eventually. At least, I think I did. I remember wrapping it in 2 grocery bags before carrying it to the dumpster, because I could not bear the feel of the paper against my hand. I remember not looking directly into the bin after it landed. I remember washing my hands twice afterward, though I had never touched the ink.
What I cannot remember now is whether I ever stopped hearing the rain that morning, as if it were passing over rail steel somewhere just beyond the walls. Maybe that is because the sound was only in my head. Maybe. But even now, a year later, when I wake in the dark without knowing why, and the room feels too still by 1 degree, I no longer think of midnight as late. I think of 12:17 as an arrival time.